Hello. My wonderful chat. How are we doing today?
Yeah.
Oh, Hasan clips. Thank you. Thank God. That's what I need. Wait, but first, something more important. Okay. I'm gonna think about this one. It's a trick. This is kind of a tricky one. Well. Yeah, I'm gonna go for the 50-50 here, I think. Fuck! That was horrible. I'm turning my stream off. Try this. Turn on your sound. Put on your headphones. Why does it sound so scary? I'm ready. What do I do? What? Wait! Hold on. Drag it until it matches. What's considered a good score here? Fuck! That's a good one. 992's gotta be good. Ten is the max. Wait, am I? Oh, I have to match the octave? Oh, fuck. Wait, I don't even have it in my brain anymore. I have no idea. I don't know. Oh, wait, no, we're supposed to go down? Wait, why did it start so high? Oh, ew. Going from high to low is harder. I don't know why. Fuck. That one didn't count. One fucked me so hard in here. Same 5 tones the whole world. Okay, hold on. Okay. This is the daily. All right. Okay. 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 We take it. The 16th, will this be the equivalent of like 85th percentile? How many musicians play this? The fuck? Fuck these guys. Do you still got it? Fuck! You know what I got? I got sunburn. I'm triggered today for it. I don't even know the champions of this game anymore. Male, it can be jungle or mid. And it's kind of a human magically altered. Is Xerath part human at all or no? Oh, Xerath can't be jungle. Can Kayn be jungle? Or not jungle, I'm sorry, mid? There used to be a mid. No, whatever. Fuck. I don't know what fucking bullshit is. Okay. Mana champ. Oh, and it's arranged. Oh, I bet Xerath can be support. Oh, shit. Okay, hold on. Shurima. I don't know what the fuck that means. Certainly. We take it. What? Who else is here? Newer than... I don't know any of the new champs. There's probably some person I've never heard of before. Action? Really? I don't know what lane this guy plays. I thought this guy was an 80 carry. Okay. Easy. What is this? Jingle. Oh, it's been too long.
I was watching a past stream.
What is this setup and this? I'm sorry.
Of yours where you were discussing October 7th and the topic of the UN's report of sexual violence committed by Hamas came in, and I think your exact words were, "I don't fucking care about the rapes." Would you mind explaining why you said that?
Yeah. The mission team reviewed incidents of alleged sexual violence related to hostages in Gaza. Based on first-hand accounts of released hostages, the mission team reviewed clear and convincing information that sexual violence, including sexualized torture and cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment occurred against some of the women and children during their time in captivity, and has reasonable grounds to believe that this violence may be ongoing. It is first-hand accounts. Okay. Can we read the first-hand accounts? No, they're not. They don't have first-hand accounts. Is this enough? No, this is not enough to indict someone. Of course it's not enough to indict someone. My analysis, even if there was multiple rapes that took place on October 7, this does not change anything for me in this dynamic. What rapes did Hezbollah do? Bro, what rapes did fucking Hamas do? What are you talking about? Oh yeah, the Stop Anti-Semitism account that considered me to be anti-Semite of the week has also been hallucinating rapes once again, doing rape fantasies once again because they're fucking mentally ill.
Jesus.
Hamas has committed horrific acts of sexual violence and took
women and girls, men and boys slaughtered after enduring sexual violence. The deadliest day for the Jewish people.
women were horribly raped. As I said then, I say today, Israel has a right to do.
I said it doesn't matter whether sexual violence took place on October 7 or not. That doesn't change the dynamic for me around genocide. And that's still something that I stand by. It's a quote that people try to weaponize against me with regular frequency. But I don't think you would disagree with that sentiment, right? Do you feel like sexual violence happening is a justification for genocide?
No, I don't, but I also think, like, in a room where there's future prosecutors and public defenders that are going to go into victims advocacy, purporting that you don't care about sexual violence happening is very dangerous.
Okay, but now that you understand the context of it, you understand what I was saying, right? Because there was a person who was actually claiming that there was no evidence for sexual violence taking place at all. And the argument, in the much broader context, was me saying whether or not sexual violence has taken place does not change the dynamic or does not justify genocide taking place. I think that's a fairly reasonable critique, right? Or, I don't know, do you think Israel committed a genocide? Maybe you have an issue with that as well.
He's such a fucking pussy. Oh, the mono issue on a subject he knows nothing about. For the 7 people on the planet that know anything about this conflict or give a fuck about it, the only clip you should ever spam with them over and over again is Hasan finding out, like, 2 years after October 7th what the fuck the Western Wall was. That should be the only, like, this is the only thing you need to know that this is a deeply unserious person.
So victims are collateral damage in pursuit of the greater good.
Do you think Israel committed a genocide? If you don't mind me asking?
Well, why aren't you staying on topic on the question that I asked you?
This is the topic. You asked me a question, I'm asking you so we can have a normal conversation. Do you think Israel committed a genocide?
I do, and
so we can have a normal conversation? I need you to answer this question right the fuck now so that I can please God, try to basically poison the well on everything you're going to say, please.
I also think that minimizing rape is wrong.
Do you think that the sexual violence taking place on October 7 would justify Israel's genocide, or do you think genocide is unjustifiable?
I think it's...
Is genocide ever justifiable?
It's not a dichotomy.
Okay. So where do we go from here?
He's such a fucking moron, dude. Oh, man.
So we're in agreement.
I thank you for your explanation. I just wanted to know why you said that you did not care about rape victims.
Okay. Do you feel like I explained it thoroughly?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, no problem.
That was beautiful to witness. There's hope, guys.
Only one question.
Was this after his Stanford event or something? Is that... A-10 down. A second U.S. Air Force combat aircraft comes down in the Persian Gulf region. Per New York Times, officials say an A-10 Warthog crashed near the Strait of Hormuz, with the pilot safely rescued. This comes as an F-15E was shot down over Iran. One crew member recovered. Search ongoing for another. I thought that we blew up all their stuff. Didn't Trump say that like 12 times? That we blew everything up? They have no capabilities, that everything is gone? Is that... Did he lie about that? Nice.
By letters. I first tried to get them voluntarily by letters. I asked for them. The people in possession of these ballots in Fulton County had already defied requests by Georgia election officials, an election board to obtain these, so they were already in defiance of state requests. They said no. They said go to the judge. The judge will have them because they were part of a trial. We went to the court. The court said, I don't have them, go over there. It was like a big shell game of who's got the ballots. So I then filed a lawsuit, because in a lawsuit, let's sue everybody, and y'all can all figure out who's got the ballots, and we can get the ballots, and then we can conduct our civil review. While that case has been pending, which was filed fairly recently, just weeks ago, other colleagues of mine at the Department of Justice learned that they believed they had probable cause to obtain a search warrant regarding potential criminal violations of the law, and that is what was executed in the search warrant being executed at a election hub, some kind of election storage space off-site of where the election offices are in Fulton County.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know exactly what was there, whether that's the totality of what I was looking for or not. So that is to be determined.
Okay. In a suit seeking return of 2020 election records, Fulton County requested info from the DOJ regarding timing events leading up to the search warrant. DOJ says that info is privileged. Good one. You can watch Dean and Emily debate on Jubilee. It came out a couple hours ago. MAGA woman faces off against young progressive man.
Democrats shut down our country. People lost everything because of that. How is that funny? What, people losing everything is hilarious?
Spare me the fake outrage. You responded to that by saying, what's funny, Dean? People are dying. Moments after, in the last topic that we debated, okay, saying that this VA nurse deserved to get murdered by 12 shots in the back by a lawless ICE thug.
Welcome to Face Off, where two people debate four claims. One clock, no interruptions. Today, Dean Withers, a liberal political commentator and debater, faces off against Emily Wilson, a conservative media personality. The clock
is ticking. Now. Let's go.
My first claim is Donald Trump's mass deportation is anti-American.
What?
I would say the most American thing would be protecting Americans.
The most evil thing.
I don't see anything un-American about it. People are crying at ICE for doing their jobs. They're intervening with ICE doing their jobs. That's why they're getting shot and killed, rightfully so.
Rightfully so.
ICE doing their jobs. Both of those deaths of whatever their names were could have been
whatever their names
avoidable.
were. Jesus, what the fuck?
Better off without him, regardless. And yeah, I mean, Obama was like what? 3.1 mass deportation. Donald Trump are not doing well. Probably like 890. I mean, Biden was up there like 1.1, something like that. So it's just the hypocrisy of it all. It's like, if some people are against it, some people are for it. I want every single illegal out of the country, every single one, at any cost.
Is this person a retard? Why does this person sound like they came from Nick Shirley's family? Hello?
Some people are for it. I want every single illegal out of the country, every single one, at any cost. And then other than that, I just think it's funny that when he does it, it's different. Kids in cages, all this stuff. I mean, they've all been doing it, so I just don't know why they care when Trump does it.
Well, there's actually a lot that you said there that I want to touch on, and I'm sure that we will during this topic. And it's funny because you actually brought up one of the main reasons why his mass deportation has been so anti-American within your first breath. You said there's nothing anti-American about protecting citizens, and then you brought up an example of ICE executing a citizen on the streets of this country. Of course, you went on to say that it was completely justified and that we're better off without them. Let's go ahead and focus in on one of the 3 citizens who has been murdered by ICE, and that will be Alex Preddy. So first, you made a very bold claim. A man lost his life, a mother lost his son, a father lost his son, a hospital lost one of their nurses, and I think the world lost a good man. And your takeaway is we're better off without them, and that the shooting's justified. So Emily, tell me, what is the legal standard that authorizes an LEO in engaging in the use of lethal force, ending the life of an American?
I don't know. Go ahead and tell me.
If you don't know the legal standard that justifies a shooting, then why the hell are you sitting here saying the shooting was justified?
Yikes.
the shooting is justified because we see who they are. All the information comes out of it. Oh, he was a loving, same with the woman that got shot. Oh, he was a loving son. First of all, everyone was worried about him. You see the text coming out, oh, we were worried about his mental health. He couldn't go to work anymore. He wasn't able to practice as a nurse. This whole thing of every time someone dies, the Democrats act like they're this amazing person. It's just not true. They even had to Photoshop the photo of him to make him seem normal so the public would react to him better. Why are you...
Wait, to make him seem normal? Is she talking about when conservatives or somebody... Wasn't there like a photo where they... Wait, hold on. I feel like there were multiple photos taken of this guy. I think I even argued with my chat about this. And in one, his nose is longer, and in the other, his nose doesn't seem as long. And is she saying to seem normal, like, means less Jewish? What?
You going to a protest? If people love you and care about you, and you're a normal, productive citizen...
There was this weird photo where they made him less Jewish. I don't agree. I don't think we ever came to agreement on that. I think that it looked to me like there were a couple photos taken, and in one of these, the camera was either a bit higher or a bit lower, and the perspective on the face is a little bit different. But I think everybody was saying that this looked like an AI modified picture to shorten his nose. But that wasn't my takeaway from it. But
you are not going to interfere with ICE protests, okay? Especially when they're getting death threats up like 5,000%, okay? Yes, you went in to stir up trouble. You're mentally ill. That's why you can't be at your job or with your friends anymore. Your family doesn't give a shit about you, or else you wouldn't be at an ICE protest because you're not a productive citizen. And other than that, when I see it, I'm like, it's justified. Guess what? If I thought someone was going to harm me or my life, I would choose me over them.
So to clarify, your claim is, I have no clue what the legal standard is that justifies an LEO to shoot and kill an American, but I think Alex Preddy was mentally ill, therefore I think it's okay, right?
No, I'm asking you, that's not what I do. What's the legal justification of it? Go ahead and please educate me and tell me, but I think it was justified, yes.
Well, don't worry, I'm watching the clock. I am going to tell you what that legal standard is eventually, but before I do, I just am trying to...
Isn't it this one? No, I don't think she's referring to this. Although this was an issue where people were trying to upscale a photo. I can't scroll on this dog shit fucking website. But she's referring to, there was one in an outfit. It looked to me like there's two different photos, but the camera is slightly positioned differently in one, or his face is a little bit tilted up or down in the other. And people are saying that they photoshopped his nose to make it smaller so that it looks like he's not as Jewish. It was this one, yeah. But I don't think we ever got any more background on where any of these pictures came from. And then I also got mega triggered because I've done lots of photo shoots before, and I think everybody in chat was like, if you're doing a photo shoot, why would they take more than one picture of you in the same position? And it's like, every photo shoot, they'll take like 30 pictures of you. So depending on the professional, depending on what it is, they take a ton of pictures. They'll ask you which ones you like. And then usually I don't know if you would call it shooting raw out of the lens and the camera. For video, it's like raw or whatever, B-raw. Raw on your mom's puss. But for a photographer, they'll shoot a format that is a little bit desaturated in colors because it has more information. And then when you pick the photo that you like, they'll take that picture, they'll color grade it, and then they'll send that picture back to you. I don't know 100% if that's what happened here, but it's possible. But I don't think we ever got any more information about where these pictures came from. So the narrative that everybody ran with was that that they tried to Photoshop a picture to make them less Jewish, I guess, because they made the nose smaller. I don't know.
To determine why you think it's okay a man's life was ended. So I asked you why you think it's justified, then you went on a 3-minute rant about how he's mentally ill and was at that protest when he...
Can you check my dono chat from General Decision 67? Oh! This sound website. Is this the game we just played? We just did this. What, dude?
Hello there. How was your trip?
It was good. I did it somehow.
IRI's the goat, isn't he?
I don't know. I kind of think he's fucking annoying. I think he looks like a fucking twerp. I hate his voice.
Now you're spitting.
He's a TikToker. Loser. He's too tall. Freakishly tall.
Wait, how tall is he?
At least 5'11".
Oh, way too tall.
No, it was good.
Good.
I've done these trips to like New York or DC before because it's a 3-hour flight both ways. But to go to LA, do an event, and then fly back all on the same day was kind of a lot. But I did it. I survived. So. But that's my last. I think that's my last one this month. We're grinding the streams.
Whoa!
Maybe, unless Judge Torres comes out, emerges from his slumber.
He's gonna have more rulings after the weekend. He just needs his weekend to.
True, actually. What?
Oh, did you watch? Oh God, what is it called?
I don't know, Mootin. You tell me.
What's his name?
Your mom.
Jewish Seinfeld guy, not Jerry, but like
Larry
the
David.
political commentator.
Oh.
No, the political commentator guy.
Norm Finkelstein.
He looks like Seinfeld. No.
Your mom.
Tim Miller.
Oh,
Did you see his most recent thing on Hasan?
No, I literally just started streaming 30 minutes ago, Mootin.
Oh, well, I didn't know.
I'll watch
I'm
it
curious
after.
of your take on it. Yeah.
I'll watch it after this. I already can guess though what my take will be.
You shouldn't have been
I
there.
think it's a good conversation.
Yeah, well, I talked to him in 3 days, so.
To clarify, you think that his death was justified, his murder was justified, his execution was justified because he was mentally ill, he wasn't perfect like the Democrats say, CNN photoshopped his face, and he was at a nice protest, right?
Why is the American flag upside down on the gun club merch? It was basically perfect otherwise. Oh shit. I think I used AI to do that picture, so I might have just fucked the flag up. Sorry.
I think it was justified because of his actions. That is why. Those are other things on top of it, which led to this point. But yes, in my eyes, it is justified.
Perfect. What actions?
My tier 2 submessage about that. The upside down American flag is supposed to be like a base in distress or some bullshit. That's why it's upside down, you fucking morons.
What actions? When you're going out of your way to go to ICE protests, harass them from doing their job, you're on camera. If you even look like you have he went with a gun, did he not? Did he not have a loaded gun?
Yes, he did have
Jesus
a gun on his
Christ.
holster.
He had a loaded gun. He had a loaded gun, Moten. Loaded gun.
I mean, he did. Yeah, he did. I guess.
But you should know
Second
that in
Amendment people, by
accordance
the
with
way.
What the hell was the opposing counsel's motion? Eliminate. Don't argue this stuff because we don't like the argument. Yeah. What's the quote? Objection, Your Honor. This testimony is brutal to my client's case or something. Yeah, I don't know. It's fucking ridiculous. We actually, we don't think the defense should be able to literally make any argument at all. And that's what we're going to go with? Okay.
Second, Fourth, and 14th Amendment, merely being in possession of a firearm does not authorize an LAO to literally shoot and kill you. So once again, I'll ask, what actions did he engage in that justified the shooting? You said he was harassing them. How was he harassing them that justified them literally killing him?
Okay, it's on video. You've seen the video and I've seen the video. That's what happened. You're going out of your way at a protest. He's been at many other protests. All these people are at every protest. They're known to harm people. They're harassing people, probably online talking about killing ICE agents. You're gonna go to a protest with a gun and a cop sees it as you're harassing these ICE officers that are getting threatened every day. Dude, it's not even a Republican thing, a Democrat thing. It is a common sense thing. It is a common sense thing. I would never, CCWs, I understand.
Point.
I would never bring a gun to any Trump rally, anti-Trump. That is just not, it's just not a smart thing to do. That's why you end up dead.
Okay, condemn Kyle Rittenhouse.
Kyle Rittenhouse? I don't.
We're talking about him?
What?
Oh my God, come on.
Condemn
Who's
him?
that?
Okay, I condemn him. There, I don't know.
He brought an AR-15 to a protest.
Yeah, that's insane. I think that's insane. I'm not supporting Kyle Rittenhouse. I think that's nuts.
So you think that the cops would have been justified in shooting Kyle dead?
Maybe. I don't know. If the actions were different, maybe. I think if you're going to go with an AR-15 and you get shot by a cop, I don't think it's that weird whether you're Kyle Rittenhouse or whatever his name was.
Why just a maybe? I mean, this is your defense for Alex Preddy, so why is it was totally justified if it was Alex Preddy, but it's maybe justified if it was Kyle Rittenhouse? Basically, what I'd suggest you say in order to stand by your principle is, and I quote, Kyle Rittenhouse should have been shot and killed.
Ooh.
Well, I'm not going to say he should have. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe he was in a better situation, but also he probably wasn't threatening to kill ICE agents and cops. He was probably more supportive on their side. And also, did he kill people, right?
I'm sorry, when was Alex Preddy threatening to shoot and kill cops? Did I miss that part of the video? What? Hello?
You wouldn't get it.
Right?
Okay, so you also just made another suggestion there, that Alex Preddy threatened to shoot and kill a cop. That's not true. What's your evidence for that?
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying I don't know Kyle Rittenhouse situation. It was a big story. I don't care. I don't know what happened. Don't think he's a bad kid. Glad he's not dead. I don't think he should be out shooting people. I know it was self-defense. If it's self-defense, great. That guy, is he defending himself from the situation he put him in? Like, here's the thing. At the end of the day, that situation he's in is 100% avoidable. You can go into all the aspects of it. I don't care that happened to him. I think it was very stupid to be there. There's a reason it doesn't happen to me, because I wouldn't put myself in that situation, and neither would you either. It's a very stupid situation to be in. It's really not that complicated. Avoid dumb situations.
Wait, Emily, this doesn't make any sense, because earlier you said the world is literally better without Alex Preddy because he brought a gun to a protest. Now you're saying that you don't think that Kyle Rittenhouse is a quote-unquote bad kid, regardless of the fact that he brought a gun to a protest. So what it seems like is that bringing a gun to a protest is not the relevant factor here that leads you to the conclusion that Alex Preddy was terrible and we're better off without him, and Kyle Rittenhouse is not a bad kid, but rather political affiliation. And this is another point why I think that Donald Trump's mass deportation is so anti-American, because it's led Americans like you to think that the murder of your American brothers and sisters roaming free in the streets of this country is somehow justified simply because they disagree with you. And going back to ICE, why is it that you tell us you think every quote-unquote illegal should be deported because they broke a law and committed a federal misdemeanor, completely victimless, by the way, but then when an ICE agent literally murders somebody, you don't care and you disregard it, then you come up with some quasi-justification for it when you self-admittedly do not know the legal standard that would make that shooting justified. Even going back to that legal standard, which I'll share with you now, you cannot kill somebody for merely being in possession of a firearm as an LEO, because as I previously suggested, the 2nd, 4th, and 14th Amendment, as well as previous SCOTUS case law like Connor v. Graham, which ruled that there has to be an objective reasonableness to an imminent threat upon the life of anybody within the immediate vicinity of somebody that LEOs are going to shoot and kill, and merely being in possession of a firearm isn't one. Even the NRA says this. 2 days after Alex Preddy got murdered, a U.S. attorney from California posted on Twitter that this is totally justified because, well, Alex Preddy brought a gun. The NRA responded by saying that that rhetoric is dangerous and wrong. So in other words, the NRA, who you likely have a membership for, says that your rhetoric is dangerous and wrong when you suggest that he could be shot and killed for merely being in possession of a firearm.
Wow.
I don't have a membership to the NRA. Thank you, though.
That's what you took from it.
No, I think situation and context matters, and that's the whole point of this. It's not a left versus right thing. Is if you are someone who is no longer working at your job, your family's worried about you, you're clearly brainwashed by the media, you're mentally ill, you're violent, you're going out there and harassing ICE agents, and you're getting these situations to be much worse than they already are, and you also have a gun with you, and you're at the point where you are like physically wrestling with ICE agents and you get shot. That is 100% an avoidable situation. You put yourself there, and I guess, yeah, some people will be like, it's sad, it shouldn't have happened. Okay, well, it did, so there's nothing we can do about it. But yeah, I think it's justified. I'm sorry.
I mean, the first 90% of what you said was baseless conjecture and reasonless rambling. Okay, you just threw buzzwords out there. Meant mentally ill. His family didn't like him, quit his job. None of those things amount to an imminent threat upon the life of an LEO to justify them to shoot and kill you. Now, the reason why I only said 90 instead of 100 was the last thing that you said is he was wrestling with cops. Well, when I watched the video, what I saw was him positioning himself in between an officer and a woman. When that officer began to push that woman, he caught her. And then the officer maced him, put him to the ground. Next thing, he was being pistol whipped in the head by 1 while being dogpiled by 7. But at no point did I see a singular action in which would amount to justification for an officer-involved shooting, because even if he was obstructing, mere obstruction does not tell an LEO they could kill you. And even if he was resisting, mere resisting, or even resisting while being in possession of a loaded firearm, also doesn't amount to justification for an LEO to kill you. But I'd say from my perspective that he didn't do either of those two things, and the reason why we saw him wrestle to the ground wasn't because of his own doing, but rather because of the lawless actions of these masked ICE thugs.
Thugs. The people literally here to protect us from illegal aliens raping and killing children are the thugs.
Raping and killing them.
ICE agents are white supremacist Nazis, and then they're like gay Mexicans literally asking liberals if they can please go do their job because there is a child rapist. Those things are not irrelevant. They do matter. If you are at the point where politics has made you so mentally ill that you are clearly a danger to yourself and others, probably like him and the other woman, as her whatever lesbian wife is telling her to go run over ICE agents.
Yeah, that happened? Jesus Christ.
Then, yeah, that actually does matter. Mental health matters in these situations because a mentally healthy person would not be in that situation. They would know the danger. They would know that's not a smart thing to do. They probably would be at home with their family or at their job. And I'm like, those things do matter. A normal person does not put themselves in that situation. They did not just run up to them and shoot them. Obviously, we've both seen the videos. We clearly have different takes on the videos and takeaways from it. But in general, I'm like, that's what happens when you put yourself in very stupid, avoidable situations. And it's very sad. Happens all the time.
If anybody's mentally ill because of politics here, it's you. You're telling us that a man who lost his life was not a victim of murder, the officer was justified and we're better off without him, not on the basis of any legitimate claim in conjunction to the legality of the situation. You admitted to not knowing what justifies an LEO to shoot and kill somebody, but because of baseless conjecture. Like, Emily, we're doing it again. You're just sitting here telling me, oh, he could have avoided the situation. Oh, liberal. Oh, ICE protests. Oh, they're like, none of that matters. Like, you have to be able to demonstrate an objectively reasonable threat that Alex Preddy was engaging in to make those officers legitimately fear that if they didn't shoot him, he would have killed them first, okay? Saying that he could have avoided the situation by staying home, it does not amount to an objectively reasonable threat upon the lives of the LEOs. That's just more victim-blaming rhetoric, like the other rhetoric we hear from a lot of people on the right, like telling a woman maybe she shouldn't have gone to that bar because at that bar, she was date raped by a man. Jesus. Once again, going back to that whole mentally ill because of politics thing, quite ironic that you're the one.
Wait, do you go to a bar to get date raped by a random that's not... I feel like we're throwing a lot of terms together there, but okay, whatever. You know what? We'll give it to him.
Let him cook.
Oh, okay.
If it was a Republican in the same position, I would have said the same thing. Like the same thing at January 6th. No one gave a shit that Ashley Babbitt got shot. They were probably happy she got shot the way liberals love to celebrate the deaths of all Republicans. It was the same exact thing. No one gave a shit when they shot her, an unarmed woman. But Democrats were perfect. She shouldn't have been there. She was breaking the law. And that's what you're telling me. I'm mentally ill because I don't give a shit because he was a loser and his life didn't really have much meaning, and it just doesn't matter to me.
This one is crazy.
I'm sorry, that's
Hello?
not the cute, politically correct take, but that is a common sense take, okay? Sorry, he's not a productive citizen. He's not curing cancer. He's not going to be the next Elon Musk. I don't care. I don't have to care about people I don't know. But this whole
wasn't this guy literally like a fucking VA nurse or whatever? Or did...
Alex Preddy? Yeah.
Okay. And actually, I shouldn't even say that. It doesn't even matter. Even if he worked retail or whatever, like, it's not like this guy was just like AFK leeching off the whatever. I don't know. Whatever.
Of like, oh, you're making it political. No, if my Republican friend was in that situation and brought a gun and was wrestling agents and got shot, I'd be like, you are a idiot.
You have a little time left, so I just got to ask you a quick question. So just to clarify, you think that a nurse at a veterans hospital who helped save the lives of those that were willing to lose their lives for us in war, protecting our Constitution, our inalienable natural-born rights, is a f***ing loser doing nothing productive for society, right?
Yeah, just because you're a nurse does not mean you're a productive member of society, because that would mean that I trust Okay.
Yeah, couldn't have said it better myself. I think that you just took the mask off, and unfortunately I can't tell you why because the red light just went off.
This is like rage bait.
I kind of forgot how crazy your beliefs are, Emily.
They're literally, it's just what everyone who has common sense thinks, but they don't have the balls to say out loud. Because you have to do the politically correct bullshit of acting like we care. My first face-off claim is Democrats are the biggest threat to children in this country.
So clearly the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to ask you for your argument insofar as why you think Democrats are the biggest threat to children in this country. But I want you to keep in mind the hurdles that you have to overcome, most predominantly the fact that the GOP, not the Democrats, are championing an adjudicated rapist as president, somebody who's also boasted about the sexual exploitation of women and girls by barging into their dressing rooms and looking at their naked bodies, on top of the cover-up we see downstream of Donald Trump's administration and the federal government of the co-conspirators, predators, and child rapists inside of the Epstein files. So once again, why do you think Democrats are the biggest threat to children in this country?
Okay, first of all, the whole rapist claim is so insane to me. How many people have been sued for calling him a rapist? That's not true. He's not a rapist, or else he would have been charged, and I assume he would have been in jail for that. So throwing that out is not a good way to go about it. You know better than that. I'm sure you understand laws a lot better than I do. That's not my strong field. Not a convicted rapist, okay? I would not support him if he was a convicted rapist, nor would other Republicans. The comments of locker room boy talk, I don't care. I don't care what people are saying behind closed doors. I think that's a very normal way to speak for a man. Okay, so my issues would be the border, okay? When we're talking about protecting children. A wide open border is not how I would protect children whatsoever. Okay, 450,000 missing children under the Biden's open borders. That's a lot. We can agree that's a lot. That's unbelievable numbers. Trump so far, his administration has located 145,000 of those missing children. Why were those children missing? How did they go missing?
It doesn't mean they're actually
missing. Why was no one
missing.
looking for them? I think that's a big deal. I don't like blaming in necessarily administrations. I'm just glad the kids are back. I'm sure we can agree with that, right? We're continuing to look for them. So obviously with the open border, you have child trafficking, you have organ harvesting, okay? That's what's happening at these borders. Kids are going with, addresses on their wrists, and they're going to be pretty much sold and raped for the rest of their lives until they inevitably probably kill themselves from being that traumatized. So I would say closing the border, which Trump has done pretty well, is the number one way to protect kids, okay? We have to keep those bad people out, we have to keep the kids in, we have to find the kids. And that is the hub of child trafficking. It's hard for Democrats to debate this. I'm like, well, you have abortion, which is killing a lot of kids every year. Not exactly a strong, Republicans are not really the pro-abortion party. You have transgenderism, which is ruining children, and they're also dying from it and killing themselves at record numbers. Democrats are not defending children. 2025, the House passed the Preventing Violence Act, Women by Illegal Aliens Act. So this is pretty much just crimes against children, sex offense, blah, blah, blah. Every single no came from Democrats. I just don't understand. I want to understand, why would you vote no for that? It's protecting children. It's just, this shouldn't even be a left versus right thing, which drives me nuts.
The reason Democrats voted no against that bill is because there's already pre-existing law on the book to allow our government to deport somebody on the basis of an accusation, or more so a conviction, of a violent sex crime. So clearly the reason why Democrats voted no is not to give flowers to Nancy Mace that she doesn't deserve, alongside the fact that it's incredibly hypocritical for, as I started this debate with suggesting, to say that you care about violent sex crimes when you made a violent sex criminal president.
Okay, I mean, what would your opinion be on the Lake and Riley Act, which was obviously very talked about?
If I was president, I'd veto it. I think that it's terrible for women and girls abroad because it allows for the deportation of an undocumented immigrant on the basis of an accusation of a violent crime, which then means they'll be deported with no guilty verdict to another country where they will be able to roam free and recommit. At the bare minimum, we should be finding them guilty first, so they'll either land in a jail cell in another country or get thrown in prison here.
Okay, that's good. Yeah. But I'm like, okay, so then are you going through a trial first and keeping them in the country until we know that they're guilty? Or are we just allowing them to go and then we're assuming they're guilty? Like, how does that work? Because I know Democrats are very like, got to go by the book. No one's above the law. So like how would that work? What would you prefer? What is wrong with it that would make the bill better, I guess?
Why is she framing that as a negative thing?
I just told you what's wrong with the Lake and Riley Act is that it deports people on the basis of an accusation.
Isn't it good
or allows for the deportation
that nobody's
of
above the law?
Of an accusation of a violent sex crime, and they roam free in another country where they could recommit. That's the problem. What we should be doing is we should be keeping them in jail here, in custody here, finding them guilty here, and then deporting them to a jail cell abroad, or like I already said, putting them in a jail cell here.
Libs, man.
Okay, so obviously you would support them going back to where they came from and serving their jail time where they came from, not here in America.
The only thing that I care about is a reliable criminal justice system where I know they won't be able to roam free on the streets of any country in the face of planet Earth. If their home country has one of those, send them back and put them in a jail cell there.
What if the home country doesn't have that? Do we keep them here?
Yes.
So we keep them here even though they're violent? We keep them in jail? We keep them away from children? Or do we just let them roam free?
We would probably put somebody found guilty of a violent sex crime in jail.
Really?
Well, we tend not to. That's my issue. We have, you know, I cover it on my show.
Republicans
What,
running
4
around,
times
huh?
a week, there's usually a black male with a rap sheet of 45 pages that's committed, you know, he's attacked women, he's assaulted women, he's attempted to rape women, potentially child porn in the past, and then we see he goes and like lights a woman on fire because these DAs that are always Democrats under people like George Soros tend to just let them go over and over and over. And I'm like, would you agree we need to keep them in prison? I don't think you should have 45 strikes. I just don't think that works.
That quote-unquote black male that's been found guilty of rape that's roaming free in the streets is actually a billionaire white man named Donald Trump serving as our president. 2 years ago, a civil court held him liable for the rape of Eugene Carroll, and you still voted for him. You're a hypocrite.
Okay. The Eugene Carroll, first, okay, so he's guilty, so he's a rapist. Why is he not in jail?
Because I'll help you with knowledge here about the criminal justice system inside of America. Civil courts determine financial responsibility, not criminal responsibility. So when he was found guilty, he wasn't put in a jail cell. He was only forced to pay her $87 million. And before you ask, the reason why he couldn't or wasn't found guilty inside of a criminal court of law is because of the statute of limitations on the crime had expired, meaning even if Eugene Carroll had a video of it happening to her, she was not able to pursue criminal charges. Therefore, a claim of liability in a civil court of law was the best option she had available.
$87 million for saying something happened to you with relatively no proof as one of the most attacked men on the planet. I mean, that is probably, I would say, I'm sure you're, you know, protect women, care about women, feminism. I would say she's the epitome of what makes these cases complete jokes and why people don't believe women about a lot of things they say, including rape, sexual assault. She's a crazy woman who lives in the, first of all, $87 million is unbelievable. That's actually unbelievable for something that you literally can't prove. And I'm just like, so it happened that long ago. You happen to be a crazy liberal feminist. You live in the woods. You do all this crazy art, whatever bullshit she's doing. And then all of a sudden when someone's president and has power and every 3-letter agency and all these people attempted assassinations, all of a sudden now you're traumatized from something that happened that long ago. Trump was born into money, successful, has been around beautiful women his whole life. Why? There's no world where I believe he would even touch that woman, nevertheless rape her.
Well, I mean, there's a lot that you said there. So first and foremost, you said, wow, she was able to sue him and find him guilty of rape with no proof. I don't believe that you've done research into the case. What is one piece of evidence that the jury used to hold Donald Trump liable for raping her?
Okay, so she's in the fitting room at the store. She claims that all this has happened. It's like, that's just not even realistic. None of this has happened. How come she didn't come by 30, 20 plus years ago? Are there tapes of this? Are there evidence? You also have everyone around who's willing to lie for her. You have a justice system who completely wants to put this guy in jail because they can't attempt to assassinate him. There's not women who are actually raped by predators on the street who have real results can go and get a rape kit. They don't get $87 million. Like, it's just one of those things, regardless if it was Biden or Trump, you look at it, of course she's a liar. There's no reason she deserved $1 for that. There is not substantial proof. Does she have a rape kit? Is there semen in her? Is there any of this? No, she just sued Donald Trump and he had to pay her money. And it's like, no one's getting raped and getting $87 million. It's crazy. When you step back and you take Trump out of it, if it was anyone else, you'd be like, that's nuts. But because it's Trump, no one can just look through it with like logical glasses on. It's just like, oh yeah, he's a rapist.
Yeah, you just wasted a minute of your time because I asked you what's one piece of evidence that the jury used to find him guilty, and you sure talked a lot, but you didn't name a piece of evidence, so I'll help you. There was a lot of evidence that the jury used in order to hold Donald Trump guilty for the rape of Eugene Carroll. Most predominantly, you had her own testimony alongside the testimony of 7 of her friends. You had therapist notes from the 90s indicating that she was raped by Donald Trump.
Okay, hold on. In the past, 5 years, Has there ever been like this Democrat versus Republican, but like it's inverse, where there's a Republican that's talking about something and the Democrat just doesn't know any of the facts about anything at all having to do with it? Like, has this ever been reversed? Like, it's just kind of crazy that these conservatives because they're consuming this slop 24/7, all their crazy, stupid, whatever conservative media, but they don't know anything about any of the shit that they feel so strongly about. It's so crazy to me.
Address it, she submitted to the court, claiming it had Trump's DNA in it from the day that he raped her. And in response, they tested it, found male DNA, asked Trump for his DNA, and he said no, 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 until the discovery period was over. That's something a guilty man would do. Then on top of that, you had the inconsistencies and lies within his own testimony. To start with those, he first claimed that he never met E. Jean Carroll. She responded to the court by submitting a picture of the two together. That's a lie. He also claimed that he never do that to her because she isn't his type, but then under deposition actually confused a picture of his ex-wife, Marla Maples, to be E. Jean Carroll. So how crazy does she sound now? Honestly, that just kind of sounds like victim blaming. And on top of that, I'd say the silver bullet is his character priors. 2005 Access Hollywood tapes, what did he say? He said that he could just grab any woman by their female member. He doesn't even need to ask.
Their female member? I just need to turn the soy down like 5%.
First. That's exactly what the jury found him guilty for doing. Grabbing E. Jean Carroll by her female member without asking first, then inserting his fingers inside. And what about another civil bullet here? In 2005, he also sat down with Howard Stern and straight up told Howard Stern that he had sexually exploited naked women and naked girls by barging into their dressing rooms at Miss Teen USA and Miss USA, and then would look at their naked bodies. That's something a rapist would do, so I don't understand why you are toeing the line, doing everything you can to defend that rapist.
I'm not defending him. I don't believe the evidence. I think it's completely insane. I don't believe her. She's out of her mind. I don't believe anyone who is trying to...
She's out of her fucking mind. I don't believe her. That could be an opinion you can have, but not with no evidence. How could you have that opinion without knowing fucking anything about the case?
To take down the president on that level would be honest with something that happened that long ago.
I have limited time here. Your time is up. You can't speak. In your last breath, you straight up told me that you don't believe her, you don't believe the evidence after not responding to any of the pieces of evidence that I told you. It seems like you were brainwashed into this worldview where you were willing to ignore reality, believe the lies, and discount the testimony of a survivor. And that makes sense because that's what the totality of the GOP is doing right now with the survivors from the Epstein files. Pam Bondi wouldn't even look at them. I'm going to use the rest of my time to play you the clip of Donald Trump admitting to sexual exploitation, and I expect at no point in the future of this debate will you acknowledge it, address it, or talk about it at all, because just like with E. Jean Carroll and the fact that she was raped, you're going to sweep it under the rug too.
She was well, is there fingers in her?
Whoa! Excuse me, it's 000 over here.
Right, those are...
You can't talk. It's my time to talk.
Well, I feel like that's a good clarification if you're going to call someone a rapist.
I mean, you interrupted me there. You said, was it fingers in her or was she raped? That is rape. I would say that the definition of rape would include the penetration of a woman's female member. Which...
Why did he talk like this?
He's a TikToker, right?
Also, you gotta be real careful. The reason why I get kind of irritated about like the ultra soy shit is because sometimes they get so soy they actually kind of say some shit that is not good. So like I think one issue. Ooh, now I'm going to do misinformation. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. It's up to you, chat, to correct me when I'm wrong when I say that, okay? One thing that has been challenging my understanding for a while is that men couldn't be raped by women because in a lot of states, rape had been defined as like the forcible penetration of a person. And so unless a woman literally like pegged a dude or something, like just fucking a guy, like sitting on his dick or whatever, is not considered rape or wasn't for a while. I think a lot of states have updated their statutes since then, but that's the reason I push back on that. What, Dan? What do you want, Dan? Here's Dan the Jew. I hate this motherfucker. When we needed him most, he disappeared. You spent 2 years obsessing over Hasan, and now where are you? Now you're gone.
I'm in the shadows. I'm the Dark Knight. What makes you think that I'm not pulling all the strings?
We know.
How does Bane eat with his mask, Dan?
He takes it off in private. Or he has a feeding tube.
Wouldn't that be really painful?
I don't know. Why is it all of a sudden everyone gives a fuck about Hasan Piker?
I think it just finally reached a critical mass where he's gotten so much like shameless suck-offness from so many publications that people are kind of starting to notice. And then once it like there's like a tipping point where now everybody's chatting about it. Yeah.
Pretty crazy shit.
Pretty crazy. Pretty crazy indeed.
How was your event?
It went okay, but I was too much my hubris, and I thought I could be out in the sun longer than I could. So now I'm sunburned a little bit.
Ooh, too white. That means you survive in the ethno state.
Oh shit! True.
Welcome.
I was on seeing you with IRI though, so I was happy. Yeah, IRI and the David guy.
Funny, yeah.
Were both really good. Did Andrew get to go up? Was he up there at all? I don't remember if he was at first. I had to go to the buy some shit.
I don't think I ever saw Andrew. I saw IRI and the guy with the
David.
fro.
Yeah.
How goes the studio moving? Are you done yet?
I did all that shit overnight. The big ass fucking all the furniture, the TV, that 80-inch or whatever. The dividers that I had to carry on their sides because they were too tall for the ceilings.
So you now 100% that apartment is empty now.
Yep.
Completely empty. But now I guarantee you have not set up your new studio yet. It's just all in a room, ready to be set up.
Well, I don't have a 3-bedroom apartment yet.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
You fool, Dan.
Did Dan go help? No, I was not asked. I would probably help.
Really now?
I'd think about it. Depends on what I was doing. I'm not saying it's 100%, but I'm just saying
100%.
I'd consider it. Yeah.
Wow.
What do you want me to say? It's just
triple S.
Yeah. What's the news for today? Anyone new get fired?
Well, Pam Bondi is gone, which is shocking to me.
That's huge.
I can't. She was
believe
such a good simp.
Yeah, he's just not. I think he's just not happy how she did the Epstein file shit.
The biggest of the big simps. You know that?
Cash is next, and then apparently he might also fire.
Oh yeah, that's the big. I've heard
Gabbard.
Cash. Tulsi's got to go. I'd be surprised if Tulsi stays around. Maybe.
Yeah, she fucked him.
How?
The oversight hearing that she was in. She
basically just like
Trump.
Yeah. She basically just said the White House is behind everything, and intelligence community didn't say fuck all about it.
It's my boss's fault. What do you want me to say?
Interesting. I don't know. It's kind of weird, the whole...
Oh, also, I don't know, we talked about this enough too, but I remember this because I was chatting about this at the U of A event. Tulsi also threw him hugely under the bus with regards to that Fulton County stuff too. You remember?
Oh, yeah. In there, she's literally like, I was there on behest of the president.
That, and she was like, I don't know. He called me that morning and told me that I needed to be there. That morning!
Yeah, that was crazy.
So she wasn't involved in any part of the indictment, of the investigation, of anything else. Like...
Just gotta show up.
Which is crazy.
And then she's like, all right, I did my job. I showed up.
It's,
What a world.
I'm just surprised that she wasn't fired before Bondi.
I don't. Well, Trump doesn't. The thing is, Trump doesn't use his intelligence community. He's got Fox News for that, so he doesn't give as much a fuck about what they do. Unironically, whereas for like his attorney general, like, that's his lawfare department. He needs her to be taking orders from him and doing every fucking thing that his little devious mind can think of. Yeah.
Yeah. In the New York Times article I read, apparently he's been talking about firing her for a while. Like, this has been apparently a long time coming. Which I was surprised to hear. Yeah.
Do you like Steyer, Swalwell, or Porter for governor? Don't know enough about him. Steyer seemed like an okay guy in the primaries. That was a long time ago. What were you saying?
Cash is just kind of a fucking retard. Like, they stumbled through like multiple, like, it's like 3 shootings, and they're like, well, I don't know where the fuck that guy's at. You know, and it's like, damn, bro, he's just bad. So I kind of expect him to go. Pam Bondi, I'm shocked about, because she was
just such
sucker.
Yeah, she
did
absorbed
everything.
so much. She brought the burn book to that hearing, and she was like,
that was awesome.
Trump, I'm gonna do anything I can for my daddy Trump. Yeah, I don't know.
She's talking on not this Tuesday upcoming, but next Tuesday. She's supposed to go to the oversight committee again. And if they don't ask her what the fucking Dow is at, I'm gonna lose it.
Wait, Bondi is?
Yes.
Oh, so when is she supposed to be gone?
I think she's already
I
stepped
thought
down,
because I thought
but
she
I think
already.
she's supposed to be gone at the end of the month.
Yeah, because I think Blanche is now in there as the temporary.
He's the temporary AG or whatever.
I'm telling you, what they need to do right now is these motherfuckers, all these people that Trump has fired, they need state charges against these people wherever they can. Fucking make the rest of the sycophantic dick sucks that are about to encompass this position be like, oh, if I take this position and do crazy shit that, Trump has me do, there's a chance he might just fucking fire me one day, even if I'm the world's biggest dick suck.
Well, I mean, but this has been said.
Yeah.
Yeah, remember, didn't Mark Cuban tweet this out to Elon Musk before all the Doge shit or whatever?
He's gonna use you and then drop you?
Yeah, I think Mark Cuban literally said, he was like, you think this is helping you so much right now, but Trump's gonna fucking ditch you in a little bit, just like it's gonna happen, obviously, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I think that would be right now, hypothetically, I don't know which state would, but let's just say like Minnesota decides to charge Pam Bondi with state crimes, and now she's not in the government anymore in her position. She can't do anything about it. She has to start using her own funds to fight that case. She starts thinking, is there a fucking world where I go to jail? Is there a world where I fucking lose everything? I think that everyone else that looks on and sees the fact that this lady was like the ultra Dick Suck 9000 and she still is going to go to jail, that's fucking crazy. I'm like, no. I think that's the best shit that you can do ever to make sure that whoever
Yeah,
gets into
I
these
understand.
new positions-
Conceptually, I agree. I just really have no idea what it looks like to, like when like the feds and the when the feds and the states disagree on charging people with crimes. Like I don't know what the supremacy looks like for any of that, or like what crimes are even chargeable. It's always like the difficult part.
Has it ever been tested before? Like we're in
No, because you're not
territory,
having. Yeah, you're not. The federal government and the state government's not supposed to be at odds with each other, overcharging federal officers with fucking crime. So yeah.
Yeah, but in the same
Pretty
part,
weird.
I use this example, I think, with Hutch, but like, if there was like a federal worker, a postal guy, right? That's a federal worker, and he just fucking murdered someone when he was on the job. You wouldn't be like, oh, the feds get this case. Sorry, there's nothing I can do. Like, you can charge that guy in your state court, right? Like, maybe the feds be like, no, we want this, but
you
be like, yeah,
can
fuck
do
you.
that, but I'm pretty sure that's because the feds are normally just like understanding of that. Like they'll give that to the state because that's just kind of like the.
Well, I don't.
But if the feds wanted to take it over, right? Like isn't this like a TV show and movie meme like constantly where it's like, oh, the feds are here. Oh no.
But in that case, they all want the case and everyone's fighting over it. Yeah.
Sure.
I think.
Well, but here the feds would want the cases too, so that they could, sandbag them or whatever.
Well, it's like a jurisdiction thing, and I think the question is the jurisdiction. Did these people commit any crimes when they were in the state? If they
but
did,
it's not necessarily a jurisdiction question because they would both have jurisdiction. It's like I think it's a supremacy issue, like who has the right, or maybe it's original jurisdiction or something, but like who has the right to
like the first right of charging or
something
whatever?
like that. Yeah, like I think it's generally it goes from local to higher. I think generally like you give the localist thing the first shot at it, and then it goes up and up.
But
or
then
whatever.
what if the state? Or sorry, what if the feds hey, we're not going to charge them or whatever? Can the state then come in?
I think they can. I don't know though. I just don't know.
It might also.
The thing is, most of this is usually done cooperatively, I believe. So
Yes,
if the federal government is saying like we're gonna fuck your shit, like for Minnesota, right? Like I don't think that Minnesota got a lot of the evidence related to the Renee Good shooting because the feds are like, we're not just giving this to you, and I don't know by what, unless like the State Department sues the DOJ. I don't even know if they can do that. Like
DOJ it's insane.
I think the big thing is that in the past we've always seen that the two of them want to cooperate. So even in the case where a postal officer does shoot someone on the job and the feds want to take the case, the state's not gonna be like, no, this is ours. We want this shit. They're gonna be like, oh, go ahead, you guys fucking take it then. Because it's a lot of risk and unknown and all that type of jazz. But I still, with Trump's fucking shit that was happening in New York. Right, that some of that is still ongoing, I believe, and he wasn't able to sidestep it before, correct? Right, like he wasn't able to take some of those state crimes away from New York against himself.
I think those were all separated, I believe.
Well, I think you should fucking try it anyways and let them fucking bitch and moan and have these people shit in their pants, thinking like, how much is the government really gonna fight for me? because.
Well, yeah. I mean, like, the answer is not at all, right? I mean, Trump has already shown over and over and over again that he'll fucking ditch you the microsecond you're an inconvenience to him. It's happened with so many of his friends and former colleagues and everything.
This is why I don't think the president should have pardon powers. It seems really retarded right now that I guarantee the Trump administration has done illegal shit that Pam Bondi knows about. But why would she ever go and work with the Democrats when Trump can just pardon her if she stays like a quote unquote a good ally or whatever?
You're gonna say a good girl.
Yeah, I stopped myself.
Good job.
They'll probably end up doing nothing though. But to me, it's crazy. I don't know how you fucking.
Yeah, everything's pretty crazy.
Like that,
everything's
that
pretty.
know everything. Like she could be like, I'm gonna write the craziest book ever, but she has to probably also be worried like, I might go to jail forever. Also.
We live in wacky times.
Oh, you.
True.
Thank you.
With any part of a man's body, but most definitely his fingers. Here's a clip of Donald Trump admitting to sexual exploitation.
My favorite thing, I think, that came out of that whole Eugene Carroll case was the combination of Trump, I think, saying that, like, I've seen her, she's ugly, like, I don't think I would ever, I wouldn't even be interested in this woman. And then him being given a picture, I think, of her to identify her or something, and he was like, yeah, this is her, but it was like his wife, his ex-wife.
Oh, did he do that? I didn't know that.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
Yikes. Not good. Not a good one to have on the record. This is why it's so important for Trump to stay away, as far away as possible, from answering questions under deposition or in front of Congress. This is why he would never do, like, the Benghazi hearings or any of the shit that Hillary did, or Bill Clinton or anybody else. That motherfucker, when he has to answer questions under oath...
He's just a retard.
Oh, no, it was that. He was given a picture of Eugene Carroll or whatever, and he said, and I think he thought that it was his ex-wife or something. Wait, hold on. Let's watch this. I'll fuck it up.
Owner of the pageant, it's your obligation.
In your June 21 statement that's marked as Exhibit 20, you say, and this is the Litvin tweet, I never met this person in my life.
Yes.
So you're saying that at the time you made the statement that's in DJT 20, you were not aware of ever having met Ms. Carroll. You have since seen a photograph that shows you with Ms. Carroll on a receiving line.
Along with a lot of other people.
You have in front of you a black and white photograph that we've marked as DJT 23. And I'm going to ask you, is this the photo that you were just referring to?
I think so, yes.
And do you recall when you first saw this photo?
At some point during the process, I saw it. That's, I guess, her husband, John Johnson, who was an anchor for ABC. Nice guy, I thought. I mean, I don't know him, but I thought he was pretty good at what he did. I don't even know who the woman. Let's see. I don't know who. It's Marla.
You say Marla's in this photo?
That's Marla. Yeah, that's my wife.
Which woman are you pointing to? No, that's
Here.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, is that,
the person you just pointed to was
I
Eugene
see.
Carroll.
Who is that? Who is this?
And the woman on the right is your then wife,
I don't know.
Ivana?
This was the picture. I assume that's John Johnson. Is that? Because it's very blurry.
Very blurry.
Not good.
And by the early 90s.
Not good.
That's insane.
You forgot your wife as well?
That should be
was not a face
disqualifying.
picture. Tell me you wouldn't mix these two pictures up. Wait.
And let
me see.
Okay, wait. It was some of her
Who is
face.
that?
I glanced it. I thought this was Melina for a second. And the tattoo. Listen, I wasn't paying much attention.
No, that
okay?
doesn't look like Melina.
Shut the fuck
Looks
up.
like SD Peach.
These two people don't look similar at all.
Let me see. Yeah, they do.
Thank you.
Right as Melina, but yeah, I can tell.
Okay, link me that Tim Miller video.
Let me find it.
I Candy is bad for kids. Why was this linked to my chat? Did Dan leave already? Are you fucking serious?
He's gone.
He better have been there. Was he there this morning for all of your stream?
No, of course not. He left at 11:30.
What?
No, he left early. He showed up at 10 on time, thankfully. Actually, he was a minute early. Good. Then he left at 11:30. He's like, I'm fucking out of here. Hey, chat, Tim Miller video. Hasan segment.
Oh,
Let's
wait, somebody said they hadn't seen the Hasan Western Wall thing. Hold on.
The Western Wall?
News story. Sarah Huckabee Sanders visits the Western Wall.
Literally, this is the one thing about Judaism that I do not know. Like, I mean, I've learned deep lore on this broadcast about Sukkot, about the citrus, about the stick and the tent. It's just a holy wall. I don't know. Wait, what the fuck? You don't know either?
Wait, am I retarded? Isn't the Western Wall, isn't this a... Shut up. I like how he's like, isn't this, when he knows the answers, that he can pretend he's just like guessing at it? You probably Googled the answer.
Either? How do you...
Hold on. Retard.
It's just a holy wall. I don't know. Wait, what the fuck? You don't know either? How do you not know? You're Jewish. Why do Christians go there and like cry and stuff? I'm gonna be real. It's not much. It's the outside wall of the second temple.
Like, this is literally the most important thing that in the entirety of all Israel-Palestine. Like, I don't understand how... Because remember, he doesn't just say that he's followed it closely since October 7th. He makes fun of me for that. He says he studied Israel-Palestine for over a decade or whatever. That's just so... I wish it's like saying you're a Christian and not knowing who Jesus is. That's just like impossible. That's just literally an impossible thing. Like, how could you not know that? Shut up. What?
This is the Temple Mount, mega holy, great place to pray.
How has he been doing commentary on Israel-Palestine for so long and he doesn't know about the Western Wall?
It's like one of the most popular... Shut up! Because... Okay.
Let him cook.
Jesus.
I linked it in chat.
Okay, hold on, I'll watch that in a sec. We got a couple memes to work through. Wait!
Could have had a much bigger strategic reserve effect, except for the fact that right before the midterm election, Joe Biden, he's the one who had the biggest release of the strategic reserve, and there was no support.
Why do you shave your beard cheeks so low? You look so much better with more beard. Your mom really likes giving me a kiss on the cheek, and when my hair is too high, she said it fucks with her. My hair grows higher on this side by quite a bit than it does on this side, so if I only shave it down a little, I think it looks a little uneven, so I have to go a little bit lower. Like your mom does when she's...
Supply disruption at the time, he was just trying to offset all those terrible energy policies and get gas prices down ahead of the election.
Okay, but that was then, but this is now, and what's now is West Texas crude. Which is what we produce here in the U.S. We're a net exporter of oil. On February 20th.
What's your test level? Lower than anyone had ever thought possible. My guess right now, if I were to go test, it's probably like 275.
There was $67 a barrel. And now we're at 100.
Why don't I have a 6.7 soundboard thing?
February 27th, it was $67 a barrel. And now we're at 111 for...
Bro. I was about to kill motherfuckers when I was trying to monitor my stream and everything, and I was trying to open my chat, and these fucking AOL sounds kept popping out of my computer. I was losing my fucking mind. The internet was barely working. Andrew was sitting next to me. I'm like, oh my God, I was going crazy. Holy shit, I was getting triggered as fuck. I was about to fire.
Did that.
I went into Just Works. I was about to terminate Jader and my whole web team for this fucking retarded fuck April 2nd. April Fool's show.
2nd, by the way.
Oh my God, I was losing my mind. Whew.
West Texas crude. I think the question there is, what can our economy tolerate? How high can it go?
Well, you can see that right now our economy has so much momentum that it's humming along. Don't forget that our economy is much different than the 1970s economy, where we didn't really produce the oil. I think the energy dominance strategy of President Trump has been a real godsend right now at this time. But again, these higher prices are a temporary phenomenon, and it's going to end very soon. President Trump just gave an amazing address about that. The bottom line is that the energy prices are going down as this quiets down, and you don't have to believe me. Just look at the futures markets, which trade future contracts on these things, and they're way back headed towards normal by the fall and certainly into the summer.
Okay, I watch the gas signs every time I'm on the road. Last question here. I got to be quick on this.
Be cautious about that for sure. It's very disappointing, I know, for people right now, but it's a temporary phenomenon.
And a lot of people are going to be out traveling this weekend too. They're going to take notice that also.
Jesus.
Short term, but he's on Twitter literally talking about if they're in it longer, they can do the Strait of Hormuz problem.
Shrimple eyes. Clavicular volunteers to be choked out live on stream and start seizure maxing on the floor. What's retarded?
He should unironically get banned for this.
Just make sure it's to the sides of the neck. Ready? Yep.
Wait, maybe lift up your arms so we know when you're gone.
Oh yeah. Lift up your arms. Lift up
Hold your arm up.
Oh, he's tapping. He's tapping.
What? Who is this guy? I don't think anybody. I don't think it's good ever to choke anybody out, even like a demo or whatever. But like, if you want to do dumb shit like this, like, who is this guy? Like a trained fighter person at all, or like, why the fuck would you apply a hold like this? And just like, how long has he got him here for? Sorry, hold on. This is so fucking retarded.
Just make sure it's to the sides of the neck. Ready? Yep.
Wait, maybe lift up your arms so we know when you're gone.
Oh yeah. Lift up your arms. Lift up
Hold your arm up.
Oh, he's tapping. He's tapping. Don't do it. Do it.
Let me know. Yeah, I think he's gone.
Let me know. Who?
That's
It's
10
been 11 seconds. What the fuck?
He's gone? I think he's gone. He's gone. He's gone.
Would you like this is like 3 times longer than you would need to make somebody pass out. Why would you hold this for so long? Like, who is this fucking retard? What, does he just abuse his fucking girlfriends like this? Like, what like, why? What did he do? Holy shit.
You're good. You're good. Let him choke. 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 Turn him over. You're good. You're good. You're good. He's okay. I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. I'm here.
He's good. He's good.
Okay. I'm here. I'm here. Turn to the side. Turn to the side. Turn to the side. I'm here. I'm here. I'm here, bro. I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. All right, man. I'm here.
He's good. He's good.
I don't know, bro. Like, Clavicular shouldn't have done it, but that other guy was fucking retarded. Holy shit.
Way too long.
Buy this for the next IRL stream. An Iraqi youth is offering an Iranian Shahed drone for sale via a TikTok live stream for only $100. Saying, for $100, you can make an investment worth $3 million. Okay, dude. If I do another one of the UFA events, which I imagine I'll go back to doing once my trial is over, I think Starlink is unfortunately the answer. Oh, Jesus Christ! Assuming from everything I've seen from Starlink, especially in like main areas, but even outside like main areas, like in fucking Hawaii or Cuba or whatever else, it seems pretty based. But inside, well, I mean, Hasan was streaming in Cuba at 7 megabits per second.
It was perfect.
And I'm pretty sure the average upstream in Cuba is like 500 kilobits per second or whatever. It's pretty shit. Can you not get a streamer backpack? Fuck all that shit. Getting 12 different fucking bonded SIM devices and fuck all that. Those things are AIDS as fuck. They might. Well, I shouldn't say that. They might be easier to work now, but the Starlink thing just seems super ultra like retard proof simple. Like, you put the thing, you set it up, you push a button, and you just have like decent broadband. Well, I don't know if you call it broadband, but like decent internet available to you basically anywhere on the planet.
I am not president of the United States. You want to go to the White House and talk to him? Then go on and do that.
You should call it a march on the White House.
I had Sneeko posting these. All right, one more meme and then the similar one. What is this? Hasan!
At the end of the day, I agree with you. Radicalism of any sort is bad, which is, look, at the end of the day, I agree with you. Radicalism of any sort is bad, which is why this
They killed 40,000 people, man. No, they didn't.
War
No, they fucking didn't. You're a goddamn idiot if you think that, okay? You're a fucking moron. I'm sorry. They did not kill 40,000 people, dumbass. They did kill a shit ton of people in the process of suppressing the protest that took place, which, by the way...
What? Hold on. Oh, no. It sounded so much like when I say the protest took place that, by the way, was just a CIA-backed fucking... But is he about to? I don't know. It sounded like he wanted to say that, but maybe not. Maybe I'm making that up.
That took place, which, by the way, America and Israel openly admit that they played a role in.
Ah, there it news. The Russian talking points. Remember, 2014 Euromaidan in Ukraine. Fucks like this also think that that's like a CIA-backed color revolution or whatever the fuck. Yep. That's the talking point.
But they did not kill 40,000 people in 2 days. Like, you're unbelievably dense. You have convinced yourself. It doesn't even matter. Like, them killing 10 people is still fucked up. Okay? I've never heard a consistent number on this from people that just turn around and say, oh, they killed, 80,000 people. I've heard 80,000, 50,000.
Meanwhile, that one retarded thing published in, what journal? It was a good journal, too. It was like 400,000 Palestinians will be dead from the Israeli invasion. If you, project out to 10 years and include every single person that could die of, disease and old age and everything, I was like, okay. Oh, the Lancet, yeah, Jesus. Oh, it's just a letter, not a published study. Okay, sure.
40,000. It's fucking ridiculous. Shut up.
Fucking
Jesus Christ. How do you not recognize it? It's like, this is propaganda.
Propaganda, guys.
To actually justify American and Israeli intervention. That's what you're leaning into.
True. Come on, guys. Wake up. Sheeple, wake up!
Has anyone ever asked him how many Jews died in the Holocaust?
I don't know. The Jews are a tricky one, man, and it's so fucking annoying. If you were to ask him how many Jews died in the Holocaust, he would immediately say 6 million, maybe more. But the reason why is because the enemies of the Jews in the Holocaust were fascist/white nationalist Nazis. So he could easily give that. But if you were to ask him, were any Jews killed in any of the Middle Eastern countries after 48? No, all of that was Mossad agitprop. All of that was propaganda. All of those were false flags. All of those were not true, right? It just depends on who the enemies are.
Look,
Jews are annoying because you can position them as your enemy or ally depending on what you're talking about. That's why Hasan has all of these weirdo, dick suck, zero IQ, inbred article writers writing things about him, saying things like, oh, Hasan is actually a huge defender of Jews and fights against anti-Semitism all the time. No, he doesn't. Hasan doesn't fight against anti-Semitism. He'll just attack white nationalists because a lot of them tend to be more fascist aligned, and that's the opposition to the left, to the leftists or whatever. Okay. Okay, I'm going to get my prediction for this clip before I watch it. I know you guys are going to accuse me of pre-watching, okay? My guess is going to be that, because I've seen his tweets. My guess is going to be that Tim Miller is going to say, listen, Hasan says a lot of bad stuff, but he probably says a lot of good stuff too. So it behooves us to listen to what he says and to take into account what he says and to not completely discredit and cast him aside, so that we can build a stronger Democratic Party. And I think people are getting a little bit too unhinged on the Hasan haters. It'll be something along these lines. The issue with all of these people, I don't necessarily, and the reason why I said I wouldn't get that mad at him, is because, damn, why don't I get that mad at him? Chill. But the reason why I'm sympathetic towards this perspective is because you guys don't understand. Hasan has done so much whitewashing of his, of everything about him, of his views on things, of his statements on things and everything else, that when it comes to people like Tim Miller, Tim Miller probably thinks that the worst of what Hasan has said has just been some edgy stream comments. There will be a lot of people, and it benefits Hasan when these comparisons are made, to compare Hasan to, actually he wouldn't compare himself to people like me because he would say that I actually am racist or anti-Semitic or whatever. But they'll just say oh, he just said some edgy streamer things, or he's made some edgy statements, unsavory statements. I think, was it Rokana who tweeted that? It was well, of course he's made some unsavory statements because he's a streamer or whatever. But they don't attribute it to actually being ideologically kind of fucked. They're just oh no, he's just an edgy streamer boy. But he does that publicly and talks about his deception tactics. Do they do zero research? Okay, different things carry over in different ways from different platforms. See what I said? Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know. I just dropped a big bomb there. When you guys kept saying, over and over again, oh my God, you're so edgy on Kick or Keep, this is going to destroy your career, blah, blah, blah. Nobody is looking at a stream with 9 screaming people at it and trying to extract something here that's going to bleed over into any kind of, mainstream media. I guess it's not impossible, but it would be very difficult because people just don't engage with a platform like that. When you're talking about Hasan making those crazy statements about trying to de-radicalize people, this was like on a small YouTube podcast that not many people outside of like very online spaces have heard of. That's never going to make it to the mainstream unless somebody makes it. Somebody has to deliberately do the effort to do that. People like Tim Miller are never, ever, ever coming across episodes of the deprogram or whatever. That's what I'm saying.
No, unless it's on literally like CNN.
Somebody else has to bring it up. Yeah.
Which is why Dan could be useful right now.
Exactly.
People who do not know who that is. Bless you. Good for you.
Will you address all this when you talk to Tim? Yeah, obviously there's going to be probably a decent chunk of our combo. Yeah.
You know, it's a big world out there. If you don't care or know about this fight, this intra-Nicene fight in the Democratic Party over Israel and Hasan Piker and etc., Joe, we can just pull me up. We don't need to keep looking at creepy ass Matt Schlepp. I'll pull this back up in a second. People who don't care about Piker, you know, this is the nice thing about streaming. You can go grab a beer, you can turn on This Is Us, you can turn on the basketball game. I'll be done with this in about 8 to 9 minutes. People don't know Hasan. He's a streamer, which I'm aspiring to be. And he's a leftist, very associated with, you know, like the anti-Israel, Palestine cause, the God, you know, arguing passionately, you know, about the Gaza, what he would call the Gaza genocide.
The other issue is that platforms like Reddit are getting overrun by moderation staff that are extremely far left, with Google suggesting Reddit posts and communities as relevant search results means more people are funneled towards these communities that will set the tone and voice for all these users. That is true. But even worse than that, I'm agreeing with you. That is true. Even worse than that is the fact that so many of these moderators collaborate with each other. There was that really big article we read.
Like the power mods?
Yes. There was an article we read a while ago that was kind of about this, but I think people don't necessarily understand how big the impact is of all of that collaboration style between a lot of these moderators in these different areas. It's not good.
He's been very popular kind of in DSA world, online, living the Twitch streamer life. You know, I mean, does he have as many viewers a night as Maddow? No, but he's got a big audience. The audience is a lot of people that maybe Democrats could need. It's a lot of disaffected Democrats. Sometimes one of my complaints with Hasan is that sometimes he focuses his complaints a little too much on the Democrats when given the threat of the other side, but like on balance, you know, he's also spent a lot of time criticizing Republicans. And I think you have this disaffected group of whether they be kind of independents.
The terrorist propaganda to Reddit pipeline. It probably is this, yeah. Yes. Yeah, we read this a long time ago on stream.
They're young people or folks that like think that both parties are bad, particularly when it comes to foreign.
Does anybody ever build luck or anti-luck in this game? I just hate the concept of luck as a stat. I would need more transparency on how it affects like crit chance and everything else. But.
Policy, and they tuned into Hasan, so it's a pretty important kind of demo actually for Democrats to try to recapture. I think Democrats did not do as well as they should have last cycle with voters who really are opposed to foreign wars, because Donald Trump lied to them and said that he was opposed to foreign wars, and they also were, you know, perceived Kamala to be more hawkish than she was. You know, I had Phil Gordon on to, you know, on this very point.
The Deprogram podcast was definitely low key, but he often talks to a stream about infecting and using the Dems for his purposes. Yeah, but I think the issue there is that Americans just don't really have any concept of what a socialist is. We really don't know. One, because Republicans have spent the past 5 decades gaslighting us, or at least 3 decades gaslighting us, thinking that every single fucking Democrat is a fucking socialist, okay? And then so you end up with this issue where Americans just think of politics on this singular left to right axis. And so when they look at people like Hasan, they're like, okay, well, he's just like a little bit to the left of us. They don't perceive the massive difference in foundational like political ideology. It's like, well, these people are fundamentally like anti-liberal people. These guys are not further along the axis. They're fundamentally different. But that's what makes it so hard when people like Tim Miller or other people want to engage with them as like people that can help us recruit into our party. They're not recruiting into our party. They're trying to take the party over and turn it into a completely different party. People like Hasan are never, ever, ever moving people from right to Democrat. maybe there are some disaffected Trump people that he can move to socialist, but he's never taking somebody from MAGA to being a Democrat voter. That's just not, I say never, I mean, I'm sure percentage-wise, I'm sure there's some people, but generally that's just not the direction he's moving him. He's trying to convert Democrats to non-voters or socialists, and then maybe some other people, on the right or the centrist, whatever, to socialists.
Yeah, these people are scary to have in your tent because they're actively trying to like consume you and move people from your side to theirs.
Yeah, and they're not useful idiots like, Soypill wants to make them out to be, because they're not helping you move people along. There is no pipeline that they're moving people along where Hasan's like, well, if I'm like 50, like if Hasan had a MAGA person and he was 50% successful with that person, he hasn't turned that person into a Democrat. He's just turned them into either a disaffected voter or they're still MAGA. Like they're just never converting people along that pathway. Yeah.
That's what I was gonna say, is like he's more likely to turn off moderate Republicans from voting, or they're more likely to turn off moderate Republicans from voting Democrat than they are from like actually getting, I think, leftists to vote Dem.
Maybe, yeah, or even more likely is to turn off Democrats because that's who he spends the majority of his time fighting with. Yeah. Again, there's a reason why I'm bringing this up. I think you really need to focus on what people fight against. The Republicans just don't fight with Hasan. They don't fight with these far left people. Hasan has never been deplatformed in his life. He gets banned from Twitch for 1 day at a time. The only time the Republicans go after him, it's just to like lightheartedly make fun of him, right? You had I never remember this guy's last name, the comedian guy on Fox who was making fun of Hasan for the dog shocking thing, but that was it. He was like making fun of him for it, like that's it. Because these people are so valuable on the right because they know that the biggest threat that the people on the far left represent, the socialists, are just other Democrats. That's who they spend all their time fighting with.
Kamala's national security advisor, like talk through what her form.
It's because he hides his power level on news appearances. No, it's because he never targets the Republicans. That's why they never go after him. Just look at Hasan's relationship with Asmongold. He barely has fuck all to say about this dude that inhabits his platform.
I had Phil Gordon on to, on this very point, Kamala's national security advisor, like talk through what her foreign policy would have actually been. And she definitely wouldn't have had us in this stupid war. I think we know that now. And I think even Hasan would grant that. But, there is a group of sort of left, and she definitely wouldn't have had us in this stupid war. I think we know that now. And I think even Hasan would grant that.
Would Hasan grant that? A lot of socialist types were saying that, I don't know if Hasan said this in particular, though, or I don't know if it was particularly said this, but a lot of socialist types were saying, I think Kyle Retard Linsky was saying this, that Trump is outflanking the Democrats on the left when it comes to Iran because of that one statement Kamala said, I think, where she was like, we're going to have a lethal military or something. And so everybody's like, oh my God, she's going to take us to war with Iran.
But, there is a group of sort of leftist agitator types that very unhappy with the Democratic Party.
This was what Hasan's stream looked like leading up to the election. Wait, what is this?
Pardon, Trump.
I don't believe in fake news.
No, I don't.
All I need is the truth because we love our country.
We love it just like you.
Okay, I mean, like, I don't...
This could just be a meme.
Yeah, obviously. Right, like...
Thank you for the 100!
What? Yeah.
Give this song!
Fucking Cubans. Cuban Americans. God damn. Okay.
He's an avatar, a front man, kind of for that wing of the party. Okay. So... he becomes a flashpoint because this group called the Third Way, which represents kind of the centrist wing of the party, criticized Abdul al-Sayed, and who's running for Senate in Michigan against Haley Stevens and Mallory McMorrow. They criticized Abdul for campaigning with Piker. They said the Democrats should shun him. They listed a bunch of offensive and crazy shit Piker has said over the years, and he streams like 1 million hours a day and is a leftist, right? So
like this is what I mean, is that like this this is like a really good rebranding, and people don't realize, or I don't know if people realize it or not, that's, well, no, you guys should, because I get mad when people downplay Trump shit all the time. Oh, he's a wacky streamer, and he says wacky streamer things, and he streams a lot, right? No, this is not an issue of him just not controlling his mouth sometimes saying wacky things. It's that he has a genuinely abhorrent ideology, and he's like very, very, very consistent on that ideology. But
he has some extreme and outlandish views that if you kind of cherry pick the worst ones, and I kind of went through that list. One of the ones that people come to that I saw Piker walk back recently in an interview with Philip DeFranco was like calling Orthodox Jews inbred. I think that was one of the ones that they point to when they speak to like the fact that he's an anti-Semite. But some of the other ones are, a lot of attacks on Israel and I think some tanky-ish views about China and Russia. So,
like, he said a lot more than just that about Jewish people.
but really, the critique is about Israel and the fact that he is anti-Semitic. This is a critique coming from the third way. So they said the Democrats should shun it. Put out a big press release about this. No campaigning, no nothing with Hasan Piker. It was interesting. The Grand Platinum in Maine actually canceled an event with Piker after that. So it wasn't as if there was not some effect to this pressure. After that, there's this like blog called the Jewish Insider that you would think
number
right
one
now,
enemy.
Given all the things happening in Israel, whether that be in Lebanon or Iran and elsewhere. I mean, they are our partner in this really stupid war, and Bibi was a big influence on us being involved in this war. You'd think that an organization called Jewish Insider would be like focusing on the inside story of that. They're not doing that. They're posting, as far as I can tell, a lot about Hasan Piker and his past comments on his live stream. So Jewish Insider then sends a questionnaire to John Ossoff, the senator from Georgia, saying, hey, will you rebuke Hasan on this list of things that he's said that were bad? And John Ossoff didn't reply. And then Jewish Insider wrote an article about why John Ossoff didn't reply. And it's like, why were they emailing John Ossoff in the first place? Well, it's because Hasan Piker said he likes John Ossoff, who's maybe a sleeper for him for 2028.
Which is really annoying because, I just started the wrong thing. Because I distinctly remember Hasan shitting on Ossoff and I think
During the
Warnock.
thing?
Yeah, when we were doing the run-ups, because they viewed them as moderate Dems, I think because they didn't support single-payer healthcare or something like that. I remember making fun of Hasan when Warnock was trying to find people to play Among Us with, and then Hasan was like, whoa, dude, Among Us, I'll play, hit me up.
It's like, so John Ossoff, the senator for Georgia, has to account for the opinions of every person that says that they like him? I don't think 2028. It's like, so John Ossoff, the senator for Georgia, has to account for the opinions of every person that says that they like him? I don't think that's a meaningful standard that we should be holding politicians to. So anyway, I posted that I thought that the John Ossoff campaign and anybody else running in 2028, if they're sent a questionnaire by some interest group that has a blog asking about their thoughts on Hasan Piker, they should tell them to eat shit. That is my main thought. I don't think this is very useful internal fight for a Democratic politician to be getting into.
Yeah, like I just don't think Tim Miller knows the extent of the insane shit that Hasan says all the time, which is, oh god, it's so fucking annoying.
Should be focusing their fight on Donald Trump. So I want to go deeper on that and like what I think people should do with regards to Piker in a second. I will say this, just before I go off on the third way and Jewish Insider and all these other candidates that are trying to make Piker the flashpoint. I've met Hasan. We're on a panel together. As a matter of fact, we can pull up this photo. Here, all of the people that hate Hasan always tweet me this photo and say that I'm like a pal with a terrorist or something because I happen to be standing next to him on this panel. This is a cropped photo. There are other people next to us. If someone points a camera at me, I smile, even if I am not bimbofied. So Hasan and I are on this panel. It's a Crooked Media panel. We got invited. John Lovett was moderator, my friend John Lovett. And it was kind of a spicy panel, actually. And it was just funny that if people like share this as like it means that we're all buddies. The panel got most attention. I think The Atlantic wrote a whole article about how it was the spiciest panel at CrookedCon. Simone Sanders was there. I was arguing with Simone. I was arguing with Hasan. Jess Charloff was arguing with Hasan.
This is true.
Why don't we just play one little clip of me arguing with Hasan so you just can get a sense of the conversation. That's true for Qatar too. Does Qatar have a right to exist only if everybody has equal rights for all religions? Is that true for Qatar?
I don't.
Or just Israel?
No, I don't care. I mean, yeah, okay.
Is that
No
true for
nation state has
Saudi?
a right to exist, including Qatar. Like, I don't know why you're bringing up Qatar, like as though I'm going to be like, oh my God, Qatar. Like,
No,
they pay me so much
I
money.
just say I don't know why that's the only country that doesn't have a right to exist
Because
unless they
it's
give
an
equal rights for
ethno-state.
everybody.
Well, because it's an ethno-state,
So are
Tim.
all of those countries in that region are an ethno state.
They are. Some explicitly so in their constitutions. Yeah.
So, question here.
Qattar's an
Ethno-state, I had to think about this morning. Just because you're an ethno-state, that doesn't necessarily mean that is like a quote-unquote bad thing. Would you agree with that? Because I think this is like an actual interesting argument that you can have.
Kind of. So there's a couple things to keep in mind. So one is Americans have, actually the entire world uses things like nation, ethnicity, race, like everybody uses these words differently. Like I think between Canadians, between Canada and America, I think we use race and ethnicity exactly the opposite. I remember talking about this a while ago, and apparently Canadians use these words exactly the opposite as we use them in America. And then even in America, we just don't really define much of this stuff that well. But part of the reason for that is because in America, so many people kind of like take for granted the fact that we have so many people who are so diverse that there's not much of like an external threat by another group of people to the American identity, right? So because of that, we can say that like we shouldn't have any kind of ethnic protection or any kind of national protection or anything like that. It's just like a thing we just like take.
That's an American thing, I feel
yeah,
like.
we just But in other parts of the world, like people do have a concept of like what is the ethnic identity of their nation, but also oftentimes it's not under threat. Like in Pakistan or whatever, you don't have like 100 million Indians that are trying to immigrate to that country or something like that. So for Israel, you're in a unique spot where you do have an ethnic group that you kind of want to protect, but you're also surrounded by people that would represent like a threat to the ethnic, I guess, like composition of your country. So they're one of the few countries that are in a position where they kind of have to be more cognizant of this issue. But then a lot of people from the West will come in and kind of impose their views ethnically, racially, whatever else onto them and say, well, this is wrong for this reason. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I was like talking to Chad this morning. We were talking about like, I guess, off of this conversation, and I was just thinking like, well, is it wrong that Poland is currently like an ethno state? I don't.
Well,
think
I don't
that
know.
That's wrong,
I don't know
but-
if Poland enforces some kind of like Polish ethnic majority.
Well, so I guess then we get into, is that what an ethno state means?
Generally, fuck. Did somebody post this or chat, or did you email me, or did you DM me today? Hold on. Somebody sent me like an explicit list of these things, actually. Oh, when did I get this message? I'm trying to remember. I'm not going to be able to find it. But it was a list of a whole bunch of countries. But like, because I remember we were looking through for some of the Middle Eastern countries, they actually explicitly have in their like charters or constitutions, they actually explicitly have these things written out that like we will be a Muslim Arab protected state. But it just doesn't come up much because there's not going to be like 50 million people that are going to be immigrating to these countries. You know, like it's just not a thing that comes up.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I just thought this might like these are interesting conversations you can have, and I feel like so often we just come and ask retarded questions like, well, what would you do about a third party? It's like, okay, well, I mean, yeah, I don't vote third party. I don't know.
Sure, yeah, or you get people like the Soypill who are like, oh my god, ethno-state means ethno-supremacist. Like that means you want to either kill or expel everybody else, or you think that your ethnicity is better than the other ethnicities or something, which is not necessary.
Yeah, because I feel like when Hasan uses the word ethno-state, I feel like there's a lot behind it.
Oh
that
yeah,
he's trying
he's
to say,
trying
but he's
to
not
appeal
trying
to the
say. Yeah.
American sensibility of like ethno-state means ethno-supremacist means bad. That's what he's trying to appeal to.
Yeah, but that's not what it should mean, like off the cuff or whatever.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, like worldwide, sure. But if somebody in the U.S. says it, then yes, that is almost always what they mean, which is why it's kind of challenging
if
for
Nick
us.
Fuentes is saying like we need an ethno state in America.
Yes, exactly.
Well,
Yeah,
I think that is because he's a supremacist and believes that white people are just genuinely better. Yeah,
basically. Yeah.
So I guess like I don't know. It's kind of annoying that you have to like, because we're online, we talk to like an international audience, etc. You have to be careful, I guess, of
kind of
who you're talking to. Yeah.
Ethno state, Iran's an ethno state, Jordan's an ethno state, Saudi's an ethno state. So I'm okay with criticizing Israel. I'm just saying
So you're okay? So you're okay with all of these other countries being ethno states then, and you're not just using that as a deflective mechanism to move the attention away from.
Oh wait, is it this? Pro ethno-state legal statutes. Tunisia is a free, independent, sovereign state. Its religion is Islam, its language Arabic, and its system is Republican. Pro ethno state. Oh, they're considering it an ethno state because it calls out a specific religion and language. I also don't know where these. I'd be really careful about reading lists like this. Hopefully, whoever put this together.
Would any theocracy then be an ethno state?
I don't know. Possibly. The problem, like, I've seen a lot of different people talk about ethnicity and nation. Like, I just see these words talked about differently quite a bit. I don't know if there's like a super agreed upon definition for these things. Destiny, you can play a state religion with an ethno state a lot. I've never done that in my entire life. You're probably a very white person who hears Arab, and then you think I said Muslim because you're fucking retarded. But I don't know if a lot of EU countries are explicitly Christian nations. Yeah, I don't know if that's true or not. That might be. There might be some people who would consider religion as part of an. I don't know actually. I'm in murky waters here. It's difficult because so many people like talk about like ethnicities and a nation of people, everything in different ways. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
To say. Destiny, what is your response going to be when... But Destiny, you're edgy. You've said really edgy things. It said in response to you making the case for Hasan being super radical and bad news to associate with. I don't think Hasan is bad news to associate with. That's not my argument for Hasan. My argument for Hasan is that Hasan is a toxic ideology that is corrosive to the Democratic Party because he's fundamentally an illiberal person. I would have far fewer problems with Hasan if he was just outwardly like a socialist who just was part of like a socialist party in the United States. It's the fact that he masquerades as a Democrat trying to act as a cancer inside the party. That's my main issue with Hasan. I don't give a fuck about edgy people. I've never cared about edgy people ever. My issue is the ideology, not that he's edgy. He's not even really that edgy. He's like safe edgy.
I would not consider Hasan edgy.
Yeah.
So like the heart of my criticism there, as you can see, is just that like I have a lot of criticisms with Israel right now. We can get to that. Very many. They grow every day, as a matter of fact. But I can understand people who, particularly Jews, who like get their back up and say it feels anti-Semitic if like you only attack Israel because they're an ethno state and that people don't have equal rights in the country.
I mean, they more or less they do. When people say that like people don't have equal rights in Israel, the only legitimate formation of that is if you're including Gaza and the West Bank there. Although I would argue that's a little bit more complicated than just saying they don't have equal rights in Israel. But Arabs and Jews and ethnicities that live in Israel proper will all have more or less equal rights. Now, some people try to fight against this and basically make the argument, well, there's racism, therefore it's an apartheid state. That's fucking retarded.
True, everyone should have equal rights in Israel. That's a legit criticism of Israel. But it's like if you are only going on Israel, it's like, well, every country in that region is an ethno state where people don't have equal rights. Like you can't be a gay Christian or in any of those countries or atheist, you know what I mean? Like you can't go into Saudi Arabia and expect to have equal rights, if you're whatever, Jewish or Buddhist or gay, right? Like, so that is true of a lot of countries. It's a fair criticism of Israel. I think that there is a belief sometimes from folks, from Jewish folks, I think are sensitive, rightly, to anti-Semitism, like that Israel gets...
I feel like Tim is taking on the weakest version of this argument here. The annoying thing is that there truly are Jews who do this they cry anti-Semitism at fucking everything. Like these Jews do exist, so they're also annoying to work with. But like the issue is Hasan literally uses fucking like Israel has become a slur, or like Israeli, like wow, very Israeli of you. Like that people use
Israeli.
Yeah,
Zionist,
and it's a lot more than just like criticism of Israel. Like it's literally just... It's gotten really unhinged, yeah.
Singled out because there's an anti-Semitic subtext. So that was what we were kind of addressing. My substantive critiques with Hasan, which I shared with him on that stage and off, we talked for a long time in the green room, is simping for China. I
agree. A huge issue is the entire mainstream criticism of Hasan is just people arguing Israel-Palestine. Yeah, it's annoying too, yeah. Which is why it's annoying that like Jews are the ones that have taken up this anti-Hasan fight. Although, I mean, I understand why they would do it, obviously. But what are you going to do?
Stage and off, we talked for a long time in the green room, is simping for China. I just don't, like, China is a repressive authoritarian state. That's what we're fighting here. And I think at times he's much too favorable to China for my taste.
This position is just so hedged. at times he is too favorable towards China. Like, he is a China simp. Hasan is obsessively in love with China and literally went to the country to do a propaganda tour for them. That is not like, the language is just so soft.
Brought home a little red book.
Yeah, that's given to him by a Chinese propagandist, like, tour guide, you know? I agree that anti-Semitism is growing at an alarming rate, but most boomers don't see it because most of it is arguably on the internet. How would you show the anti-Semitism to them? I don't know. Listen.
Just let the boomers die, guys.
Also, I don't care. The anti-Semitism isn't what bothers me now. Okay, listen. Israel fucked that shit up. You guys are all fucked now. That's on you. That's on you, Jews, to figure out. I just don't like that Hasan is corrosive to the Democratic Party. Okay.
I think that, you know, at times there's some playing footsie with the anti-Semites in ways that I don't really love. Like some of the arguments, again, I can understand why they would make people uncomfortable. For example, he just tweeted earlier this week criticizing the state senator running for Congress in California, Scott Wiener, and he kind of listed the Wiener's offenses, and one of them was after October 7th, he visited Israel. And I asked Hasan, I was like, why is that a problem? Who cares? Like, that feels like anti-Semitism to me. Like, he visited Israel. Hasan's point of view is that Israel's kind of like South Africa and we should be boycotting it. Okay, I don't know. I mean,
can you really just let him have that?
Yeah, I know. But there's also hard too, because if you don't do a lot of Israel-Palestine, there's a lot of like dog whistles and things that a lot of people. Wait, I don't actually know. Dude, I have no Judar. I just realized this. Is Tim Miller Jewish?
Someone in chat said he isn't.
Okay, somebody said no. Okay. Yeah, Hasan says a lot of like anti-Semitic coded shit too, but he just uses Israeli or Zionist a lot. So like the whole, like, anytime you hear somebody say, we've talked about this a lot, like go back to Brooklyn or go back to wherever, right? This is like the idea is that Jews did, like the ones that are there now are all just European transplants and they don't belong there, you know? Like Hasan has so many dog whistles like this that he's constantly machine gunning out. But if you're not like aware of it, it just kind of all floats past you. And
a lot of countries that are really bad. And if we're just focusing on that one, I understand why some people have concerns about that. But I also have a ton of Israel criticisms with Israel, by the way. And Israel continues every day to validate the arguments of their critics. And so that kind of complicates things as well. The most important disagreement I have with Hasan is that I'm not sure fundamentally that he's a small L liberal.
True.
We jokingly said when I went on to the... what was it called? The Jubilee show, Surrounded. And they called me a liberal millennial. And people were like, Tim, are you a liberal now? And I'm like, yeah, I'm a liberal, like a small L liberal. I believe in liberal values, right? I believe in pluralism. I believe that we need to respect everybody. Everyone in this country has the right to the religion they want, the speech they want. We have to live peaceably with people who have views that we think are gross. Like, that's part of being in a liberal society, sort of being in a liberal democracy. The Bulwark is here to defend liberal democracy. I think there's a huge threat to liberal democracy right now from the MAGA right. That is the main threat that the country faces. It's a bunch of authoritarian shitheads on the right that are trying to end this great experiment of liberal democracy that we have in this country. And I spend all of my days fighting that. I think that there's some, if you take a peek at the left, I think that there's some illiberal stuff being said on the left. And I think that the China thing's just one example, but there are many where there's some folks on the left that want kind of a strong leader of their own.
But again, I think for a lot of these guys, they just haven't seen, they don't understand the extent to which Hasan says some crazy shit, right?
So yeah, I mean, nobody in chat, etc., should be like fucking hating on this guy, etc. I just think that he doesn't know and he's not super informed on it.
Impute that on Hasan exactly, but some of his arguments would lead me to believe that he's not exactly an enthusiastic defender of liberal democracy, let's just say. So if we ever get to a point where there's a Hasan style candidate running for president and then there's more of like a more traditional liberal candidate running in a Democratic primary, I will be for more of the traditional liberal candidate, right? Obviously, and we can fight that out. But like my main thing about this Hasan discourse is like none of that's happening right now. None of that's happening right now. The only reason we're talking about Hasan is because other members ostensibly of the anti-Trump coalition have tried to turn him into a litmus test and say that people can't be seen with him. Candidates can't be seen with him. And like I find that to be insane for a number of reasons. Number one, I think the timing on that is awful. Okay? All of our energy right now, if you're for liberal democracy, if you're against Trump, if you think what's going on in this country is bad right now, all of our energy should be laser focused on undermining this regime. and bringing in more people who are potentially opponents of the regime and adding them to our numbers, right? There is strength in numbers, whether that be at the No Kings protests, whether that be at the midterms this coming year, whether that be in 2028. Like, we need as many people as possible to brush back this threat that I believe seriously is an existential threat to the country. That's me, okay? And so right now in this moment, when Donald Trump is taking the entire world headlong into an energy crisis, where he's like engaging in a lawless war that he gave a nonsense speech about last night, that it was basically incomprehensible. We don't even know what the objective is. Like, when they are killing people in the streets of Minneapolis, like, this is not the moment to fuck.
If he asked right now, what is a single piece of evidence that you would use to convince him of the crazy shit Hasan says, it feels like normies wouldn't agree Hasan is anti-Semitic at all, and you would have to use a leftist standard through dog whistling in order to get there. Well, the thing is that, but like, the dog whistles are like real. But the thing is that, like, I just don't know how much Tim Miller knows about Israel-Palestine. It's one of those things where the problem is that, like, progressives kind of poisoned the term dog whistle by turning everything into a dog whistle, where like Destiny, isn't he a neo-Nazi? And it's like, why is that? Well, because doesn't he say all the time that he was born in 88? And it's like, that's when I was born in 1988. Yeah, but 88, bro? 88? Really? It's like that. This was like the level of where it was literally, you know, like 5 years of Inspector Gadget going through every picture of a person, and it's like, I see the okay side, Nazi, 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 Nazi. And it's like, okay, can we fucking chill, right? But there's a difference between that and like real kind of dog whistles. Like Christ is King is an obvious, like, you're saying this because you're trying to trigger Jews and shit on X, or you're trying to say fuck Jews, right? Like, that's like a real dog. Like, people say it intentionally, they know what it means, everybody kind of knows what it means, and you kind of wink, wink, nudge, nudge each other about it. For a lot of the stuff, like Jews need to go back to Brooklyn, or the inbred stuff about Jews, like, a lot of this is kind of dog whistling. But if you don't know as much about Israel-Palestine, you don't really understand the things. I wouldn't even talk about anti-Semitism. I don't care them. It's just, listen, like I said, Jews, they fuck their shit up. That's all on them at this point. Yeah, I don't fuck them. I would talk more about the Democratic Party invasion stuff. I think Monk linked me this. Like,
you're describing the reason why so many people simultaneously consider me to be a Democratic Party mouthpiece or a suck dem or whatever the fuck, but also a threat to America as well, because I do, just like you said, I do advocate for social democratic reforms, and I do think that in order to develop any kind of mechanism of pushback, a robust labor force that has any kind of, you know, speaking power, any kind of fighting power to strike at the heart of the imperial core where value is generated, I think that in the short term, in order to combat against that, you have to advocate for a much lighter form of propaganda. Despite, you know, I perfectly understand that social democracies benefit tremendously from American imperialism, Western imperialism, and would not exist in the way that they do without such atrocities committed, right? But, you know, if you want America in the way that I feel about it, and if you want America to get out of the way for places with more revolutionary potential to do what they would normally do, I think that, you know, one thing you have to do is advocate for a lighter form while simultaneously still doing agitated propaganda that goes beyond, you know.
Right. Yeah. This isn't even the best clip from this thing too, because there's another one where before this or right after, they're talking about how like Hasan might seem kind of moderate, but he's serving an important purpose in like the radicalization pipeline to move people into our movement. Like they're just explicitly saying it on the show. Like they walk down the entire propaganda thing that they're trying to do. It's just
fucking nitpick some streamer who also opposes this. It's just not. All right. When they are killing people in the streets of Minneapolis, like, this is not the moment to fucking nitpick some streamer who also opposes this. It's just not.
Like, the problem isn't that he opposes it, or it's not like, okay, well, at least he opposes it. It's that he said over and over again that he doesn't think that it would have fundamentally been that different whether you were talking about Kamala or Trump. Like, these people are not our allies. They're not going to help us.
All right. And on top of that, it's particularly not the moment to nitpick a streamer that reaches an audience of people that the Democrats are struggling with and that right now is a particularly ripe moment to add them. People that are opposed to this war, people that are upset about Israel's prosecution of the war in Gaza, people that are upset about Israel's influence on our involvement in this war in Iran, people that are upset at the mostly Republican, let's be honest, but somewhat bipartisan, like military industrial complex that has gotten us into war after war. Like, there are a lot of people out there that are against that. I'm about to play you some videos of some of them who were for Trump, who are, and some of those are right-wing people, but some of those are far-left people who got hoodwinked. We can be honest. They got hoodwinked by Jill Stein and by a bunch of far-left streamers and a bunch of people that convinced them that Kamala
But the
was
far-left
gonna
streamer was Hasan, no?
get us into a war when really Trump was. We all saw that clearly. We can pat ourselves in the back. But right now, in this moment, when we're in this war, when people are feeling economic pain, this needs to be the moment to say, come on in to everybody, particularly people that are ranging from skeptical to hostile of this war and of actions in the Middle East. This needs a moment for that. And Hasan talks to some of those people. So to pick this moment, a month into the war, to pick this fight, is crazy. It's fucking crazy. And if you are a centrist, and I have some sympathies to that, obviously, if you're a moderate, and you want to pick a fight with the left wing of the Democratic Party, let me tell you, there's a lot of potential options there. I mean, Lovett and I were talking about this week, about the mismanagement of California. They're trying to build a monorail there. They're not even breaking ground till 2041. We could go down the list. There are a bunch of things where the American people don't like the Democrats right now. And if you want to fight with the left of the party from the center, again, I wouldn't think would be the moment to do that. But if you wanted to try to, move the party to the center on something, on an issue.
Never mind. I'm not talking to Tim. I'm not talking to him. I'm sorry. I never should have brought this up. Holy shit. I'm not talking to him. Please stop spamming chat 50 million questions of when am I talking? Am I talking? Please stop. I'm just kidding. This never happened. There are no talks coming up ever. I'm not talking to anybody else ever again. Jesus Christ.
A bunch of them out there that the public would be on your side of. To pick Israel and Hasan Piker right now as the issue to fight about, to advance the interests of the center of the party, all you're doing is undermining the credibility of the center of the party, right? All you're doing, 90% of the Democrats voters are against this war. And the popularity of this war and of Israel and of Middle Eastern conflicts is going down by the minute within the Democratic coalition. And so for you to be like, now we as the centrist establishment serious types want to exile a far leftist from here because he has some impure thoughts about Israel. It's like, all you're doing is making it more powerful. All you're doing is making people think you're a bigger idiot. To pick right now to have this fight. And it is truly, it's like madness. Like, the entire country is moving the other direction. We can just be honest. It's moving Hasan's direction on the question of Israel. And you're like, we're going to pick a fight with him on that? Right now? When Bibi and Trump are careening the world economy, they got us in this war they don't know how to get out of? They're doing war crimes, bombing schools, girls' schools. What are you doing? What are you doing? I don't get it. We did this already 5 years ago, where a bunch of liberals were like, you can't go on Joe Rogan. He had some bad opinions.
There's also this weird thing where people never differentiate. Hasan plays this game a lot too, strategically, where people never differentiate between going on somebody's platform in an incredibly friendly, non-combative way versus having, talking to somebody, but making sure that you're understanding that this is going to be a combative interaction. You're critically challenging them. You have different opinions, the comparison here between nobody has a problem, or I would imagine nobody would have a problem with somebody going on to Hasan's stream or whatever else if they wanted to challenge him on the things that he said to kind of fight for his audience and ideology and all that. That's not the issue. But you're talking about going on, treating him like he's an ally of the Democratic Party and he's here to help us all work together to beat Trump. That's the issue. The conflating of these types of, should we share a platform with them? Well, didn't you want him to go on Joe Rogan? Yeah, but not to go on Joe Rogan to be buddy-buddy with them the entire time and pretend that
no one would be mad at fucking Theo Vaughn for having
Trump on if it was a challenging conversation.
Yes, literally, yes. They just want you to be able to push back.
Yeah.
You can't do this shit again. Okay? You can't do this shit again. This is stupid. If you personally don't like Hasan Piker, that's fine. Me and Hasan disagree on a bunch of stuff. We're going to argue about a bunch of stuff over the next coming years. The rest of our life, as long as we're streaming, we'll be arguing about various things, and that's fine. People can agree with me sometimes, him sometimes. Maybe some people agree with me all the time, him all the time. That's fine. But like, what is the utility of trying to shun him and his audience right now? If you're in the pro-democracy coalition, it's moronic. So, you know, some of the people that are involved in that, I talked to some of the guys from the Third Way, and they're like, we're opposed to the war. They've posted about that. They've tweeted that clearly. Like I said, that there is some evidence that, you know, Plattner and others have distanced themselves from Piker, and so it's not as if there hasn't been some effect to it. But I just think in the like short, medium term, like the trajectory of this, like this is just really, really dumb. Really, really dumb for me. And I explain this here on our Reddit page. We can pull back up the links. I'm about to show the clips on our Reddit page. If you're not on our Reddit page, get on it. Here's this guy. Or maybe it's a woman. I guess I don't know. Does they say their name? Their Reddit handle is Witty. And they say that they started following Hasan back when they were in high school. And then after college, they became a full...
Hi, wait, is he going to read this whole post, or do I need to read it?
He kind of... I don't think he reads the entire word for word, but I don't remember.
Hi, I first found Hasan from the Young Turks back in the day when I was in high school and college. I stopped watching TYT because I don't like jank. After college for me, I became a full-on Hasanabi head, and that is how I remain today. Hasan is my guy, but he is a complete outsider, and I need the news. After October 7th, I couldn't just sit and watch the atrocities that were being committed in my name. That brought me to the Majority Report, a more news-style show. But after a few months, I went back to also listening to Hasan. From then till Trump 2, my diet stayed consistent, but in the wake of Trump 2 and then No Kings 1, my algorithm started showing me more independent news. First Breaking Points and then Bulwark. A few weeks in, and I found out Tim Miller is a former Republican. Then he has on Sager from BP, and he voted for Trump in 2024. Yesterday, I finally signed up for the Bulwark, and I thought they were center-left, not center-right. All this to say, when Tim Miller is confused by someone coming up to him, saying him and Hasan are his favorite podcasters, that resonates with me. It's not about left, right, center. It's about whether you care about humanity and checks and balances, a competent government change. Any other Hasanabi heads that started listening to the Bulwark accidentally?
Full Hasanabi, Hasan, back when they were in high school.
Witty 19. I wonder what this guy normally posts or talks about. What? I'm going to continue backing him that we need a radical change this moment, and as long as he keeps highlighting American exceptionalism, fighting for economic justice in America, and the end of Sharia law at home and abroad, I am not going to believe he is secretly a China first guy. Hasan highlights American exceptionalism? How? He is great on how state violence works. Prisons, U.S. sanctions, our Islamophobia problem. We give a maximalist definition of anti-Semitism, as we should, but then people can just say the most horrific things about Islam. NATO. How does NATO fit in with these things? What? Okay. He left the Young Turks. He worked for his uncle's company briefly. Didn't he work for the Young Turks for like 5 years? Hasan doesn't peddle in conspiracies to his audience. There's always real reporting for the information he provides, and he is a positive voice for change in a world where the answer seems to be fear and polarization.
Stay strong, Steve. What country is this person from?
I have no idea. Okay, what does he post besides this thread? Damn, he's posting a lot in that thread. Holy shit. It's like 100 posts.
Oh, and Destiny, hold on.
What?
He talks about you.
Oh.
Oh, and Destiny fans.
Wait, hold on. I say this with all due respect. Fuck Hasan, fuck tankies, and anyone else that told people they shouldn't be voting for Kamala Harris over Donald Trump, or that they won't vote for Newsom over Trump and Vance, especially after American citizens were murdered by the Gestapo in Minnesota and we were over the run. LOL, I voted for Kamala. We are allowed to disagree. But yeah, Newsom is just a Barack 2.0. In my opinion, if we want to save America, we need radical change in the moment. Just look at him squirm on trans issues and Palestinians. If we want to root out hypocrisy, we have to root it out. Imagine using Barack Obama as a disfavorable comparison. Holy shit. Also, yeah, we gotta have strong issues on trans issues and Palestinians. Hell yeah.
I'm sure the Democratic voters care about those.
Republicans want us to. Oh, and Destiny fans are interesting. They can try and slam me, but it'll just come out 3 years later when they're being investigated that they were setting bad faith arguments. Okay.
The fuck does that mean?
Good for you for posting this, but I am worried about the army of hate you may be about to receive. Unfortunately, this sub has quite a few obsessed humans or bots posting at all times, and sometimes deranged factless mode against anything remotely lefty, and hating on Hasan Piker is a biggie for them. There is a mix of Destiny children, third way, dated cons, and some likely organized campaign to simply use any post to say that the left should be expelled from the coalition, without quite defining the left too. Ignore the mentions if you can, if they become Shiite. Like nothing, what is happening? He's going to get mean comments on a Reddit thread? These guys are acting like they're going to find this guy and swat him. Jesus. Or murder him. Oh, 6-7. What the fuck? Is it all just sports? Red flag.
Huge red flag.
This guy's whole Reddit history is just talking about fucking football. And then his post about Hasan. Okay. Whatever.
Cool. And then after college, they became a full Hasanabi head. And he remains that today. But then Trump 2 started. He wanted to diversify their content. And the algorithm started serving him some other anti-Trump stuff. And they fell upon the Bulwark. And now this person's a big Bulwark fan too. And like, that is great. And that guy, I don't know. This person that wrote this probably disagrees with me on various things. But like, that's okay. Maybe I'll make some good points some days and influence them. Maybe some days Hasan will make some good points and influence. That's the point. That's what we're doing. This is Bulwark to Hasan pipeline, Hasan Piker to Bulwark pipeline. This is what we want people doing.
Like, this is not happening. I am so sorry, but there is no world where Hasan's audience is favorably engaging with the Bulwark. I'm pretty sure they might even be more likely to favorably engage with me at points. Like, there's just no shot that this is happening.
Well, I think what's going to happen is they're going to hear something that they don't like, and then they're going to become Bulwark fucking anti-fans and go back to their echo chamber.
Well, I guess, or even... yeah, I don't know. I don't even know how much these guys would even... what they would even align on.
This is what we want young people doing. Maybe some of you right now watching me didn't know about Hasan before this rant, and you'll go the other way. That's okay. That that continuum from Hasan to us is what we want. That's a broad continuum. That's broader than Kamala's continuum. Really. What I worry about with Hasan is people going the Hasan to Candace pipeline. That's what I worry about. Okay? Because they maybe go to Hasan because they're upset about what's happening with Israel, and then they see some right-wing, real anti-Semites, like Hasan or Nick Fuentes or Tucker, and they're like, oh, I like...
Did he just say Hasan or Nick Fuentes or Tucker? Did he accidentally throw him in there? Was that a mistake?
Because they're upset about what's happening with Israel, and then they see some right-wing, real anti-Semites, like Hasan or Nick Fuentes or Tucker, and they're like, oh, I like that point, and then we lose people down the radicalization pipeline. That's what we don't want. Okay? So we don't want to scare those people out by saying, oh, you're not going to be welcome. We're going to say burn the witch if you want to come to our party. And so instead they start, mainlining Candace. So there's my rant. I want to go on to some other stuff. Obviously, I had a lot to say about that. We'll look at some of your comments, and then we'll pull up some of the other things I want to talk about. Here's Riago. Anybody who says that association with Hasan is grounds to not vote for the Dem nominee is unserious, has warped priorities, and doesn't understand the young voters Dems need. I concur. Do any of you people...
So my take on the Big Ten here is I think it's fine to have these people in the tent, but they just need to not have a voice until they prove they'll vote like Dem no matter who and fight for them to win. So if their preferred candidate doesn't win, they need to still continue with the same fervor that they had before, or else they shouldn't be allowed in the tent, and they should shut the fuck up, and they shouldn't be serious. You shouldn't listen to them.
Yeah. Wait. These are that's not this guy, right? These are just different people, right?
Those are different people.
Okay. Having a schizo moment. You're sure, right?
Go back. Yes.
Without glasses, without facial hair? Are you sure?
Yes, that is. Oh, wait, okay, hold on. Wait, hold on. Now zoom in, because the nose is now it's zoom into the other guy, the other image. Or just make it bigger. Yeah, that works.
Hello, computer?
Is that GG? Is it over?
No, right? Are they? No. Are they?
I can't see it. Hold on, I have to open your stream.
What do you mean you can't see it?
Are you showing both of them? Because I can't see it. I can just see the picture that you're showing.
Oh no, you have to look on
now.
stream.
When I open your stream, I can. No. Different, but that's fucking, the nose is near the same. Yeah, no, that's different.
Okay.
Well, this...
We'll take it for now.
So what do you feel about the Big Ten kind of thing? What are your full feelings here about, specifically, I guess, Hasan and being allowed in?
Okay, this is my theory. 2 minutes of Hasan talking about you. Oh. The reason why I feel, I'm vibing this out, I don't know if there would be any way to validate this with polling data or anything else, but the reason why I feel like Democrats have such low approval ratings, even though Republicans' approval ratings are so low too, is because Democrats don't spend any time trying to build up like a version of the things that they believe in. And instead, they're just constantly either trying to define themselves as the opposition to Trump, kind of, or something I think that's happening recently is just doing this weird call for like big tent, big tent, big tent, but like doing it incorrectly. Like if we're going to have a big tent party, in my opinion, big tent means that you have a political perspective that can broadly incorporate a lot of different types of voters. That's what big tent would mean. But when people talk about big tent, I feel like the way that they use big tent is that we need to constantly run to people that fucking hate the party and try to bring them back into it. And I feel like when you're constantly in mass apologize mode and mass like acquiescence to more radical elements of your party mode, when you're doing this type of thing over and over and over again, like it wouldn't surprise me that there's no positive feelings about the party because it feels like you're just constantly being cucked by all of your haters. That's why, so like if somebody says big tent, like we should have views that appeal to a broad, amount of people, like I think that's fine, but it can't be that we're just like impossible. It's impossible for us to have, like our own political views that we can talk about and fuck. Hold on. I'm getting killed in this fucking. This guy is gonna fuck me now if I safe scum here. I don't care.
Well, these people need to come to the Dems.
Yeah, but I understand that, but that's not happening. Yeah, what we're doing is it's just
not.
constantly like we have to give this and we've got to give that and we need to give this and we need to give that.
They're constantly inviting them in and then
No,
capitulating.
Yeah, but it's not even inviting. Yeah. It's like giving concession after concession after concession. And like this is a world that, and this is the issue too. Like this is how, and again, I wish there were ways to find numbers on this, so I'm vibing this out. Mm-hmm. But this is how it feels, okay? you have you've got this group of people right here that are voting. You have this group of people right here that are not voting. Oh no, we were over 50%, right?
I think so in the last election.
Yeah. So I would call these like voters. I would call these, I guess, maybe like disaffected voters or whatever. Like people that just aren't voting at the moment, no turnout. And then you've got like these people and like these people.
Maybe
and like the
smaller.
conversation is like, how do we appeal to these people? How do we appeal to these people? How we gotta do this, we gotta do this. Also, these people like have stated outwardly that they want to fucking destroy your party. Like they're hostile towards your party. Like,
Well, and they have nobody in power.
yeah, that's why they're so small. It's like, why do we keep running to this? Like, why not like come down here and be like, hey, we need to turn out our voter base more by having like strong candidates that believe in real things that everybody can kind of get behind and everything else, you know?
Yeah. Yeah,
like
I
this
see
is like my big issue. I hate all of these conversations. These are like dominating our discourse. It's so fucking annoying.
Again, I don't mind if they join Big Tent, but they need to not have a voice until they prove that they're going to vote Dem.
Yeah.
Or liberal.
Are my things all gonna be on autopilot now? I'm going up this way then. Fuck it. Fuck me.
Did. And last one, just to throw him in here because why not? Destiny, because that's our destiny.
That's me.
That is an interesting one. If he were to like fully lean into being like a reactionary figure, I think he could be he would be welcomed, and I think he could have more impact. But because he's so autistically incapable of just doing that, where he won't like take that dive, and instead he's like, I'm a Democrat. I'm a neoliberal centrist Democrat. Deep.
What's up, Anna?
Hello.
Hi.
Guys, can you please? I heard like the conversation yesterday because we were giga bombed for 3 days, like insane number of bombing in the city. So I couldn't do anything except like just sit in my corridor. So I decided to fucking entertain myself by watching this thing you had with Whick,
Oh boy.
Crowd, who is my friend, and
Based.
and other like people. Erudite was there, like, you know, Soypill, and there was like this, which was annoying like to listen to, and I was like, this is more annoying than jet drones, like fuck that shit. But point is that I was like annoyed by Soypill, and I just wanted to ask, like, how an average American understands ethno-state? Because I'm so confused. Like, how do you guys like understand how average American understands it?
Okay, just give me your perspective. It would be impossible to explain this. Our views in the West are just so completely fundamentally different than. If anything, I would say it's a New World thing. It's going to be totally different than everything going on in Europe and the rest of the world.
It's a loaded term in America.
Yeah.
I just don't understand. Like, by his logic, it's just like if you. Basically, what I hear from Americans oftentimes is like it's a type of state, right? Type of governance that has just simply has a fucking hegemonic majority of one ethnic group, and it basically just prioritizes that hegemonous majority of an ethnicity, right? But that would make everyone ethno-state by that logic, then. So like. Poland is a fucking ethno-state, you know, Arab countries are middle ethno-states, like most of European countries are ethno-states, like Asian countries, Japan, like Korea, whatever, right, is ethno-state then. So that would make Israel chill, because everyone else is also fucking ethno-states then. But as far as like, as we typically understand it, that it's a bit more than just having like ethnic majority that you preserve as such. It's also having a dominance of that group. So the group has more rights than the rest of the ethnic groups. So that's kind of like how we see it, right? So it doesn't prioritize just hegemony. It is prioritizing that ethnic group. It typically is represented in the government, where other people are not represented. Sometimes they even have like way more rights, for example, than other ethnic groups have, and such, right? So yeah, so how do you typically like view it in that case? Because as far as I'm concerned, Arabs that are Israeli citizens, I believe they have representation and they also have same rights, as far as I know. Maybe I'm wrong, I don't know.
Yeah, but I mean, they won't agree with that. But yeah, typically ethno-state is a negatively loaded term in the United States. But like, it's the reason it's difficult is because it's negatively loaded in that in the U.S. we don't really have to talk about ethnicity at all, and we don't really have as strong of like an ethnically identifying character as other countries will. So all of it is just like, yeah, it's just loaded and it's just it's just everybody. It's just pointless to even talk about it anyway.
Yeah, I fucking don't understand, honestly. Like, yeah, I was just like, what do you mean though? Like, why? And you brought up a very spicy take, I guess, for most people about like ethnic cleansing, and everyone had like the big eyes when you said like about that ethnic cleansing is like not always bad.
Sure.
Like, I'm just curious, like what the fuck were you like? What is your example of an ethnic cleansing that wouldn't be bad?
I mean, there have been population transfers historically that, like, had they not happened, like, there's a chance that it might have been way worse. You know, if so, like, my understanding is prior to, I really don't know much history prior to, I don't know much history at all, but like, that like when armies came in, like if people were conquered or whatever, that sometimes these like big population transfers would happen from one side to the other. So I know the Turks did it with the Greeks. I know that I think
true,
India and Pakistan did it. You can say that it wasn't good, but do you think it's better now that they're not there, or do you think it would have been better if all the Greek people had stayed in Turkey?
Well, it kind of depends. Like the whole point of genocide against Armenians and Greeks, that ethnic cleansing, but people call it genocide, obviously, was to expel everyone who wasn't. That was actually an ethno state, and ironically, like young
yeah,
Turks,
it was, yeah.
national.
But I'm saying, like,
Yeah,
on the flip side of that, for Turkey, nobody talks about that anymore, right? That's over and it's done with. But for Israel, who didn't expel every single Palestinian, this is a problem that, like, now it's become the number one fucking problem in America, and arguably, depending on how invested in world politics you are, the entire world, because now it's impacting the war in Iran and everything else, right? Not to say that there are no other conflicts, especially.
Yeah, I mean, it's just that the murder and forceful expulsion, and you remove citizenship and all that, like because of the why it was done. So like,
well,
in
yeah.
Turkish,
Also,
they were,
real quick, you got to be careful too, because technically, like ethnic cleansing is the term that we use now for population transfer as well. So ethnic cleansing doesn't necessarily mean murder; it just could mean all population.
That's not really how we use it. Yeah, those are two different things.
Yeah, but it's because everybody mixes and does all of these words together constantly. So technically, people will say ethnic cleansing is just population transfer. When they say ethnic cleansing, they're also trying to bring in the weight of like genocide or mass murder as well. But yeah, that's just kind of.
I see. Yeah.
Yeah.
So all of it is just a fucking mush, apparently.
Yes,
like, it's
literally.
Just all everything is everything, nothing is nothing. I don't know. It's so confusing. And also, like, I was listening to that thing, and it was like such an American moment. Holy shit, the way Soypill talked, it was just so painfully fucking American. And I'm like, I understand that you don't understand how anything works outside of America, but like, why are we like, why are they so adamant on like installing their own like vision of how their country works on other people? Like, by Soypill's logic, then, if we make, example, Fantasyland, right, where we take Crimea back, let's say, right, and it's all glorious and we have it back, right? We have like bajillion fucking Russians there now that have been moved to Crimea from Russia, right? To populate it with Russians. So let's say, what the fuck do we do with them, right? And let's say we remove them, right? We like fuck off back to Russia, right? Would that be a fucking heinous crime, ethnic cleansing, by his logic? Like,
yes,
like
because
how?
ethnic cleansing is basically one step removed from genocide, so it's like one of the worst things you can ever do. Yeah, that's just how it is right now. It's stupid. It's retarded. It's all, yeah.
Okay, but what do you do?
They never have an example for that. If you listen to my argument with the Soypill, I started asking him that. I was like, well, what do you think should be done with, like, wouldn't it be an ethnic cleansing to remove? Because what he suggested initially for Jewish people in Israel wasn't ethnic cleansing. They should all go back to, first he said all the other countries on the planet. Then he said they should all go back to Brooklyn. And he was like, well, I'm not actually sure what I would do. So
Jesus.
yeah, I know. So it's like, yeah. So
Wait, did he really say the Brooklyn comment?
I think he did, right? I'm not making that up, guys, right? I think he literally did say can't they go back to Brooklyn?
no.
LOL. Or he might have said New York City instead of Brooklyn, but yeah. He literally did, yeah.
This is a lefty fucking take.
It is.
It's
And
like
it's
a fucking
as much as I hate to
Hasan
say it, because I care about like America and I care about my Democratic Party. I don't listen. Anti-Semitism is bad, but it's not like my primary motivating thing. But this is like a super anti-Semitic trope. So, and the fact that fact that he picked up on like this very anti-Semitic trope without even knowing it is, I think, pretty concerning.
It's so fucking offensive. I was shocked when I heard people say that. I'm not shocked anymore because I heard it a lot of times. But they're like, go back to Brooklyn. I'm like, excuse me? Or like, go back to Poland. Or like, there's so many like shit like that is okay to say there.
Yeah.
And it's like the implicit thing, like they explicitly say that they think that there are like the Jews are not indigenous to the Middle East. Which they are like literally like most of the Jews in Israel aren't even fucking Ashkenazi. They're Mizrahi, which is like they're local there. I don't know. It's just so weird. Like, what do you mean go back to Brooklyn? Because they like see them as like this fucking Western colonizer, I guess, or some shit. Like it's just what the fuck. Sometimes it's so confusing, dude.
Yeah. Fun times.
Well. You didn't help me.
Yeah, fuck that region.
Yeah.
I imagine you guys are extremely tired that it's been brought up everywhere. Like, it's
we were
just,
we were talking about this like 20 minutes ago, like right before you came on too. Yeah, it's just a really fucking annoying topic in the United States to deal with. Yeah.
Yeah, it's so weird that it all like blend in with like every fucking conversation. Like, why? Like, it's like I don't want to be that guy because like I have a bunch of friends who moved to Israel when they're from Ukraine, but they like moved to Israel because they're Jews, and all that shit. Like they were allowed to basically, and they are sometimes like cringe because they're all like, hey, hell yeah, Trump, they're like. The Trump support and fucking whatever happens to the rest of the world doesn't matter as long as Israel gets what it wants kind of attitude.
Yeah.
Which I don't vibe with that shit, to be honest. But they sometimes like often say no Jews, no news, and I was like kind of memeing about that. But now I'm not sure if they're like very wrong on that because like why is there other reason like why it's so juicy? Like everyone is jumping on that shit. It's as if the fucking taboo has been removed and now it's cool again to fucking talk about Jews everywhere non-stop. Like,
well, the far right can always do it because they're always on that weird like conspiratorial anti-Semitic shit, but the far left is also prone to conspiracies and they're like on a big anti-Western stuff. And Israel is like obviously a Western-aligned country, so kind of the stars have just aligned for everybody to go hard.
It's kind of.
I think the far left also hate the Jews, right? Like they just.
They won't say it. They'll say they hate Israel is like the focus, but then it always cashes out to basically Jews in general anyway. But yeah.
Yeah, it kind of bleeds like into that. I think a lot of people are at first attracted to this whole Western, colonialism, imperialism, whatever the fuck thing. Yeah. Because they believe in that. It's a Chomsky sort of school of thought, I guess, that is very popular amongst like Western leftists, as I learned. But then it kind of bleeds into this whole Zionists, then all Jews, then like Jews this, Jews that, and it's kind of like a pipeline, I think, in a way, like as much as that phrases overused about like fascism and Nazism and shit, but I think the leftisms it's kind of like a similar pipeline. Get attracted to a thing you agree with, right? Something you like, and then it like kind of like you start consuming that content all the time, and those opinions are getting like more normalized and more normalized. Maybe originally a person that is relatively normal would hear something like that and be like, wait, that sounds kind of bad, but then it becomes like normalized. It becomes like it is extremely normalized to be absolutely fucking unhinged towards Eastern Europeans and Baltic people in leftist circles in the United States. Like I was like, whoa.
Yeah.
when I saw how they talk,
But a lot of it, the problem is that like we just don't perceive race the way that you guys do, so we just can't really talk about it. Like in the United States, it doesn't really make sense to say that like you can be racist against Polish people. It's just not really a thing that's possible. Like we just don't really consider because they're white. Like it doesn't make sense. So then when a leftist is doing this and the reason why they hate all Eastern Europeans, right, is because you guys didn't give in to your communist overlords, so they view them as being basically like resistant.
That's what I wrote.
Yeah.
You made a tweet about it like recently, and a lot of Ukrainians talked about this tweet of yours basically, and I was like, and Polish people and things like that, because I think you attached him talking about Polish people like Hasan in that thing. And everyone was like, what in the shit? And I was like, yeah, guys, that's literally average way they speak about Eastern Europeans.
Yeah, and they'll do it also with like the Baltics too, but not as much because people don't know anything about those countries. But yeah, it's basically that. Yeah, it's kind of annoying.
Giga like super Stalin people, like you call them tankists. It's not something we really say, but that those types, they do hate Estonians with like some absolutely like godly like hatred. It's like.
Yeah.
Hitler would blush, okay? But like most people, yeah. And like kind of like I think the three most groups would be like Estonians, they hate like a ton. Then there would also be Polish, definitely. And in recent times, Ukrainians as well were added to that list simply because of the whole, we are popular, I guess, in 22, like relevant topic.
Yeah.
So they would talk about like Bandera and all that kind of shit. Like I brought up in that post that can't close Wim guy. It was a while back, but
yeah, that guy,
yeah, that was very funny. I was like, I proved my point though, because I was talking to my liberal friends, like my American liberal friends, right? And I was like, guys, you're letting those people in. You shouldn't do that. They're literally converting your people, and that's their goal. Like they are there to be like the cancer, to destroy your stuff.
Yeah.
You know? And they were like, no, they're just worried about the Palestinians later on, you know? And I was like, they just want healthcare. And I'm like, nah.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's very, very naive, obviously. But the funny bit was that they were like, they're just fine. And I was like, invite your like just wants healthcare, Leninist, like Marxist, whatever guy, right? Seems normal, right? Because they mask, obviously. They mask their what they actually want. And invite like any Estonian person in, or like Polish or Ukrainian, whatever the fuck. Just drop them there, like just basically. And just see the show. See the fireworks, how long it will take them until they combust on those people.
Yeah.
And like I think Ken Close Wim kind of proves that point, because like I didn't fucking do anything. Like and he like went the fuck off, to put it mildly. Yeah, that's just kind of how they feel. They just don't show it.
Yeah, true. I agree.
I also think you don't have any Eastern Europeans anywhere in general, like in your spaces. I don't think there are many people, like not at all, but like few, I would guess. Like probably not many Estonians or like fucking Polish or Ukrainians or anything, Czechs, right? So nobody could check that shit either. Like when leftism started becoming like very popular and like anti-woke shit, right? And nobody checked them like on whatever the fuck they were saying. Like they were spewing like absolute garbage, and the majority of like American liberals don't know the history much, you know, about like Soviet Union or like Mao China, whatever the fuck it is, and they could just spew like so much fucking false information and get away with it, and also recruit people, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
Well.
Not cool.
Yeah, well, too much Hasan though everywhere. Holy shit! You open the fucking Twitter, it's fucking Hasan.
That's
open
good.
Your stream, it's
That's good though.
Hasan.
Finally, people are waking up to it. Okay, it needs to happen. Okay, get used to it.
You think?
Yes,
You
absolutely.
think they will?
Well, yeah, because now people are.
mainstream coverage.
The annoying is that it's coming through the lens of anti-Semitism, which is there are so many other things to talk about, but people are becoming more aware of it now, which is good, and that like, oh, maybe this guy actually has kind of a lot of fucked up shit to say that we should be aware of.
I saw mostly people talking about his calling Jewish people like pigs and shit like that comments, which aren't that fucking fabulous, to be honest. But I personally saw him say like way fucking more unhinged shit. So
yeah, for sure. Yeah.
The boat. Just the boat alone. Show the boat thing. The boat thing is the most unhinged by far.
Oh, we watched that yesterday. Yeah, with him cheering on the terrorist takeover. Yeah, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, of a regular ship with civilians on. That was, the most funniest thing about that, there's another person there in the video. I don't know who that is.
Nick Pollum. NMP LOL, yeah.
And I feel so bad for him.
If you want to feel bad
like,
for him, the funny thing was Hasan was watching a video once and he walked away while Nick is like watching like this fucking terrorist propaganda video. And
Poor guy.
I think it's called Channel 4, Channel 5 or something. There was some Israeli media thing that made like a 60-minute documentary on like Hasan Piker. And Nick was in this documentary sitting there watching the video. And I felt so bad with him.
No. I also like how he looks at it. He's like, has this like, that sort of laugh when you're extremely uncomfortable.
Yeah.
And he like he gives that laugh like multiple times, and I'm like, save this man! What the fuck? Why he's being like basically him and his audience, I imagine, being like fucking indoctrinated into this fucking they're just singing songs, my guy.
Yeah, it's bizarre. They're musical people. Yeah.
Cringe. Actually, one of the most uncomfortable videos I have seen in my entire life. Yeah, I mean, that's good, probably. I mean, nobody will be angry at him for saying things about Eastern Europe that he said, but maybe, like,
No,
maybe
but that's because, again, it's because they're just white people to us. It's funny, if you would have seen any yesterday, I did a student thing.
Yeah, technically, but that's not the point.
No, I know, but I'm just saying because it's invisible to us. We just don't understand that kind of, like, racism. Because, it's partially to blame is because Well, it's just because we're such a mix of different people in the U.S. that we just don't see that with that level of granularity. So yesterday at in L.A., I was doing a UCLA student thing, and there, a white nationalist guy who literally said he's a white nationalist came to debate me, and all white nationalists in America are like this. We want to protect our ethnic identity, and his definition of the ethnic identity he would protect was 75% white. That's all he said, 75% white. So like in his mind, like Polish, Russian, English, German, probably French, Spanish, most of them. Like, yeah, it's all going to be the same to this guy. So that's just how we view it. Yeah. So the idea that you could be racist towards like an Irish person or a Polish person or like an Eastern European in America, it doesn't really compute with us. It doesn't make sense. We don't have that. Yeah. So you can get away with it without people realizing it,
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's because we don't really use, like, when someone, for example, Russians, right, would say, like, call us, like, banderite swines, like, Cutle is a slur against Ukrainians, right, shit like that. We typically don't call it racism, because we are the same, technically. I mean, I guess depends. There are a lot of Asian people in Russia, but, like, typically, like, it's not like the race that is the differentiation here. So it's not something that is used. But, America obviously has a history of a different kind. And racism is kind of like more important, obviously, because people were grouped against each other based of race, right?
Sure.
Based of like white, black, shit like that, right? And here it's obviously not who gives a fuck, like no, everybody's fucking white. No, I mean not everyone, but you know what I mean. Like mostly people are kind of same. You have like of course other groups, but it's not the differentiation point. Yeah, and it doesn't make sense to people, I guess, but it's like extremely strange to me because I can understand why an American person who never bothered with ethnicity, I can totally understand why, because like they grew up in a country that doesn't really base itself on ethnic principles at all, right?
Not that much, yeah.
I think you didn't even have like a fucking national language even.
No,
right?
we don't.
For a long time.
No.
We
still don't know. Trump. I think Trump tried to do it with an executive order, but I don't know what that even means. Just like I don't know if it's called the Gulf of America now for real. I don't know who actually like names things on the maps or not. I don't know how that works.
Yeah, I mean, so that's kind of was very curious to me, obviously, and I was like, wow, that's so strange not to have like a national language, right? But I can, I can understand because I can, use some empathy, use some like understanding of history as well, like why that would be the case. And there's absolutely not the case. I'm sorry, my American like legends, I love you, but like inability to understand like that other people don't work like you do is just a little bit annoying.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that comes with the territory of being like the big dog, I guess, like you're like the hegemonic thing, you have your own huge culture that's very impactful, you like sort of live within it. You like to, basically the hottest take, by the way, guys, I'm sorry in advance, this is going to be a very hot take, hottest takes you ever heard from me, but I don't think that, to be honest, like you guys speak about diversity so much. And like, I always thought like, well, yeah, makes sense. Like America is giga diverse because they have like a bunch of like people from all over the place. And then I was like, not really. Like Americans kind of like live in their own culture way more than like many other people even here do. So people like look at us like, oh, homogenous, like everyone is Ukrainian. But like I have I watch examples, right? I listen to music, I interact with the countries, I actually go to other countries with a completely different culture, right? My music list is like German, fucking Polish, French, I have a bunch of Turkish stuff there, I have a bunch of Romanian stuff there, I have a bunch of Asian stuff there, like let's say like Japanese, like Korean, whatever the fuck, right? So I have so much like stuff there, like that is from other countries. Same shit, like with interactions and things like that. Like even movies, for example. Like my movie list is not just American films, right? It's a bunch of fucking, and like it's a different type of diversity because obviously we don't have as many people of different ethnic backgrounds living in for example, in Ukraine. We have some like Azerbaijani people, right? You have like all sorts of people, Armenians, Greeks. Yada yada, right? But it's not as diverse, obviously, right? But in terms of like interaction with other languages, other cultures, what they produce, their historical heritage, their all sorts of things. I think we unironically interact with that like more than Americans with anything that isn't American.
Yeah, it's possible.
So
yeah,
so I'm like reconsidering your whole diversity is our strength meme.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, a lot of these things come down to like how you measure them as well. Like, what do we mean when we say diverse? Like there's like a lot of different ways to measure it too. Like my guess is going to be, not to take away from any individual European country, and I'm sure every European would fight with me on this. I don't give a fuck. Like there's probably more diversity within the United States than there is within any individual European country, just because of the size and the size of the country, how many people are here and everything. And then the fact that we're separated by oceans means that it's harder for Americans to kind of explore other like things as well, because they don't travel as much just because they don't have to. So like just the measurement of diversity is. Yeah,
I guess you can look at it. Yes, if you look at it the way you said, then I would say probably is not as much as like diversity in terms of like actual population. That would be obviously be bigger in the United States by far, right? But it's just that exposure, I guess, is way more like an actual interaction with like cultures that are super different. Because as much as you're fucking nationalists, how cringe those guys! Holy shit! Like in America, I mean, when as much as they scream about like we must defend our culture, whatever the fuck, like nobody knows what the fuck is that culture. Like nobody like knows.
Constantine couldn't do it either. Yeah, the same thing. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just weird, and also like it's in a way that they are like all American at the end of the day. Like there's much more similarities between Americans, of different ethnic backgrounds than there is like for example like a black guy in New York and I don't know, in the white person of like, I don't know, Irish heritage or some shit, right? They are more similar, okay? Than that Irish guy would be with an actual fucking Irish person in Ireland.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's just the emphasis is way too much on the DNA appearance and skin and all that shit. Like it's I guess that's why it's racist. Now that I think about it, those people are, I mean, white nationalists in the United States. But yeah, it's just just funny. I do love when they call themselves Polish or some shit, and then Polish people like, no, you're not.
Yeah, it's most common here with Irish people, especially around St. Patty's and everything. But yeah.
Oh wait, fuck the Irish though. I am beefing with them on Twitter now. So.
With all Irish people, or is it just Northern Ireland?
Basically, like I don't know, like from Ireland that is actually Ireland, not part of UK, but Ireland as a country. So. Yeah, because they have the most idiotic geopolitical takes of all time. Like,
which one, for chat, who are all the people who are always like massive solidarity with Palestinians? I thought that was the Northern Ireland.
Yeah,
people.
Ireland.
Yeah,
no,
maybe that might just be all of Ireland. Okay, never mind. Or the Republic of Ireland.
I think it's the Southern Ireland people.
Okay, yeah. Never mind. Well, don't call them that. Ooh, you just call them Ireland.
Oh, sorry.
Southern Ireland.
Excuse me, Mr. Mootin, what the
That's a good one.
What in the actual fuck was that? That's it. I'm telling all those Irish I'm beefing in that they should aim their anger at you. But yeah, point is that I'm just so annoyed by their fucking anti-Ukraine shit and like the fucking it's all NATO and Boris Johnson fucking kill me, dude. Like I can't deal with that in 26. Yeah, they're just so resentful towards UK and English in particular people that they base themselves exclusively in opposition to that. Yeah. Like all of their like opinions are just that. Like, I'm afraid, ironically, that we will have that, catch that virus, to like see ourselves only in opposition to everything that Russia does, basically. And that's like it's not great, guys, to be resentment filled.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, anyway, yeah, that was pretty much it. I hoped you will clarify the ethnic things, but you, as per usual, in your very Destiny style, said it's all murky. And
the problem, the real issue is that, listen, okay, this is the short of it, okay, is that there's all of these topics are ripe for good faith discussion. Like, what is an ethnicity? Like, ask Americans to define, what's the difference between like Hispanic and Latino, and you're going to get like 10 different answers from 5 different people. Which one is even like what defining like an ethnic group or defining a racial group. Like all of these things are highly contentious, but the reality is there's not any interesting discussion around any of these things. It's just stuff that gets wheeled out to attack different groups of people. That's all it is. So when somebody's bringing up some of these things, it's just used for like political brownie points on something, and that's why it's such a brain dead or brain broken thing to discuss, because people would just use it to fight on issues. Yeah.
I think it just makes the conversations like impossible for someone like you, like who is actually wants to talk about like substance, right?
Yeah, but that's for everybody. Yeah, it's annoying. That's just the way of everything. It's all just fucking propaganda, especially on the internet now. The way that it goes. Yeah. That was my entire conversation with Constantine. It was like, can we what are
that's
too
what I
many
mean, yeah.
immigrants? What does it mean to be English? Like what give me and the annoying thing too is that when I ask questions, like the default assumption from these like cancerous fucks is like, oh, Destiny doesn't believe in ethnicity or Destiny doesn't believe in culture. Like, well, no, I do, but like you have to bring ideas to the table if you want to talk about these things, you know? Like I'm not going to sit here and say like when his definition of an Englishman was, well, they're not from Afghanistan, and if you were to look at the past 20 years, it's like that's really, come on, bro, like what the fuck? Yeah, it's just such a weak and it's also annoying because it makes me feel like you don't even give a fuck about the issue. You can't even define what it is you're talking about.
Actually, I ironically think that the proper like English nationalist guy, like an actual like sort of like supremacist, right, would be so annoyed to hear that the only thing that differentiates his great British, supremacy is the fact that he's not a Pakistani. Based. Absolutely glorious. I mean, I feel bad for nationalists these days, the proper ones, because like people who they don't even like have any representation either. It seems they just everyone's like so cocked. Pardon the word, but they're just like they just don't want to talk about anything. Like the bro didn't have the balls to actually fucking say anything about like I'm against like, for example, Muslim migration, because I don't think like that Islamic culture is compatible, right, with like a United Kingdom. And why he couldn't even say that shit? Like he couldn't even like actually pronounce that. So that's
pretty annoying. Yeah.
Yeah. I much prefer my fucking right sector guys, okay? I'm joking.
No, you're good.
I'm not yeah, I'm not really, to be honest, but like they at least say shit directly, okay?
No, I know, that's why I make these same comments all the time. Yeah, my UCL thing, like I appreciated the guy in the beginning that came out, was like, I'm a white nationalist. Like, okay, cool. Let's chat about being a white nationalist. Where would you draw the line at what, as opposed to Constantine, who's like, I'm not gonna say I'm anti-Islam, but like, look at the current mayor of London. It's like, bro, okay, Jesus, kill me.
Yeah, like I'm looking and what?
Yeah.
I mean, no offense to your queen Lauren Southern, by the way, but like that was her videos that made me like confused all the time,
it's always just that. It's like, look at these people, and it's like, okay, what do you want me to say? Like, yeah, what? Okay, like make a point, say something,
Yeah, and that was like she wasn't the only one who was doing those like videos. To be fair, it was like popular back in the day. I remember like people would film videos of like they would put the sinister music on in the background or some sort.
Yeah. Oh, always with when the music is there, that's when you know it's some real shit. When you got the sinister music, ooh, not good. Yeah.
Yeah, and you're like, ooh, spooky, and like it's a fucking market where a bunch of like fucking. If you go to my local market, by the way. A bunch of people like very brown there, by like American logic, I guess. So what does that mean? That everyone in Ukraine is getting like brownified or whatever? Like, no, it's just like they sell spices and like shit, and like a bunch of people like from like Kafkas countries, so like more like of Asian parts, right? And they just live here and they sell shit there. Like, what's the problem? What the fuck? Like, but you can make a video like that, I guess. You can go there and film it and be like, ooh, look at that, at how they import brown people to Ukraine, and it's a Jewish conspiracy to make Russians and Ukrainians fight to. I heard that unironically multiple times from like right-wingers to like make us kill each other so they can replace our men with the brown people.
Yep.
Like I don't know. Like I was like, what? Like yeah, that was. Probably one of the weirdest things I heard, but it's apparently a popular theory in almost like fucking Nick Fuentes types.
Yeah, that's how it goes,
Well, I just want the people to be less fucking insane. Is that too much to ask? Like, why is everyone nuts?
It is too much to ask, yeah. Sorry.
Oh, yeah. Well, I guess... that was a rough couple of days here, to be honest, guys, to change the subject. Even I was shocked. I was like just playing basically, the game and stuff, and I was playing Hades. And then the fucking sound is so loud of the jet drone, because it's like supersonic, like sort of drone. It's a different type of Shahed, right? And I was like, I actually thought I was like fucking dead, unironically, because you can't tell how far away they are at all or how close, because the sound is so like over like it's massive, it's like everywhere. I can't say like how distant from them, right?
Sure.
And yes, and they are so loud because the speed is so high, and the air thing that they
the sound barrier stuff.
I don't know. yeah, because of that, it's just so. And there were like 3 of them, one after another, and I was like legitimately thought that it was like flying our way and we're cooked. So that was not good. And then they spent entire 24 hours just endlessly bombing us, like 35 fucking cracks, explosions, and all sorts of things. Road, hospital, park, big like factory that doesn't work for a very long time anymore, but there was like multiple fucking strikes there. And then they did 4 ballistic hits as well in the middle of the city, and which shook the entire fucking apartment. I had like all my doors open, like a balcony, like kitchen, you know, like bathroom, all that shit. Like, and yeah, it was just fucking whack. Nobody could sleep, obviously. And the next day they just continued, I guess. So maybe they will chill the fuck out this night. I'm not sure. But yeah, it wasn't fun at all.
Well, good luck. Stay safe.
Kind of difficult, to be honest, but I appreciate that anyway. Yeah. Well, bye-bye.
Have fun. Be
nice
careful.
Stream.
Yeah.
Yeah, bye not Mooden and Destiny, and yeah, see you all.
I'm gonna go to real quick. 1 sec.
Oh, probably like the most dying fucking movement of all time, who wants to say slurs, which is the only.
Why is it that I don't understand how Hasan can say? Did he say I'm a grifter? Or that he says my political beliefs are disingenuous, but he's like, I don't know why he doesn't just identify as like a neoliberal or something. Like what? Maybe it's because these are my political beliefs. I don't know.
Lean into being like a reactionary figure. I think he could be he would be welcomed, and I think he could have more impact. But because he's so autistically incapable of just doing that, where he won't like take that dive, and instead he's like, I'm a Democrat. I'm a neoliberal centrist Democrat. Probably like the most dying fucking movement of all time, who wants to say slurs, which is the only thing that like neoliberal Democrats don't want, right? Like that's the only discernible political movement that you can identify with, like the centrist neoliberals is like, we're woke. We don't want to say slurs. We don't even care about like the racialized outcomes of you know, systemic racism and all the disparate outcomes for like black people, brown people. We don't even care about that. We'll like, literally lean into it, but don't you dare say a slur. And he's like, no, I'm the anti-woke Democrat. So he has no constituency at all. And I don't know why he has not given up on like identifying himself as a Democrat. But if he were to like lean into the fascist.
When you say ethnic cleansing is not always bad, it's on you to say when it's good. You made the claim, don't turn it into an Uno reverse card question. You've done this so many times, the exact question is very crazy. What are you talking about? I literally have examples where it was probably good. No? Like, I know that there were people that died, but the population transfers that happened between Turkey and Greece and the population transfers between, I think for India and Pakistan, I think it was pretty brutal. Like, there were a lot of deaths that happened, but like in the end, it probably was better than not. Same, and then post World War II, I know that there were Germans that were expelled from a lot of areas after, including people who just lived there but weren't part of like the invasion. But I mean, like, I think these things were a little bit more accepted at that time period. Like, if people lost wars, there were just sometimes there were just big population transfers of people. Sometimes when nations were reforming, well, the concept of nations, everything started in the 1900s. But I think generally speaking, like, these were kind of normalish things, and they were seen as acceptable at the time. And it was probably better than the alternative of keeping a whole bunch of people around that were eventually going to either fight, rise up, and kill you, or you were going to have to kill all of them. Like, I don't know what the alternative would be besides like another war or like civil war or genocide or whatever the fuck else.
The stuff beyond, you know, being a straight up fascist, which he is. If he were to like openly say, I'm a Republican now, I think he could be a somewhat more powerful force on the Republican side. I mean, he is a little bit of a cockroach too, in the same way that like Nick Fuentes is, where he just like digs himself out of holes that he makes for himself with regular frequency. Yeah. He is his own enemy. He's his own.
You're just listing ethnic cleansing without saying why it's good. It is better than the alternative thing. Like, it's probably the best solution to the issues of having massive, perceived to be hostile populations in your states after reforming states or after having wars. Unless there are alternative solutions that I'm not aware of that just weren't never explored.
What was that? I missed it.
I fucked yo mama.
Yeah, I know,
just that sometimes population transfers happen after wars and stuff, and it was probably preferable to everybody killing each other being like a civil war.
Own worst enemy. So I don't know. I would say like maybe a 3, but for the time being, he's a 0 because he is all he's doing is getting his you know, increasingly shrinking audience of sex cult autists to I don't know, voting for Pete Buttigieg.
Where's our sex cult at?
Or something.
Where is the sex cult?
N-word of the white guy.
Mike must have been so happy he finally got a Hasan talk though, or he was on the show with him. You joked earlier that people ludicrously believe that ethnic cleansing is merely one step up from genocide, but all your examples are ethnic cleansing as the lesser evil to genocide. Well, I think population transfers are significantly preferable to genocide, no? Is it not? Sandpepper abusing animals on kick.
Hey, I've told you 3 times, stop it, I'm going to put you in your cage. Don't bite my camera.
Okay.
Wow, you're telling me that a piece of shit would be a piece of shit? No
Whoa!
way.
You don't know what that squirrel thing, flying sugar glider, I don't know what the fuck animal is. What is this?
The reason why I voted for Trump is because I actually was a fellow for the Democratic Party. And so I just really did not like Hillary Clinton. You know, I actually also did a lot of community work for Bernie Sanders as well. And I don't know, I literally sat in the voting booth for like...
Queens. Wait, what?
I actually also did a lot of community work for Bernie Sanders as well. And I don't know, I literally sat in the voting booth for like, it was a long time. And I don't know, I just like checked the box. Honestly, I honestly didn't even think he was gonna win. So part of it was a kind of a joke. But again, I don't know, but will I vote for him?
I speak to the privilege that holds for that election to be a joke for you, right?
Well, like, it wasn't really a joke. I was like, you know,
just said it.
Well, let me recant what I meant by a joke. You know, I didn't like either party. You know, I think it was like if Bernie Sanders was on the ticket, I would have voted for Bernie Sanders because I really did at the time really love what he stood for, because, you know, he really did a lot of grassroots, and I related to him as a Jewish American, and I thought that socialism was the answer.
Okay, Jesus.
I can't believe she admitted that.
Based. Photo circulating on Iranian Telegram shows the refueling operation amid search and rescue. Wait, hold on. I might be retarded. I'm not going to pretend that I'm Hasan Piker and I know what I was going to say an ARAM. What I know what a JDAM sounds like. Okay. Now, maybe there are things that I'm just not aware of. Okay. I fully admit that. Okay. Hold on. I'm sorry. Do helicopters refuel planes? Is that a thing? Is this happened? That is how they refuel? I thought it was always planes refueling planes. Okay, maybe then it can happen. All right. No, the plane is refueling them. What, and the helicopters just fly forward while the plane refuels them? The planes are taking the helicopters for a walk. That's the plane taking... Okay, interesting.
You look like quite the fool now. Look at
No,
your
I
chat.
would have. See, that's why I said I don't know what an ARAM sounds like, okay? There is a specific model of helicopter that can do that from SOAR. What is the fastest speed a helicopter can go forward? I actually have no idea. Wait.
I have an idea. Yeah,
How fast can Black Hawk fly?
222?
It's our max speed. What's the slowest like an airplane like that can go without like falling out of the sky?
What is that, a C-130 chat? A C-130
That refill is a
Hercules
KC-130. How slow
fly
can a
at landing speeds of
KC-130
approximately-
fly?
Oh, KC-130.
100 to 150 miles an hour. Oh, holy shit. Okay, that's way slower than I thought. Shut up, you fucking loser.
You copied me.
No,
Didn't you me a
you
soda?
literally copied
I'll take
me.
a Diet
You
Coke.
copied me.
Send it.
You copied me.
Send me my Diet Coke.
An F-22 can fly 85 to 100 miles an hour. Helicopters go faster than you think? Yeah, I didn't know airplanes go that slow and not stall.
Is this how babies are made?
Baby helicopters, yes. Wow. Is that a Nazi symbol?
It's a dog whistle.
Really?
Everything's a dog whistle now.
Wait, what? Hold on. Hasan has campaigned for and promoted over 20 different Democrats since 2026. I'm sorry. Is doing an interview count? Does that count as campaigning for somebody now?
Mm-hmm. Does that mean if he met with Gavin Newsom, he'd be campaigning for him?
Oh.
You can have that. So wait, you flew in the morning to LA.
Yeah.
Did a thing.
Yep.
Flew home.
Yep.
Moved all of the shit out of your apartment.
Oh, no,
and
no,
then
no.
are streaming
no,
today.
No. I moved before I flew out.
Oh,
I
okay.
moved everything that night, two or three nights ago. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then
Still
slept,
impressive.
woke up. It was impressive. Yeah. I'm a workhorse, okay?
These people don't know what they got.
I woke up at 4 a.m. yesterday. I flew to LA. My flight left at 6. I didn't even double Vyvanse. I was thinking about it, but since I take 60, I don't know what 120 would do. I don't want to like double.
You take 60?
Yeah, and I'm worried if I
Sounds
take
high.
double if my heart's gonna explode or something bad would happen. I don't actually know what would happen now for 120
Take double,
milligrams.
drink a Red Bull, die.
Yeah, fuck that. But I flew from 6 to 9:30. I did a first class ticket so I could sleep the whole time because it was like a 5.5 hour flight. So I slept on the plane. I got off out of the airport LAX at 9:15. I Ubered to UCLA at 10. We did all the setup. We did our event from 12 to 3:30. I had dinner, went to LAX, and then flew back at 9. And then got in this morning at like 5:30 a.m. And then I came home. Oh, I slept, woke up, and I started stream light.
Did you see the Linus Tech Tips playing video?
Linus Tech Tips. No, wait.
Linus
what?
Tech Tips bought a private jet.
Link me. Let me see.
Okay.
So 70 milligrams is the maximum FDA-approved daily dose for adults. Taking 120 milligrams puts you well into the territory of a medical overdose. There's no shot. But don't take my medical advice on that. I'm sure I do. I guess I don't know the difference in potency between like MDMA versus Vyvanse, but... Where is it? Link me. Okay, hold
I
on.
linked it. This is the third time I've watched this fucking video today.
How was TSA? TSA, none of the airports were fucked where I was.
So the April Fools wasn't a joke? We actually bought a jet?
What started as a meme on WAN show
Oh, Jesus.
when I discovered that a jet
Do you have pre-check or clear? Hell yeah, I've got the faceless, touchless one, but I don't talk about it much because I don't want Trump to take it away from me. Shh.
propelled aircraft is not as expensive as I initially thought. I'm serious.
Okay.
Even Luke was shocked. So I started exploring various options, and my uncle's in aviation and has been for many years on the pilot side, mechanical side, and operations side.
Okay.
So when I started to explore that one aircraft that I was like, this is shockingly affordable, he did a bunch of the due diligence for me and ultimately brought me 2 sales brochures, and he went, don't do this. But if you're going to do this, these are the 2 best ways you can do it.
Okay.
And I picked a Dassault Falcon 900B.
I have so many questions.
You and everyone.
When you say it's not that much, how much is that?
So because of the non-disclosure agreement that we signed in order to purchase it,
Okay.
like, this whole world is very closed door.
Yeah.
I can't actually tell you how much I paid. But what I can tell you is that if you Google it, it's less than that. And the second thing that I can tell you is that if you Google it,
Less than $5 million, okay.
it's less than that. And the second thing that I can tell you is that with a little bit of girl math, $0. I would have been crazy not to buy it.
There's no way it's $0.
Well, let me put it this way. The engine
Tax write-off. That's 40% right there, baby.
were all on a service program from the previous owner that entitles you to completely refurbish them to effectively 0 hours brand new once they reach end of life. All 3 of those were done right before we purchased it. It's effectively brand new from an engine standpoint. Each of those refurbishments is worth anywhere from $1.1 to $1.2 million.
Each? And there's 3 of them?
The jet was also...
This is so scripted. Each? For all 3 jets? Really? How much did you save? Sorry.
to $1.2 million.
Each? And there's 3 of them?
The jet was also in for a 12-year service. And because my uncle's a shrewd negotiator, he put together a purchase contract for us where it was guaranteed that once it came out of that 12-year service, it was at Dassault specification. That 12-year service effectively cost as much or more than the rest of our purchase price.
So what you're saying is you got the plane for free?
So when I'm done with it, with the condition that it's in, with some of the special features that it has, for example, it is one of the few 900Bs on Earth
with Starlink
that has a medevac kit.
Fuck, never mind. What does that mean?
Close.
When it's time to divest of this thing, I should be able to get back what I paid and maybe even the bulk of what I spent operating it.
That's pretty cool.
See, you didn't know all this.
I didn't.
And I know that you were very opposed to the jet in the lead up to this.
I was very vocal against it.
But the way that the math works, it's a little bit of cash flow tied up, but we're not actually spending any money, which is
$3 million
cool.
a little bit, by
Do you
the
want
way.
to see it?
I want to see the whole thing.
Well, you're going to have to wait for this segue to our sponsor. Delta Hub.
Wait, real quick. Craft and craft weapon, are these basically the same thing, but this just costs mana?
Delta Hub's Carpio 2.0 wrist rests glide smoothly across your desk and help reduce strain during long shifts or gaming sessions. And they come in an LTT colorway. Grab yours at the link down below.
Yes! You can use them on the same turn. Oh, gotcha.
Give me the quick specs. How far can I go and how fast can it go?
It's a 1990, so it doesn't have the same kind of range as some of the longer range Falcon 900s that are, you know, newer, but completely out of my price range.
Okay.
But it'll still do about 4,000 nautical miles.
I don't know if anything would be out of his price range. Do you think Linus is definitely, well, no, that's not true. I'm sorry. That's right. Linus is definitely worth at least $100 million, right?
Mm-hmm.
If not,
probably.
If not significantly more, if not 2, 3, 4 times as much. I feel like that his brand and everything is just so fucking huge.
Miles on a full fill up. So what that means is that from Vancouver, we can go effectively anywhere in the North American continent. And if we were on the east coast of North America, we could hop across the Atlantic in one go without having to like stop and refuel at a little island airport. On the subject of little island.
What is your view of Linus and LTD in general? I think it's generally positive. I think a lot of people don't like him anymore because they feel a little bit more mainstreamish / sellouty, but I think they're fine.
Airports. One of the coolest things about the Falcon is that it's designed to land and take off from relatively small airports.
Got it.
So you only need a landing strip that is somewhere in the neighborhood of around 4,500 feet long.
Okay.
In order to land and take off. Of course, that's all subject to weather conditions, atmospheric pressure, wind.
Other planes.
I've definitely learned a lot, and it's way more complex than you would even begin to think it is.
I already thought it was pretty complex, to be very, I'm like scared to touch this thing.
No, you can totally touch it. You can fit so much fuel in here. Did you know that's where the fuel is stored in an aircraft?
It's in the wings?
Yeah.
That's
Cool, right?
crazy.
I guess I don't know where else it would be. That makes sense. People are
How
in
do you
there.
calculate his wealth like that? Is there a shortcut? No, but like his channels all together, they had like 5 huge channels and they were getting like billions of views. This guy's gonna be fucking loaded.
So it wouldn't be,
I assumed that jet fuel would be inordinately expensive. It turns out that it's actually really similar to kerosene.
Okay.
And doesn't really cost that much more than regular fuel.
How much does it store though?
It's just the sheer volume of it that you go through.
Okay.
With that said, I'm starting a family vlog. That'll be coming soon. And the first episode is going to be a trip to Cabo where I treated mine and Yvonne's families. When we factor in that the fuel coming back from Mexico was half as much as we paid to go down.
Oh, whoa.
It actually cost less than buying like a first class ticket for everyone, which was kind of mind blowing to me.
I mean, first class, like,
Sure.
Like, let's bring it down to earth here.
Yes, or not, but but it wasn't much more than even business class for everyone.
Got it.
Which blew my mind.
So the big savings are going to be when we're maybe doing a big company trip.
I mean, can I show you around?
Today's yours. Let's do it.
Yeah.
What is this hole?
Do you want to walk on the wing of a plane? Can we both be up here? Like, how much weight? Yeah. Okay. Okay. We can both come up here. Okay. Okay. This.
This feels so wrong. I don't like this at all. Oh my gosh.
You like it a little.
Yeah, it feels kind of crazy. First of all, walking on this with socks seems really scary. It seems kind of crazy to make this given the moment we're in politically and everything. Like, I feel like I could see like the whole fucking audience rebelling. This is like our capitalist
There's
overlord.
a huge subreddit drama thread over
Yeah,
it.
that wouldn't surprise me at all. That's a little wild. But you know what? Props to him for it. Fucking based.
It's not as slippery as I would have thought.
I guess we would come up here for fueling. I never really thought about where the gas tank, is on a jet, but if the fuel is in the wing, obviously the fuel port would be on the wing.
Does that mean there's another one on the other side?
I would assume so,
So
yeah.
you have to fill them both separately.
And both the same, so that the plane will be balanced. In fact, on one of our recent flights, Luke was talking to the pilots while they were flying, and they were explaining to him that because in the grand scheme of things, the plane is so light in order to optimize its ability to carry passengers and cargo, even small differences in weight.
Have you ever flown in a PJ/charter? No. The smallest plane I've ever flown in was, I think it was when I went to go hang out with Sushia. Moscow or Putman. Is that a real airport? Am I making this up? In Washington or Spokane or something? Is there like an airport out there? I think from one airport to the next, I want to say it was like a 10-seater or something. There were propellers on the plane, but it felt like it was like a commercial. It was like a commercial plane. Like it was like a American Airlines or something, but it was like they were propellers on the sides, but it was like they were like big ones, not like the itty bitty planes or whatever. So
distribution have to be accounted for. So they were telling Luke that him hanging around with them up in the cabin was actually negatively impacting fuel economy. And if he went all the way to the back and sat in the very back, they would have to...
Turbo propellers? Yes, they were turboprops on a 10-passenger plane. No, they were like the ones that slice the air to make the plane go forward on the sides.
Really have to make adjustments to the throttle in order to alter the pitch of the aircraft just a little bit.
I assume that scale is different if you have a bigger jet versus smaller planes, right?
Yes, but even then.
Those are turboprops? I know, that's what I just said.
Got it.
These are finely balanced machines. You change one bit of furniture inside and...
I'm just kidding. I just assumed turboprops were something different. I actually don't know what I assumed. I really just wanted to bully that fucking chatter. That's what I really wanted to do. So you know what? Fuck that chatter. What's turbo about normal propeller things? Turboprop. Oh yeah, it is these. What's turboed about them?
Brother, you don't know?
Well, no, I don't think it was these. It was just like, what's the difference between this and a normal propeller? Commercial propeller airplane. It was like this kind of a thing. No, wait, maybe this one? I don't know what model it was going to be, but it looked like this, I think, kind of like this, but a little smaller. Whatever these are.
And you've got to submit that. You've got to get that certified.
And like potentially recalibrate.
You've got to account for that.
Got it. Okay. Wow, that's kind of cool.
Yeah. So here's the emergency exit from the outside, which I've never seen.
I've never looked in the outside of a plane. This feels so weird.
I had a lot of people ask me, like, safety. That was one of the big questions. And I was like, look, Lance would not allow me and my entire family and Yvonne and her entire family to get on something that's not safe.
When you purchase something like this through your business, is it just a cash purchase taken from the business account, or is it some other method, would you guess? I mean, you could take out credit for your business, or you could buy it from a business account, sure. Just depends. I don't know if jets are normally financed or what that looks like, but...
Sure.
We are doing everything as scrappy as we can. We've got a great deal on this hangar. Like, seriously, shout out these guys. We'll link to their business in the video description. So we're doing it scrappy, but we're not compromising at all on safety. Now that we've made a safe landing,
okay,
I feel it's a good time to talk about this.
Whoa.
Another major maintenance cost center on aircraft is the landing gear. So rough landings, total landings, and time all contribute to how often this stuff needs to be overhauled and checked.
My scrappy private jet.
As part of my girl math $0 plane, all three were completely redone months ago as part of a 12-year check. I'm talking the whole plane goes up on struts or on donor landing gear. They completely take apart the whole thing, new seals, new everything, new anti-skid, make sure everything's working perfectly, and they throw it back on. So, once again, when we go to divest of this asset, it's a business term for flip this, someone is basically buying a turnkey.
Spokane is pronounced Spokane, not Spokane, by the way. Good for you.
That's not true.
Ready.
Wait, really?
I've always heard it called Spokane. That guy's probably just an idiot.
Ooh. I was gonna say, don't link me random fucking people on Twitter, but it's fucking Nina Turner. Retweet if you miss having a prison with empathy. Did he empathize with the Palestinians? Jesus.
Need to go 900. Ever look up inside of the landing gear?
No, believe it or not, I've never had the opportunity to do that. It smells exactly like I would expect it to. It smells mechanical. It's also like less complicated and as complicated as I expect.
Hey, want to see the first thing that I broke on it?
Yeah.
The good news is it wasn't this.
That'd be
It was like the second night after it arrived, and we hadn't shown the kids or any of my family members yet. So
okay, wait. I wish you would talk through some of the logistics of this. It was the second day after it arrived, and we hadn't shown the kids yet. How did they drop off a jet and nobody noticed? Does he just have a jet-sized garage outside, or is this like in an airfield nearby and they don't know?
It's an airfield.
It's just like so the jet came.
I was like, oh, do you want to come see it? And they were like, heck yeah. And as part of just kind of poking around at it, I was like, okay, I don't know, do you want to check out the baggage compartment? Except there was only one small problem. The plane wasn't powered. So after I opened this, which it turns out to close needs like a powered winch. There was no way.
Oh, if you ever want to trigger the fuck out of your Uber drivers, every time they have like a newish, nice looking car, always open and close the trunks manually because they always have like buttons that it's supposed to be powered. Oh yeah, they hate that one. They hate that one.
Close it. And in the baggage compartment was all the documents and paperwork for the plane. Now, that might not sound like that big of a deal. Let me put it this way.
Okay.
It's about a pallet of banker's boxes, this high. And the way my uncle explained it to me is, see that pallet? That's half the value of the plane. You don't have that, there's no history for this bird.
Oh.
Nobody's gonna want to touch it with a 10-foot pole.
Because if they can't see all the service history or any of the maintenance, any of that stuff.
So they were all in here. So leaving this open in a shared hangar, not really an option.
Steal his what?
I said if you want to troll him, steal his Air Force or his airplane documents.
Oh, true.
Had to call my uncle who was doing flight training for this plane. So you can have all the experience in the world. You still have to get certified for weeks on an individual airframe.
Okay.
He's in the middle class. I'm like, hey, so the thing's open. He goes, oh my God, how could you? Okay, so here's what
Wait, I hold on, I didn't understand this. Hold on.
Who was doing flight training for this plane. So you can have all the experience in the world. You still have to get certified for weeks on an individual airframe.
Okay.
He's in the middle class. I'm like, hey, so the thing's open. He goes, oh my God, how could you? Okay, so here's what you have to do. We had to hook up like the
What is he when he's saying he's in the middle class? Does he mean like class of airplane, or is he saying like his uncle doesn't have enough time to train to fly his private jet because he's a middle class person? Oh, he's in the middle of class. Oh, okay, never mind. Okay, I gotcha. That's what it was. Okay.
I'm like, hey, so the thing's open. He goes, oh my God, how could you? Okay, so here's what you have to do. We had to hook up like the emergency power battery or something like that in the butt of the plane. It was a whole ordeal. Anyway, the point is, want to go in the cargo hold?
It's not the first time a millionaire's asked someone that. Sorry, I should don't include that joke.
That's a billionaire thing.
Okay, that doesn't make it in. Go to floatplane.com. Subscribe for the extras. Oh.
I mean, you can go on it, right? Yeah, you're good. Maximum weight, 220 pounds.
Go ahead, say
I'll go on it.
Yeah, you go in.
Maximum weight, 220 pounds.
Subscribe for the extras. Oh.
I mean, you can go on it, right? Yeah, you're good. Maximum weight, 220 pounds.
Go ahead, say
I'll go on it.
Yeah, you go in.
Ow. This wide-angle lens makes it look a lot bigger than it is. I can't even
That's what
stand in
she
here, and I can touch both ends with my arms.
So it's about a 3 foot by 3 foot by 3 foot.
Yeah, thank you for that.
So how do we close this thing now?
Okay.
Does it not just have like a fob, like a car?
Oh, baggage door closing.
Damn. Dan wishes.
When we were there that night and I had to close it, it made an awful noise.
Okay.
And I was probably pretty sure I broke it. Hey Lance, when I opened it when you were in training, did I damage it? No. That's not true. Okay, so I didn't. So do you know the nickname for the plane?
No.
It's the Millennial Falcon.
Did we actually tell people?
God.
People what the name of the jet was though? No, the public one of like.
Oh, you mean the company?
Yeah, are we allowed to disclose that? Okay, it's called Influence Air.
No, it's pronounced Influence Air. Now I know what you're probably thinking. Hey kid, she looks nice from the outside, but what you got under the hood of that thing? Is she a Hemi? No, she's not.
Whoa!
Hold on, I'm gonna try and do it. It's stuck. Lance, help me.
How can you make something so simple, so complicated? Okay.
Dude, I would be so scared. Can you imagine if he dies in like a fucking plane crash? It's just gonna be like never-ending memes. It's gonna be like Charlie Kirk tier memes from this video.
Whoa! What the hell am I looking at?
Okay, so this is our weather radar, but this is our navigation computer, all of our communications. What you're hearing is a cooling fan.
Okay.
In 1990, the rudimentary compute that was in here was a pretty big deal. And while you can retrofit this with more modern computer systems, it's one of those things like bedazzling your jacket. You're never gonna get your investment back on it.
Got it, okay. Can we swap those fans out for nocturnal ones though?
No. All right. And whoop-oh. Cool, hey?
It's gotta be careful because it's an old fucking jet.
That looks nice.
Welcome, sir, to Influence.
I'd take that jet. Listen.
I would not.
Oh, yeah,
think about the fucking maintenance you gotta pay.
True, the maintenance.
Air.
Thank you. Oh, wow. Dude, this is dumb in the best way possible.
Right? So, are you ready for a bomb?
Well, not in a plane. You can't say that.
A truth bomb.
Oh.
Would you like to know who the original owner of this plane is, who is responsible for the gold-plated ashtrays and gold-plated sinks?
Uh-oh.
Hold on. I'll let you see it first.
The Trump? No way.
Okay.
No way. No way, right?
Oh my goodness.
24 karat on that, baby.
Is it actually?
Yeah. Plated.
Oh, I thought you were okay. I thought you were joking.
No.
Is this like Trump's plane?
This plane has had a few owners, but originally it was owned by the government of the United Arab Emirates, allegedly. So this is what I've heard.
Okay.
May or may not be true. but that is my understanding of the origin of this aircraft. So they asked for some special modifications to be made as part of its production.
Like gold sinks.
Like a gold sink. Okay, so that's that. Do you want to sit in the cockpit?
I was waiting to ask. I just didn't want to interrupt. I'm going into the cockpit. Holy cow. I'm a pilot. Well, not really. I shouldn't claim that. Is that
Yeah,
like...
definitely not really. So above you is a bunch of fuses and stuff, and also a panel that has caused what was probably the most expensive issue that we've had so far with this plane.
Okay.
See, one of these screws was a little bit too tight and was shorting out.
Oh.
So that caused the illumination behind all these gauges to go out. So we were able to fly, but only in daytime. We were like replacing power supplies and doing all this stuff until we finally found, well, hold on, what if we back one of these out an eighth of a turn? And that was it.
That was what saved it.
That's the kind of stuff that, from talking to Lance, you run into after a 12-year check. This thing was taken down to studs, would be the building equivalent. Okay. Every bolt removed, cleaned, checked for corrosion. So when you put it all back together,
you might have some mishaps like
a couple
that.
little things like that, yeah.
Got it.
Any idea where you'd even begin to use any of this stuff?
I'm assuming this is go forward.
That is go forward,
Heck
yes.
yeah. I assume this is a steering wheel.
Sure.
Or you say that like...
Yeah, it's a steering wheel.
Okay.
Up here is all of your relevant flight gauges. This would be our weather radar. Then these screens right in front are the actual flight displays. Also up here is our parking brake and our super high-tech compass. Getting out of here. Guys, the next time you see like a 6'5" pilot, you just like, I don't know, give them a thumbs up or something, because I don't know how they get in and out of these seats. These are the best seats in the house. This was another one of the things that made this a much better deal than it otherwise would have been. Remember I said
this
the
is
deal.
cinema.
Wait, you've already watched this all?
Dude, I've watched this video 2 times now.
Fuck you.
This is my 3rd.
Is it not weird? Like if you're flying a plane, you have to sit right across and just like stare at somebody?
Well, hold on. Play it.
Is that we get it in factory approved condition.
Dude, if there were 2 kids, I would be kicking the shit out of my sister if we were we would get thrown out of this fucking plane so fast.
Right? Well, part of that was the mechanisms for these chairs.
Whoa!
These go forward, backward, side,
Yeah!
side, and turn.
Look
so
at
that you can face the
Steven.
people in these chairs over here.
Wow.
How much you want to guess that mechanism under the chair is worth? Don't forget that it is aviation certified, which
25K.
More than 10,000?
5,000 per chair.
Okay.
It was 2 or 3 of them were broken.
Okay, so I was right about 10 grand.
And we found so many little things like that.
Sure.
That again, you know, girl math, when someone comes and looks at this thing, they're gonna look at it and go, wow, okay, this is like baby. Like everything is in working condition because we were like on it.
And this fix was still part of that original...
You better believe it, bud. They found one seal that was like a fraction of 0.1 millimeter out of spec. My uncle pulled up the documentation, he said, no, it's not.
You signed to fix it,
Girl
so...
math is just a
so we
way
got it
for
fixed.
people to basically, what's the word? Come to terms with a shitty purchase that they make. It's a way for them to like, yeah.
Wait, are you asking
That's
me,
what it
or
is.
was that you're saying that?
That's what I'm saying, because people in chat keep asking.
Girl math is, so I believe that the slang term girl math is where you justify bad purchases by using savings as though it's money that's being credited to your bank account. So like, let's say that I see a thing that costs $30, but I can't really afford like a $30 thing. I'm probably not gonna buy it. But if it's $30 and it was marked down from $50, well, if you think about it, I'm kind of only spending $10 because I'm getting $20 for free. That's like girl math, I think, yeah.
Exactly.
Safe.
The costs add up for these things, which is why I was so hesitant on it, because, you know, there's a saying, right? If it flies, floats, or you're supposed to rent it.
Yeah. These are fun. Almost every seat has a little table. Which is kind of nice. Okay. You know, pull out the laptop, get a little bit of work done. Sammy, I think, got like almost a whole float plane video edited on this at one point.
I have a question about that.
Yes.
Wi-Fi.
We have Wi-Fi.
Okay. How does it work?
Well, you take a whole bunch of money.
Okay.
And you give it to someone.
Okay.
And then you get tastic Wi-Fi.
How much is a whole bunch of money and how tastic?
Thousands of dollars a month. And tastic is like
Thousands of dollars a month for this Wi-Fi service?
kilobytes per second. And it's spotty. So aviation Wi-Fi is moving from land-based towers that you just fly over and then get out of range and grab the next one. I see. And like I said, the speeds and everything is spotty. To obviously low Earth orbit satellites.
Got it.
However, whether you're talking Starlink or whether you're talking about GoGo's Galileo, it has to be certified for your particular airframe. And then to even get the hardware installed is probably going to be in the neighborhood of $200,000 to $400,000 US. And then the monthly is not going to be any cheaper.
So we're not going to do that.
I am leaning away pretty heavily. What else is there to show you? This is fun. These 4 seats convert into a bed.
Oh, what?
Yeah, I'm not going to show it to you because the mechanism involves this table lowering down on this like accordion thing here.
That was really loud.
Anyway, this is cool.
Oh, whoa.
There we go. Then you just put in the leaf.
Look at that,
and if you give it a
man.
little shove.
IRI talking about the event right now. He said you do too much work, setting up, etc. He was shocked as hell that you did all yourself, and he understood you taking a step back because you do so much work. Wow, what a great guy. I'm only taking a step back though because I need to stream ideally like 30 days this month for 8 hours a day or more because I need to be ready for my...
He's locking in.
We're locked the fuck in, okay?
Oh, okay.
We've had as many as like half a dozen people playing cards around here. Now, this is interesting. In here, you will find high-tech 3.5mm jacks.
Wait, have I gushed over those microphones yet? I did use those microphones. I think that was the first event.
The lav mic or the
wireless ones.
the wireless
I used them at the
ones?
games building I did though, but that was nice.
Yeah, you loved them.
We can set everything up and tear everything down now. I think I can set basically everything up in less than 40 minutes, which is nice. It's a quick. Before it was like 2 hours when I first started doing this. So.
Can't even do it in 30.
No.
Amateur.
Well, if everything works on the first pass, I can. And if there aren't people standing in my setup area.
This is interesting. In here, you will find high-tech 3.5mm jacks.
No, I mean, what led to the video skipping in the last half? We didn't have good internet, so we were using IRI's hotspot. Yeah, and I'm pretty sure what happened in the end was the hotspot just probably ran out of data. So they do the thing where they say we're deprioritizing it, which actually just means they're capping your speed at like 300 kilobits per second or something.
And now in practice, in flight, there's a lot of like background noise. So it doesn't sound amazing. You're way better off just playing in your headphones. But one of the things that Lance said was, hey, while it was in for that 12-year check, we should look at getting it sound treated because that is something that carries some value and is something that makes a big difference to the experience. And then he looked into it. Turns out it already had like state-of-the-art sound treatment. So it's actually quite comfortable to be in.
I guess I have one more question.
Oh yeah.
If you're talking about like a whole cabin sound
sound
treatment.
treatment, but it sucks at playing music.
Problem? State-of-the-art sound treatment probably means it isolates from noise outside the cabin.
Outside, yeah.
Wouldn't it be cheaper to get a good hotspot sub than Starlink for your internet? I think Starlink is just better. I don't like hotspotting or relying on that shit, and I don't want to work with like fucking bonded modems and all that bullshit and having to pay for 2 things or 3 or 4 modems or SIM cards a month. I think getting Starlink would just be best. But again, I'm not doing any events this month, so we'll see.
Can we wrap the plane?
No.
Sorry, I knew the answer. It was just like the #1 Reddit comment when people found the jet.
I'd love to. It'd be so cool. You'd be adding so much weight in vinyl that it would affect the fuel economy. And also the heating and cooling cycles, the expansion and contraction of the airframe. It's not worth it. Naturally, this is the best place to have a meeting if you were to do it here.
Oh, they have a meeting room.
It's magnetic.
Oh.
Look at that.
So this is probably the most comfortable place to sleep. You got the privacy curtain and you've got the ability to boop. There.
Okay.
How
So
do rich
if you're
people
gonna-
have such shitty fucking taste? Who thought it was a good idea to gold this fucking bitch out?
I don't know. Some people just like it. It's like a show of wealth. But what are you going to do? After everything, what are your top takeaways for on-location events? What do you mean? I mean, they're okay. I mean, there's a lot to like setting them up to make sure everything works well, but I mean, I enjoy setting them up. I like all the techie side of everything too. It's fun. It was a fun set of problems to explore and work on.
Have a nice little sleep. This would be the place to do it. And then I think there's some kind of like, there's like a thing in here. Yeah. That you can pull out.
Oh, whoa.
And I think this like can go in the middle. And then you can have a little mattress thing or something. You can turn this whole thing
Like a
into
whole
like
bed?
a giant bed.
Oh, wow.
I don't know. I don't care about that.
Okay.
I don't need to have an orgy in the back of the plane.
That's for the front of the plane.
That's for the ones with a B, not an M. Okay, this is something I actually want to fix. So see how there's a little kind of crack at the top?
Yeah.
That's for
He's
good
not
reason.
like them, guys.
Because if you
What? Oh, true.
He's not like them.
I do like that they're having to shift to this. Hasan was doing this a lot too, where it's like, guys, the enemies are not the millionaires. They're the billionaires, okay? Yeah.
Yep.
were to open this, it would wing here. So this piece has to slide up and down, depending on whether it's open. It doesn't open all the way. And I feel like that's the kind of thing.
Wait, for
This
what?
crack at the top with a B, not an M. Okay, this is something I actually want to fix. So see how there's a little kind of crack at the top?
Yeah.
That's for good reason. Because if you were to open this, it would wing here. So this piece has to slide up and down, depending on whether it's open. It doesn't open all the way. And I feel like that's the kind of thing that one of our very smart people, like Justin or Sebastian, could probably help fix. It's actually really loud in flight. Because this is open to the... We've come full circle.
Oh, that's the cargo baggage. Okay.
You can go in there now. It's not that big, hey?
You're very right. It's actually quite small. Man, you made this look huge, though, with your height.
Oh, my God.
Wait, so is this another bathroom back here?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's another toilet there.
Yeah.
Cool.
What about second gold-plated sink?
What is this? What is this
Jesus.
Canadian curling boop?
Okay, I can explain that.
Please.
We've had some issues with this little plunger here. See, normally it's sealed.
Yeah.
And you push it down to drain it. And there's suction. So on the last flight, I forgot whether it was push or pull. And they had glued the little thing on the top, and they had used a pretty crappy glue, honestly. I don't think that's entirely on me.
Okay.
Can I just say, I don't know who gets the blame here, if it's going to be plumbers or salesmen or what, but it is current year. There is no excuse for retarded sinks. Do you know what I mean? Let me tell you about some retarded sinks, okay? Ready?
Okay.
Retarded sink example. Okay, number 1. I can't draw for shit, but pretend this is your sink basin, okay? Retarded sink example number 1. The faucet doesn't extend out far enough, and when you turn the water on, some of it hits or splashes back here on the sink. What the fuck?
Oh yeah, I see that in restrooms a lot.
What the fuck? That's number 1. Okay, not good. Okay. Imagine this is like a basin. This is like a deep well, but like that's issue number 1. Number 2, when the water pressure is just way too high, especially in public places. When I go to the bathroom and then I turn the sink on and I get soaked immediately and it's just fucking destroy me, fuck you. And fuck the designers of that sink. Okay? Now,
Yeah, I think they just have too big of a... Or they probably don't have a good enough aerator on it.
Oh, yeah? Really?
Yes. Yes.
I don't know what that means, but okay. I'll believe you.
There's like a little thing that you usually put when you... when you put on a shower head, there's like a circular thing that basically reduces the water pressure. So you're not fucking pelted by just pelts of water.
Okay. Second question. Why do you... Is this a girl thing or a guy thing that I just don't do? Why do you have to put the drain on in a sink? What do you need to fill the sink for?
Washing a baby. I mean, that's like... I mean, what do you want me to say, man?
People are saying
I don't know when
for
else you do
shaving,
it.
why do you need to fill the sink with water to shave?
Oh, I have the shaving tip of the year, okay? I never knew
Uh-oh.
about this until my wife told me.
Oh.
All right, you know razors? You know how you fucking do normal strokes or whatever, and then you have to like hit it on the side to get all the hair off?
Yeah.
Well, what you do instead is you just take it, and instead of going like you're gonna shave yourself, you go the opposite way on your arm, and you just like push, and all of the hair comes out. All of the fucking hair comes out immediately.
You go the
And
opposite
it washes
way
off.
on your arm. What?
Here, hold on. Let me turn on my cam. 1 second. Because it's hard to explain. Easy to show.
I'm not showing this on stream. It's too hard, so I'll get fucked,
That's
guys.
fine, fuck 'em.
Good. I'll show you what he shows me, guys.
1 second. I have to start 3 things to show cam.
Filling the sink uses less water than just running it forever while shaving asset. 1, I don't even know if I believe you, because it takes a long time to fill the sink. 2, you don't have to run the water forever.
All right, do you see me?
Yep.
Imagine this is a razor,
Yeah.
right?
Okay.
Okay, so... Yeah, give me a razor.
No, just show me with the spoon. You don't need a real
No,
razor. Oh
you're
my
gonna see
god.
it. No one knows this.
Everyone knows this.
All right. So instead of shaving like this, you shave like this, okay? And then when you go to the water, you like have to smack it to get all the shit off. No, all you do is you just go like this. And all of that shit is gonna come off, and then the razor will be clean. It's actually cinema. Life-changing even.
Oh. Okay.
Try it next time.
Okay.
Show him.
This was the most retarded thing I've ever seen in my life. Moot is saying, I mean, I guess it works, but who cares? This is really changing your life that much. Moot is saying
It
that,
just
like,
makes it so much easier.
after you shave, rather than hitting the shave head, you could just take the razor and then like go backwards on your arm to get the hair to come out of the razor, I guess. But this is not like a huge problem that I've dealt with in my life that I have to solve.
Shrimple ass.
Okay. Final thing. I don't know if there's a reason why these are bad. I don't care. I like them, and everybody that disagrees with me is wrong. I think that the goated sink faucets are the ones that are, if you're looking at it from the top, the water comes up here, and it's got like a channel for the water to flow through, and it just whoosh, comes down here and then flows out. These are the goated ones. I like
Fuck
these.
are you I don't know
They're
what the
goated.
fuck you're
They're
talking
goated.
about.
These are goated. They don't splash
I don't-
everywhere.
that
They
drawing
usually
is
go.
not good.
They usually go far enough over the sink. My drawing is not good.
Yeah, what are you talking about, man?
Hold on. Fuck you. I'm gonna do this perfectly now. Okay. Closing my eyes. Okay. This is the faucet, okay? Where the water comes up, all right?
Okay.
Hold on.
Oh, I think I know what you're talking about.
Hold on, I'm trying so hard. This is the hardest I've ever tried in my life to draw something. 1 second.
It's a nice horse.
There, okay. When you turn on the water, it's like here, and then it just like flows out,
flows.
and it falls down from here.
Yep, those are good.
That's called an aqueduct. Okay, yeah.
They had those in Greece.
That's sick. Pickups can be +1 tech in addition to their other... I don't even know what tech does in these classes. Start
Put
with
my
one
airplane video back, Bellin.
So I forgot if it was push or pull, and I pulled it, and the thing came off. So now there's a label and a boop.
Is 2 bathrooms really needed on a jet this big?
You can have up to, including crew, like 17 people in here. 2 people may need to use the pooper at the same time. Got it.
Well, if you guys ever need to do a trip again, you just need to...
Wait, what? Hold on.
Including and a boop.
Is 2 bathrooms really needed on a jet this big?
They have 2 bathrooms on the jet? How many people can this jet hold?
He said 17, including the pilots.
Jesus, 2 bathrooms?
Including crew, like 17 people in here. 2 people may need to use the pooper at the same time. Got it.
Well, if you guys ever need to do a trip again, you just need to, you're at 15, you need 17 or whatever.
Yeah,
16. My wife and I would love to join you.
Okay, all right, I'll keep that in mind. But of course, we'd have to have a meeting when we get there, though.
Absolutely. And a meeting on the plane if we really need to.
About important things.
Yeah.
Shh. Hey, come on, give us some privacy here. We're trying to have a meeting. Oh, hold on, I got this. Oh, you know what else I've got? Is the Segway.
Wait, on private jets, is there the same, like, is it an FAA thing where civilians are not allowed to walk into the cockpit? Is that the same on private jets too, or is that rule not the same? Is that only for, like, commercial...
It doesn't sound like it because earlier he had a story of one of his friends talking to the people up there.
Oh, okay.
To our sponsor, Delta Hub. Whether you're gaming or...
No, you can do whatever you want in a private jet. Really? Even shoot at people?
Really? You could fly into a building?
Really? I can kill people. It would be cool if the waste went back and forth and you had to poop more to keep the water down in the other bathroom. like multiplayer Tetris? Okay.
Working. Sitting at your computer desk for a long period of time can leave you aching in all sorts of ways. A Delta Hub Carpio 2.0 can be used every day to help support your wrists while you're working. But what if you aren't just punching numbers into spreadsheets? Yeah. What if you're playing competitive first-person shooters or action RPGs? Well, Delta Hub's Carpio G 2.0 comes with a wrist strap, so you never lose track of your wrist rest, even during faster-paced gameplay. It also sports a perforated design to help prevent sweat buildup. Both versions have that signature glide feeling that Carpio is known for. Wow. And if you have larger hands, they also come in a larger size. But no matter which model or size you go with, they're going to be small, lightweight, and easy to pack around for working on the go or a late-night LAN with friends. Learn more about both versions and find the right Delta Hub Carpio for you using the link in the video description. If you guys enjoyed this video, why not go check out April Fools? We're running a huge promotion on the store right now. These are probably all sold out by the time you watch this, but we've got these cool little LTT coin...
Medallions, challenge coins.
Challenge coins, that's the word I was looking for. And it's a fun video.
I fly...
This is one of the most powerful...
Shut up! I fly for a private jet company. We just keep the door open, but taxi, takeoff, and landing, you still have to have a seatbelt on.
So the April Fools wasn't a joke.
I love videos like this, showcasing budget products we can actually afford. This was the most husband trying to rationalize his expensive purchase to his wife conversation I've ever seen between 2 straight men. Elijah in 2 years. You start wondering after working on your boss's 3rd gaming jet if you're ever going to be able to buy a gaming jet. Linus has officially entered the what does a banana cost $10 phase of wealth. LTT traded in half their RAM to purchase this jet. I heard that RAM prices and everything are starting to crash. Is that true?
No clue. I think I heard that they crashed because OpenAI was supposed to buy a bunch, but then they backed out. I don't know if that's even true either.
Harry Potter.
Harry Potter!
President Trump
say
cancels all press
you are the
conferences
boy
after
who-
convening national security team over missing F-15 pilot.
Uh-oh.
Dripped, are you not, broski?
Type shit, sir. Type shit. Type shit.
Type shit, indeed.
I heard he doesn't have parents.
What a loser.
Well, for your sakes, I hope the three of you are ready, as today is house sorting day. Snape will explain further. He's just moved here from Atlanta. There are 4 main houses.
Houses like Griffin Drippin'.
We own this bitch, you hear?
And Drippin' Pup.
Morning Myrtle be morning tonight.
Where's the sorting hat? Darby is on his way with it.
That ass perfect, baby. I love the way you get it over the turkey, baby.
Is that Harry?
Okay. Dobby. New Bulwark, Hasan slot. We'll get to it. Hold on.
My point.
James Fishback dodged our debate, but debated an OnlyFans girl.
Was he actually supposed to show up?
He was. They sent me emails proving that they'd agreed to it, yeah.
To Sophie is this. My point to Sophie is this, is if you want to keep doing this, then we're going to take 50% of what you earn and we're going to use it to raise public school teacher pay. Our public school teachers are not getting paid enough. We're going to use this as a resource to fund the empowerment of young women who have signed up to do something dignified, with all due respect, unlike you, and be a public school teacher educating and...
Wait, hold on. Did my rocket just friendly fire? Shoot an explosive homing missile at a random enemy. This spells a 70% chance to be disabled on each turn. Wait, did it just... Did it just malfunction?
with all due respect, unlike you, and be a public school teacher, educating, inspiring, and motivating.
Do you know what,
the
James?
next generation.
You know what? Here's what I would say. I've got to end this debate. Here's what I would say. I've listened to both of you, and you've both made good points. But honestly, that last statement you made was so pompous and patronising. Honestly, who are you to be the great moral arbiter of what young women do with themselves legally in the United States? Who are you to say if you become governor, you're going to take half her money in a state where they don't have even state income tax? It's like there's a real arrogance to this, that you've decided you are the moral arbiter of every Floridian. And it may be why you're trailing so badly in the polls. And Sophie, the good news for you is don't worry about it, because he's not going to win. So you're not going to end up giving Mr. Fishback any money for his plans, much as it would be great to put more money into teachers in public schools. Of course it would be. But it won't be coming from you, Sophie Rain, because he ain't going to win.
Well, if I'm not going to win, Sophie Rain can put a $5 million bet on Polymarket tonight that I'm not going to win. She'll make a lot of money. What I will tell you...
Would she make a lot of money? What are the odds on that? Are probably not that favorable, though.
You know what?
Is the same arrogance, the same arrogance...
Sophie doesn't need the money, but I might do that so that I can become as wealthy as Sophie Rain. Why don't we say this? I'll bet you $10,000 to a charity of your choice you do not win. Do you accept the bet?
Well, I want to know what the odds are, because Polymarket...
No. Oh, now he needs odds. What is Polymarket at for it? It is at... Fishback is at
2%.
9% right now.
Oh, no odds, just me and you.
10 to 1.
Mano to mano.
At what odds? I get 10,000, you get 10,000. That's a 50-50
man
bet,
against
Piers.
Mr. Perfect. Let's have a little 10 grand bet to charity on camera.
Sure.
On camera.
Sure.
I say you're going to lose. If you are this confident you're going to win, take the bet.
I'll take the bet if you give me $100,000. That's the 10 to 1.
Wait, hold on. This is kind of tricky, but kind of dumb as well. Fishback is saying that he wants odds to make this a fair bet. Now, if they were just having an impartial bet on a thing externally, that's fair. However, the whole point of betting him was to challenge his conviction on whether or not he'll win. If he's asking for odds, then the entire point of the bet goes away. Does that make sense? Like, there's no reason...
Well, yeah, because he's not confident in him winning.
Yeah, he's saying, okay, well, just give me the market odds. Market odds say you're going to lose. So you're essentially agreeing with the point. Oh, so you are, a 10 to 1, a 1 to 10 dog on this election, right? There's no point that... Yeah.
One on Polymarket right now. If I win, you give me $100,000.
No, I'm not giving you odds. If you're not confident you can win,
oh yeah, Piers understands it. Yeah,
understand it.
The odds are on Polymarket.
So you accept the Polymarket's right? You're going to.
Oh yeah, Piers gets that exactly. I'm surprised Piers got that. Yeah, I understand it 100%. Yeah.
You can win. I understand it.
The odds are on Polymarket.
So you accept the Polymarket's
Piers.
right? You're going to get shellacked. You accept it.
Piers, I look forward to everyone, including Sophie, voting on Election Day, August 18th.
James, I'll give you one last chance. If you genuinely think you're going to win $10,000 to charity, of both our choices. The winner chooses which charity. Do you accept my bet? I say you're going to lose. You say you're going to win.
Limits on what charity, Piers, because I don't want you giving money to abortion clinics, Piers, or to
It would be
Mr.
the
Suds
Intrepid
Daycare.
Fallen
Okay?
Heroes Fund.
I
Is that
want
good
the
enough for
money
you?
to be specifically given to a pro-life charity.
It would go to. You can give it to any charity you want. I'll give mine when I win to the Intrepid Fallen Heroes Fund, which is the charity I supported when I won Celebrity Apprentice in America. So just to be clear, are you accepting my bet?
I think it's a fair bet, Piers.
Great.
1-to-1 or
10 to charity. When you lose, I'll come and get you back on the show, and we'll have.
There's no way this scumfuck
Have
pays.
you donating that to my
He
charity?
also didn't
That'd be
agree.
great.
Yeah, I can't tell.
He just said, I think that's a fair bet. He didn't say, I agree.
I've seen the Twitter headlines for this whatever clip.
You're not answering the question, bro.
I'm happy to answer the question, dude.
Did you smash? Was it missionary? Back shots? What was it?
Listen, I don't want you ever speaking about women in our state like that ever again.
I mean, I don't want you ever smashing girls, teenage girls, in our state ever again. So promise me, never smash a minor again.
Why haven't I been arrested?
I don't know.
Why haven't I been arrested?
I don't know.
You should
Why
be
hasn't
lynched.
Trump been?
You should be lynched.
I should be
about me like
lynched.
that.
I should be lynched.
Yes, you should be
Yo,
lynched. About me like
lynch
that.
all pedophiles.
I agree. I will lynch every single Epstein criminal in this country.
Start yourself tonight. Start yourself tonight, sir.
Christ.
Why haven't I been arrested?
Why is he not answering the question, bro?
I'm happy to answer the question, dude.
Yeah, this guy's crazy.
Yeah, you think?
He might win. It is Florida we're talking about.
God, I'm gonna click that. Wait, what is this? Hold on. This is someone who captivates 100,000 people on the internet every week. Hasan illustrates my argument a lot better. Oh, why is this in a Linus Tech Tips thread? Hasan illustrates my arguments a lot better. He is a person who has made tens of millions of dollars off the back of hard workers donating that money to him. His business model gives millions of dollars to Amazon and even directly to Jeff Bezos, which widens wealth inequality. He's infinitely more comfortable than the people watching him. And despite all that, he's pushing for a system of government that would take all of that away from everyone and judging others for participating directly, counter the exact lifestyle he lives. It's not even the outcome to me. It's the fact that people fall in line with the narratives don't make sense. It's dangerous, blah, blah, blah. Okay, good job, Hasan hater. Nice. Wait. Is this a Hasan hater or was this a Hasan dick suck thread? Hold, wait. Or sorry, go ahead.
If Thomas and Alito decide to retire, do you think the Dems should hold the Supreme Court pick hostage for 2 years?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, me too. Big time. And if they don't, then I don't know. That's actually spineless behavior.
What do you think is going to happen? You think we're going to be okay?
I hope so. Of course. I don't know.
Do you think about it?
I'm confused. I can't believe we went to this war. When we started bombing Iran, I was like, this can't be true.
And what about Lebanon now?
I know. Israel's invaded Lebanon.
That's crazy. No way, really?
Yeah.
And it's like, just fucking stop. Like, what do you need?
Well, they're trying to, supposedly, they're trying to stop the terrorists.
Yeah, that's crazy, though, if you're the fucking terrorist. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you want to stop them, fucking stand in front of the fucking mirror and start there. What do you think is going to happen? You think we're going to be okay?
I hope so. Of course. I don't know.
Do you think about it?
That's crazy. Who would have ever thought Donald Trump would have done that, you know? I got a Dave mention. Uh-oh.
A moron whines about the thumbnail for this video, you can all remind him what a worthless hypocrite he is. Destiny blocked me. A whole video on how someone blocked him for being a troll. Own the libs, own the libs. Can you imagine someone more pathetic than this? And then, of course, all the thumbnails I showed you in my previous video, which were already sufficient to know who he is. What is there of actual substance? One video on the Irish potato famine and another members-only video
This
on...
Metatron dude is like, what do you call like a grifter slash astroturf? Like, he's just like, it's just grifter, right? They just show up and they profit off the weird algorithmic outrage machine. Ugh. Ugh, he's such a loser.
Fat. You sit down and you listen to me, you fat fuck. All right? I'm getting ready to tell you something that's very important knowledge that no one else is going to tell you, so I'm going to tell you right to your fucking face. By the way, get your finger out of your ass and quit licking it. You don't know goddamn manners. How were you brought up? All right. So I told you that you'd be gone by April Fools of 2027. I'm getting a little worried. I got to tell you, I watched that word mash you had night before last, I guess it was. Man, I got to tell you, Don't go throw the fucking number on me before the election, because I want you very, very aware on election night when people tell you what the fuck they think of you. They hate you. Everybody hates you. There's an article today I read about how low can his polling go, and what's your floor? Some people say it's 33. Well, now it's 35. So if that's true, you might go through the floor, because all you're gonna have left is hardcore MAGA. And frankly, you got 49. You're down to 33. We're glad to have all the people that are now admitting that was a huge mistake. You watch these videos of people saying, "Geez, I can't believe I voted for that guy." Well, you did, but welcome back. The other 30, just shit, go. You're more trouble than you're worth. You have to go to your fat ass rallies and whatever you do. But I want to say this right now, man. Don't croak on me. All right? Don't do that, because I want you alive when all this shit happens to you. So you get rid of
Then you have my permission to die, Jesus.
Pam, they're leaking everywhere. Your boy Pete, you got to do something over there, man. You need to send a whole regiment of plumbers in the Pentagon, because everybody hates him. You don't know what the fuck you're doing. You have no idea. Why don't you call your friend Lindsey Graham, the magic wand guy? Check in on, see how he's doing, okay? Maybe check in on Kristi Noem's husband. You know, you could see how big his tits are now, or anything like that. It's just starting, dude.
Okay. All right, more Hasan slap.
Hey everybody, it's Tim Miller from the Bulwark.
Even Tim and Sarah disagree on Hasan Piker. Oh boy.
Uh-oh. Is she on our side?
I don't know. Let me use the restroom 1 second.
Really?
We're here with our publisher, Sarah Longwell. She has a book coming out. I don't know if you heard about that. I wanted to talk about an article that our colleague Lauren Egan wrote with, behind her back a little bit. So you guys can alert her to it if you want. It's called How Big is the Democrats' Big Tent? And it's centered around this question of the streamer, Hasan Piker, who is on the far left. Is he even a Democrat? I think is the question. He's one of DSA. He has a lot of critiques of the Democratic Party that come from the left part of the coalition. His critiques of the party are particularly acute when it comes to Israel and their actions in Gaza and our broader military involvement around the world. And the question is, there were some Democrats who are saying that Democratic strategists and commentators were saying that the party shouldn't associate with Piker. Because he has some extreme views. We can debate the extent of this, but he said some things that are either anti-Semitic or anti-Semitic curious or adjacent, and the questions are whether people should deal with him. So I think that I went long on this topic on the stream last night. For you to be like, now we as the centrist establishment serious types want to exile a far leftist from here because he has some impure thoughts about Israel. It's like, all you're doing is making him more powerful. All you're doing is making people think you're a bigger idiot. To pick right now to have this fight. And it is truly, it's like madness. And the entire country is moving the other direction. We can just be honest. It's moving Hasan's direction on the question of Israel. And you're like,
I really, I hope Tim doesn't get pushed more into this position. I don't like the framing of this as like just pro or anti-Israel. Like, you can be insanely anti-Israel. You can be the most anti-Israel motherfucker on the planet without being insanely anti-Semitic and without hating America. Like, you can do this. It's not even a hard needle to thread. Like,
we're going to pick a fight with him on that? Right now? I don't get it. We did this already 5 years ago where a bunch of liberals were like, you can't go on Joe Rogan. He had some bad opinions.
This comparison
is
is
so
so
we
bad
can't
too,
do this
yeah.
shit again.
Yeah.
So people can go if they want to hear my full sermon. I did, I think, 20 minutes on this topic last night because it's complicated. And I just want to kind of break this down. Sarah saw all of that, some of that? Some of it?
I saw the whole thing. I watched the whole thing.
Okay, Sarah watched the whole thing. Wow, JVL's going to be jealous. Sarah watched the whole thing, my whole long sermon. And so I just want to set this up. I just kind of want to break it down. There are a bunch of sub-elements to this, right? Like, which is Do I agree with Hasan Piker's politics? Like, I do not. And I went through some of those disagreements. Should people go on Hasan Piker's show? I think yes, we can talk about that. Should Democrats campaign with him? Like, there are differing views on that. Should there be a litmus test somewhere in the party? Like, where should the Democrats draw the line in their big tent? Like, should the tent encompass the entire country, or, you know, should there be polls that if people fall outside those, they shouldn't fit inside the tent? So, like, those are kind of, you know, I think sometimes the conversation, like, all that stuff gets jumbled up into one thing, and, you know, my views are different on different sort of sub bullets. So I just kind of wanted to start there. You watched my whole thing. On which one of those elements do you feel like your disagreement is with me?
So I think I want to start with kind of Hasan Piker, the guy, the stuff he says, and like, who is he? Because to evaluate him is then to evaluate the rest of your questions, right?
Okay, fair.
Should he be in the tent or out of the tent is a question of like, okay, who is this guy? What does he believe? What does he talk about on what is a relatively popular streaming site? And I'll just give you a flavor of some of the things that pop up from Hasan's critics.
Please, God, let her have things that aren't just about Israel. Please, God. Please, God. I believe in you. Sarah, you can do this. Sarah, you can do this.
That I have seen and that I think are quite terrible. So America deserved 9/11, dude. On China, he says, we hyper-focus on the social repression or the civil liberties, or not even civil liberties necessarily, but free speech and things like that. But in terms of good governance, there's a lot we can learn from the way they perform out there. At least they get results. And he has a lot of very pro-China
Oh, no. Never mind. I changed my mind. It's over. Never mind. Hasan will be fully integrated into the... It's over. It's all over. It's all over.
There's one that he says was a little bit taken out of context, but he says, doesn't matter if the fucking rapes happened on October 7th. That doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much. So that's the other part of this problem that many people can't contend with. Like, the Palestinian resistance is not perfect. They're not like so good. They have magical bullets. I don't know what that means. He says Hamas is 1,000 times better than Israel. On Hezbollah, he said, overall, what's my favorite flag? Hezbollah. Look it up. I'm not even kidding. It's actually a dope flag. It's got an AK on it and a fucking hand holding it up. On Dan Crenshaw losing an eye in Afghanistan. What the fuck is wrong with this dude? I also dislike Dan Crenshaw, but I would not say this. Didn't he go to war and like literally lose his eye because of some mujahideen, a brave fucking soldier, fucked his eye hole with their dick? On Israel being full of inbreds. You are left with a country that is packed to the fucking gills with the most inbred, uneducated, ultra-nationalist, rabid, Haredi population. On Russia's annexation of Crimea. Annexation of Crimea was absolutely a justifiable annexation. What do you call Crimea? I call it part of Russian territory, bitch. I call it Crimea River.
That's a good one, but...
Russian river. The annexation of Crimea was absolutely a justifiable annexation. On black people. Black people care about the border. I don't give a fuck what black people care about. Black people care about this. Black people care about that. Like, shut the fuck up. That's not how politics work. And then, I don't know if this is I don't know how to, I'm not going to rank these, but this one's a real doozy. Date rape is better if it happens to rich women.
Okay, this is a crazy one.
Wait, what's this one?
If you have these fucking
Wait, what? You haven't heard this one?
No.
When Hasan says, at least if guys are raping girls on these college campuses, at least it's rich girls getting raped?
No, I have never heard this.
What? Hold on. Fuck. Does anybody have a link to this clip directly?
I find this hard to believe that he's said
You haven't seen this?
They were.
Hold on.
No.
They were. At least Patrick Henry College is like doing one good thing, which is that like if you have these fucking millionaire, billionaire, WASP fail sons, at least taking them out of other colleges so they can only do date rape to other billionaire, millionaire fail daughters is like, in some respects, you know, from a utilitarian perspective, of course, a little bit better. You know what I mean? Like taking these guys and putting them in a pen with one another is ultimately getting them away from the broader society.
Teaching. They were
That's kind of a
I
crazy.
don't
That's
know.
crazy.
Jesus
That's a crazy
Christ.
one.
Millionaire, billionaire, WASP, fail sons, at least taking them out of other colleges so they can only do date rape to other billionaire, millionaire, failed daughters is in some respects, from a utilitarian perspective, of course, a little bit better. Okay, Piker told off a listener who condemned the massacre on October 7th, a bloodthirsty, violent pig dog suck my dick. Okay,
Let her cook.
so that's the guy. That's the guy. I do not think any Democrat should look to include him in their coalition. And here's the thing. You mentioned my book at the top. I just wrote a whole book that is going to come out in September. It is 300 pages.
300.
It's called How to Eat an Elephant One Voter at a Time. It is 300 pages about how you build a winning coalition. There's not a single paragraph that recommends cozying up to people like Hasan Piker. I talk a lot about big tents. I talk a lot about a pro-democracy coalition. But here's the thing. Hasan Piker doesn't actually belong in the pro-democracy coalition.
True.
He's an illiberal guy.
Thank you.
He's a China, Russia sympathizer who hates women, hates Israel. Like
What would be in your list? Maybe after this video, maybe we'll do some. I'll put together stuff. I should have clips ready to go for him anyway.
all the toxic things. And I think, and I was listening to you last night, and I was like, my biggest problem with it, because I agree with you in some places, my biggest problem with it is I felt like you were soft selling who this guy is. Like at one point, I think you called it like impure thoughts or something.
This is one of my defenses of Piker, which is also defense of myself, is that if you're streaming 8 hours a day, I feel like the critics that sometimes like look at I guess like an 8-word snippet of something somebody says, I'm like, you fuck.
Okay, I don't know how to explain this. I don't know the name of this fallacy, the advanced fallacy. We need to go back to naming these.
If you're going to claim that something is out of context, what that means is that the additional context should change how you view the clip. So an argument that I would make was that my clip that Jesse Waters played, I got my YouTube monetized, I would say that that was out of context, because I think that if you listen to the clip that he played, I think an ordinary person could come away from that thinking, Destiny is saying that conservatives need to start being killed in greater numbers. That's kind of what it sounds like. Conservatives need to be afraid. Destiny's advocating for violence against conservatives. That's a fair reading if you listen to the clip we played. I think if you listen to my entire talk on this, or the whatever 5 minutes or 10 minutes or whatever when I'm speaking of this, it's instead incredibly obvious what I'm saying is that conservatives are acting without fear, and they seem to be inviting civil war. They're always horny for civil war. There's no fear on the conservative side. They think that this would be based or awesome. I think that was what an ordinary person would. So when Hasan keeps doing this thing where he's like, oh, it's out of context, well, would the additional context change the way that we view the clip? When Tim is talking about like, well, if you're streaming for 8 hours, you might say something dumb. You can say something dumb or imprecise or whatever else, but like Hasan's issue is not that he streams too much, and so some stuff just slips out that was like phrased poorly. Like these are core ideological contentions, you know?
Like look at I guess like an 8-word snippet of something somebody says, I'm like, you fucking talk for 8 hours a day. I just talked for 1 hour a day last night, and I rewatched that video and saw impure thoughts, and that's not what
at least I'll be able to speak to this point. Like, okay, well, I'm somebody who streams a lot. Like this, like there are times when people can cut things out of context, but then the onus is on you to explain how are they out of context. It's not just to say, oh, out of context, and then you move on, right? Like, Destiny, here's a clip of you saying like all women should be murdered. Oh, that's out of context. Okay, well, how? Oh, it just was. And then you just move on. It's like, what is the additional context? Would it change the way that I view what you're saying, or what?
I was trying to say. I was trying to say that, you just talk for a long time, and
yeah, but
and
you don't
anyway.
you don't accidentally say America deserved 9/11.
No. He had some very bad takes in there too. He had he has some really bad.
I don't like the America deserved 9/11 fixation, because like there are roundabout ways that it's not like as indefensible as people make it out to be. It's like pretty bad. The surface level reading is very bad. If you think about it a little bit, it's pretty bad. If you really get into it, you get into an interesting argument of how liable are civilians in a democratic style government for the actions that their military takes with democratic approval, right? So if your civilian population votes for a particular military action that ends up killing civilians in the Middle East, are those civilians to some extent liable, such that terrorist retributive actions to them can be somewhat understandable or justified or whatever? I still think the answer would be no here for a bunch of reasons, but like it's not as indefensible as like 9/11 just murder American citizens, right? But I would say like you can have the fight on this, but there are so many other horrible things that there are so many horrible things that Hasan like says and does that you don't have to point to that one, you know?
For sure.
Can I push back on this idea though? They're not takes. Like, this guy has a worldview that I think is anathema to liberal democracy. It's not that we
Yes, she's going to say, it's not that we just disagree with it. Say it.
just disagree with this.
Yes, thank you. Yes. Because Tim is softening his language, but I don't fault Tim here. I just don't think Tim is aware of the whole of what Hasan believes in, because he's so good at masking on, especially with all of the gay and insanely horny women that write articles about him and his armpit in a bathtub. Right? If you've been inundated with these worthless journo slop articles and you think there's any degree of truth to any of them, then it's understandable how you can kind of get a little mindfuck. Like, oh well, I guess maybe he's just a little bit to the left of us, or maybe quite a bit to the left of us, but still, you know.
Worldview that I think is anathema to liberal democracy. It's not that we just disagree with his politics. I think his worldview is gross, and the way he talks about people is disgusting. And so, like, I think he is all of the things that I think you were being too hard on sort of the third way types who are condemning him, because he is condemnable. And I think it is important. You and I spent a long time when I was on your podcast trying to take our longtime reflexive pro-Israel stances and kind of wrestle with that now in this new world. And I'm up for wrestling with that. And I do, one of the things that is scary Israel stances. Take our longtime reflexive pro-Israel stances and kind of wrestle with that now in this new world. And I'm up for wrestling with that. And I do, one of the things that is scary about wrestling with that is that there's a bunch of people on the I'm against this war, I'm against Israel's involvement in this war, who do it for anti-Semitic reasons. And I think disaggregating from those people as you criticize this war is absolutely essential from a moral standpoint.
This is, I think, this I think is the crux of the deal, because as I said last night, I argued with Hasan about China on and off stage. I argued with Hasan about his focus on Israel on stage. And I think that he is a liberal, and I think that if Hasan was running for Congress or president,
you think he is illiberal?
Illiberal, I do. And I think that if he was running for one of those things, I would oppose him. And I think that probably, I think it's very unlikely that me and Hasan will have the same preferred candidates in the Democratic 2028 campaign. If we do, that candidate will end up being very adept at navigating our fractures. So who the hell knows what the future holds? But like, I don't like it. I don't like his worldview, and I think that it is worth objecting to. And I think it's worth people like us objecting to and hashing it out and fighting with him about it and arguing about a lot of the things that he thinks that are bad. I also just think that, two things. One, people that consume him hear that list and are like, that doesn't mesh with the guy I know, right? And I think that if you came up with my 10 worst takes, they would not sound as bad as his list, or anywhere near as bad, I don't think. But especially if you go back to 2004, I have some pretty bad takes going all the way back, okay? So I just mean, if you put my list together, I think a lot of Bulwark people would be like, guy, like, you're being unfair, right? And because I think that there are a lot of areas where he is genuine, that he cares about stuff, human rights. And again, I don't watch this day to day, but I hearing this from other people, I think they would say, wait a minute, you're trying to turn him into like Tucker or somebody whose whole show is about anti-Semitism right now. But like he talks a lot about making sure people can get a living wage and human rights around the world and how we should care about rights for people.
Yes. So does Tucker.
Okay, fine. So anyway, I'm just telling you what people would say about him. I think that I do think that it is a category difference. A lot of people who are criticizing me about the stream last night were trying to lump it in with like, I thought you left Trump. And I was like, no, Trump had a lot of noxious views, and then he ran for president, tripling down on them and being like, hey, here are all my worst views. And like, I think that we should institute them as policy. Some of the things you laid out, I think Hasan would agree with. Some of those things, if you read the profiles of him, he's backed off on, particularly.
No, he says he does not apologize for any of them. He was just taken out of context.
Yes.
He's like, I don't take any of them back. I don't walk any of them back, but maybe they were taken out of context.
Okay, well, maybe I'd have to listen to that.
Okay, these are significantly different, though, right, Tim? Like, that's a lot different. He walked them all back versus he just claims he was taken out of context for everything.
I guess I just would say that holistically, it is a category difference for me that Trump, from what you hear from MAGA. All of that aside, though, because we can take the measure of the man, and you can decide that he's a wholly unacceptable man, and I can say that he's a man that has some bad views, and we can hash that out. The strategic question, the analytical question, right?
Yep.
Is how Democrats should handle somebody like that.
Well, it depends, though, on that fundamental disagreement, right? If it's just somebody who's to the left of you or whatever, well, then, yeah, you should always be open to broadening your horizons and not excluding people for no reason, especially when Trump is such a threat. But these are important. You have to solve this fundamental thing first, right?
This is where I'm the harshest on the view that he should be kicked out. And I'm
what do you mean
particularly
exactly
harsh.
by this fundamental thing?
Like, Zohran Mamdani seems like a guy who's at least a bit, if not quite a bit, to the left of me, but he understands the importance of supporting the Democratic Party. He acknowledges the Democratic Party is significantly better than the Republican Party. He acknowledges that different candidates are appropriate in different areas of the country. Like Zohran Mamdani, there's plenty of room in the Democratic Party for a person like him. But Hasan has a fundamental disagreement about like what the Democratic Party should even stand for. In his mind, the Democrats and the Republicans are close to each other on everything because we need an overthrow of the capitalist system to usher in a new era of socialist, revolutionary, whatever bullshit. Like he's a fundamentally different type of person. So
he's like a wolf in sheep's clothing.
But you have to
and
figure out like
destroy
that fundamental difference because Tim Miller, in his mind, Hasan and Zohran Mamdani are close to each other. That's how Tim is viewing it. These are close-ish people.
Would he call Zohran illiberal?
No, I don't think he would.
But he's calling Hasan a liberal.
Yeah, but I don't know how much stock he puts in that illiberal thing.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Because that's just hard for me to understand that he considers them near the same, but he'll call one a liberal and he won't call the other.
Sure.
That. Okay. Yeah.
Said this last night, and this relates to your point about Israel, about like picking this fight with him right now. Like at this moment today, April 3rd of 2026. Because I
also think you can make the argument that picking this fight right now, this is probably the best time to do it because my guess is going to be no matter what happens, the Democrats are probably about to sweep just because of how fucked Trump is. Just because of how completely
They're very
fucked up
mobilized
is.
right
yeah,
now.
so this is your time for when new coalitions and stuff could show up in your movement, and you want to be careful about, these things,
This is the time to figure out who you want in your party and your tent.
Yeah, because there's a lot of space being created. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now we are embroiled in a catastrophic war that the Secretary of State said we did because Israel got us into it. So, like, you can call that a conspiracy theory or whatever, but like the Secretary of State said it, and the president has basically said it, though he does word salad a bunch of times. And I just think that any fair analyst could look at it and say, well, obviously, like this war is more in Israel's acute interest than ours. Like that's just a statement of fact, right? So, like, we're in this war with our partner Israel right now on the heels of their behavior in Gaza, however you want to describe that, whether it's genocide or ethnic cleansing or war crimes or just more killing than was necessary, like anywhere on that continuum. Like this comes after that. Now we've partnered with them for a war in Iran that is going to create massive damage globally to people's lives.
Like nothing that Tim is saying is wrong, but Hasan believed that Kamala would have advocated for more or less the same. That's the issue.
Like people are going to be materially harmed by this war. They already are. And there are a lot of people out there in this country right now who are really mad about that, and they're about to get really madder in the coming months. And I think a lot of them look at they blame Trump, but they also look at the Democratic Party and be like, you guys have been on this too. Joe Biden was in there when Israel was doing the Gaza thing. The Democrats have been, part of this bipartisan establishment that got us into these stupid wars forever. And they look around for people, and who do they see out there saying, no, we should not do these wars. They're stupid. They're wrong. They see people like Hasan. And so in this moment where people are very bad, a lot of voters that when you say how to eat an elephant one at a time, a lot of voters Democrats are going to need, whether they be young voters or men who don't want to go to war or people whose costs are going to go up. Like right now, at this moment, a lot of them are assessing the landscape. And they're saying like, fuck.
Okay, sorry. Why does he think that the Dems need these voters?
Because Dems are perpetually in this cuckoldry of like, we have to appeal to, it's the circle thing I drew earlier.
Yeah, but they should be coming to the Dems and groveling to
because
be
the people
able to
think that like
come to
there's
get
no
political power.
Democratic movement or there's no Democratic voters or nobody gives a fuck outside of like these really radical places, which I feel like is kind of proven wrong by the whole No Kings protest, because I feel like these are getting a fuck ton of people that are showing up that are just like center left.
They're the most popular protests ever. Like they're
yeah, and these are like just like
yes.
center left Demers. These are not like crazy like socialist ultra progressive-y type people. Like they're just normal ass dudes.
Yeah, but I think the fucking ultra progressive socialist type people try to co-opt these movements.
They try to. They want to. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Trump betrayed me. Like I thought I was on board with the no wars candidate. Okay, and they're gettable right now. I get as ripe as they have ever been to be gotten by the Democratic Party. And in this moment, the Democratic Party and their leaders should be focused.
Like the Democratic Party doesn't need Hasan to be anti-war. Like they can be against war without appealing to socialists. Like that's not just an exclusively socialist position.
My view on being as clear and loud and passionate as possible. No stupid wars. I will not get you involved in this. This is a mistake. To the extent that Israel is involved, the fact that our relationship is closely tied to them is a mistake. And if we ever get back in power, we will not betray you. We hear you. We see this. And instead, you hear a lot of Democratic leaders being like, well, we should kick this guy out. That's what he's known for. Like if he's known for anything, it's being anti this stuff. And it's like, what? We're picking this fight with him now? I'm just like, I could think of 1,000 other things I would rather Democrats pick fights about now. Like, why him right now?
Because he's making their life harder. It is people like Hasan
They're making their life harder.
Hold on. People like Hasan are making Democrats who want to take a stand against this war, right?
True.
And who want to probably take a stand against the way that Trump is just sort of like, doing whatever Bibi tells him. They're trying to figure out how to do it in a way where they don't imperil the safety of Jewish people in this country. They're trying to do it in a way that they don't want to be anti-Semitic. And I'll tell you why Hasan is so dangerous is that what it does is it's exactly what Trump does. It's exactly what Nick Fuentes does and Tucker does. It takes maybe legitimate rage about something and then it gives them an enemy to put it on. It gives them an out group to blame for it. And I think you have to be so careful with that so that you're not doing that, which starts with condemning the people who hold the same position as you for reasons that are bad, for reasons that are hostile to Jews.
Here's where I disagree. Totally disagree. It starts with condemning the fucking war and condemning Israel and condemning Bibi and condemning Trump and being passionate and clear about it. Because then what happens? Then, if you have the credibility then with the voters who were anti-war voters, who were unhappy about the way that they see the bipartisan establishment, and they thought Trump was going to be their savior from this, that there was some blob in D.C., and no matter which party is in charge, we all get into stupid wars. They thought Trump was their way out of this, and now they're like, Trump's doing the same shit that all the other ones did that we said we didn't want it. He's doing it worse. And so now if the Democrats go to those people and go on those shows, they should be on those shows. Democrats should be begging Joe Rogan or Theo or whoever to have them on right now. They should be on Manosphere shows being like, I told you, this was stupid. I didn't want to do this. This war
I don't even know if those shows will have them on though, right? Like Joe Rogan explicitly says, like Gavin is begging Joe Rogan, let me on and we'll chat. And Joe Rogan's like, no, we're not doing it,
Dumb. Our relationship with Israel is too tight. We should be reevaluating it. We should not be getting dog walked into this war. By the way, MBS also sucks, right? Like you can do that in a way that's not anti-Semitic because it's what's happened. Like it's happened. And so if they did that, and then in 5 months they're like, you know what? Okay, look at this though. Like you guys, we cannot, be shoulder to shoulder with somebody as this view or that view, or we have to then you have the credibility.
Why is there a 5-month gap? Why can't it be in the same breath? I think it should, because here's the point. I do agree with you that nature abhors a vacuum, right? Like part of what is happening is that there is a desperate anger over this war from a lot of people that feel betrayed by Donald Trump, that don't want any more foreign wars in the Middle East, and like it's not about Israel. Like for some people it is about Israel. For some people it is about anti-Semitism. Those are different. And then there's just a lot. I think the vast majority of people are just mad we're doing this again. And so, like, Democrats should be condemning it. They should be outspoken. They should be the one to try to gain a following by talking about this, but I think in doing so, they should separate themselves from people like Hasan. I don't think you have to wrap your arms around him. I don't think,
He has credibility and they don't on this, though. And
so they should go get credibility.
He has credibility. What do you mean by credibility?
What?
Like that he's just been pumping this rhetoric for fucking years? I mean, like...
But what rhetoric? Just, I don't
Hating.
new wars? Didn't everybody have that?
Exacerbating.
They don't need to borrow it from him.
I'm not telling you. I'm not saying they should borrow for it. I never said. This again. Here's the disagreement. I never said I think Democrats should campaign with him. I disagree with that.
I don't think they should go on his show.
I think you don't think they should go on his show.
Hasan.
I think they could go on his show, but I don't think there's a problem. Yeah, like arguing with people or anything like that. I think that's totally fine. But it's a matter of like, what are you there for? Are you just there to circle jerk all day, or like to pretend that this guy's on the same team as you? Like that's the difference.
No.
Oh my God, that we could not disagree more. Oh my God, the people that watch Hasan's show are not terrible. The regular people, a lot of people they're gonna watch this video, watch Hasan's show. I hear from them. I saw them on the street. The idea,
I know.
This is like the same shit we just did with Joe Rogan. It's like Democrats shouldn't go on Joe Rogan has terrible fucking.
I can't believe this is going to conflate it so much. My brain is melting here. Nobody said that Democrats should go on Joe Rogan and just be buddy-buddy with like the anti-vaxxers and the people who think that the lost city of Atlantis is 10 miles off the coast of Malibu. It's the idea of going on and like presenting your policy platform in a strong manner and then being aggressively anti, the other people that they're bringing on. It's like showing like, hey, like I'm here, Joe Rogan, like this is what we believe in. We're going to fight on this or whatever. That's different than just going and buddy upping with people. The different types of platforming seems to not be spoken about sometimes. Some random things.
And views, they have to speak to those people. Those are the people that they have to speak to. Why wouldn't they do that? Like right now, especially right now.
Somebody's doing something in the hallway.
Oh, when they're the most gettable.
Let's say so Nick Fuentes is out there saying we should vote for Democrats because Trump is doing this for Israel. Think Democrats should go on Nick Fuentes' show? I don't.
Well, Nick Fuentes is full of shit, is the thing.
Oh my God.
I mean, I
don't think they should go on a show,
but they need to be combative. They need to be fighting.
But not really so much because he's an anti-Semite. I don't think they should go on a show because he's like he's a troll. He's just a troll. Hasan really believes what he believes.
Like, this comparison is crazy. Like, Fuentes is a troll. Hasan is genuine. Like, Fuentes literally had AFPAC. What were the two people that went to his conference? One was Marjorie Taylor Greene and a senator, wasn't it? Like,
you can say his beliefs are bad or wrong or shameful or should be condemned, and you could go on a show and fight him about it. But like, Hasan is not out there doing like, jokes about ovens and the Jew. There might not have been that many people killed in the Holocaust. Doing trolling,
bro. Like, how are the denial of all the rapes or any rapes happening, or the denial of basically any Israeli suffering, for the whole history of the country, not basically the same thing? It really kind of is. Like, again, Hasan just doesn't deny any of the rape stuff doesn't deny the Holocaust stuff because his enemies there are white nationalists.
I think Paul Gosar was the other one who was there for
Was it Gosar?
or whatever. Yeah.
Oh.
It was MTG and him. I've just never heard anybody say that they think Nick Fuentes is trolling and doesn't believe in his views. That seems insane to me. I think Nick Fuentes just believes his crazy shit.
Like, what does Nick Fuentes even believe? Does anybody even know? Does he even know? I don't think.
Look at Fuentes' life compared to Hasan's. Fuentes is banned from how many different things, from how many different platforms, from how many different banks, and then compare that to Hasan, who's never been removed from a major platform in his entire life. Like, which one here is a higher commitment to his beliefs? It's not even close.
He even knows what he believes anymore. Like, he's just full of shit. Like, it's like a variety show. Hasan has passionate left-wing views.
What'd you say?
Why does Tim think this? He's just saying like, oh, he's full of shit. Oh,
I know why he thinks it. The problem is, one, our minds have been rotted on what satire means. He probably thinks this because he saw Nick Fuentes go on to Piers Morgan, where Fuentes was kind of telling jokes, but like the jokes have something real behind them. But some people have this weird thing where when somebody engages in like satirical humor, they just assume the person has no foundational belief whatsoever. Where like, if I were to show up and say something like I don't know, like, oh, I thought of a new scam for the government. I'm gonna have like an organization for fathers, but it's restricted to just black people, so nobody shows up. Ha 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 ha, or whatever, right? Like you can say like, oh, that's a joke. He's being a troll. He's satirizing, whatever the fuck. But like, what's the joke? Like, it's a racist joke. Like, I'm appealing to a racist stereotype caricature to get the humor. Like, that's not a joke, right? The underlying sentiment is not a joke. Like it represents something real. People's brains get really weird when it comes to humor, where they just for some reason they can just literally throw out everything. And I don't know. That's my guess.
One of your DDG chatter said, no, Fuentes doesn't have any solid views. I agree with Miller, but
he's retarded.
He okay.
It's like a variety show. Hasan like has passionate left-wing views, and they should be grappled with, I think.
Who says that 9/11 was America's fault and that, like, I don't think this is a serious person. This is part of my problem. Now, and I'm going to both state a problem, and then I think one of the ways in which strategically this is bad. Nick Fuentes and Hasan Piker are both being elevated in the discourse because there's a Streisand effect happening. This I do write about in the book. The Streisand effect that makes these people more powerful, that gives these people a bigger platform. Where whether it is the earnestness of Hasan or the nihilism of Fuentes, right? People are like kind of there for that experience, and it raises their curiosity. This happened with Andrew Tate. Like, there is just a series of people where the outrage against them is making them more powerful. That being said, understanding that dynamic doesn't mean that, like, there's just sort of a right is still right and wrong is still wrong. Like, I do think Hasan, but like, I felt this way about Mewgenics.
No, it was on my show. Does that just make you uncomfortable? Like the phrase globalized intifada, from the river to the sea?
To me, ultimately, what I hear in so many is a desperate desire for equality and equal rights in standing up for Palestinian human rights. And I think what's difficult also is that the very word has been used by the Holocaust Museum when translating the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising into Arabic, because it's a word that means struggle.
Sure.
And as a Muslim man who grew up post 9/11, I'm all too familiar in the way in which Arabic words can be twisted, can be distorted, can be used to justify any kind of meaning.
Yep.
And I think that's where it leaves me with a sense that what we need to do is focus on keeping Jewish New Yorkers safe, and the question of the permissibility of language is something that I haven't ventured into.
It's like, I just feel like the phrase globalized intifada is not something people should use, because even if you don't intend it to be that way, it is heard by Jewish people as like, kill us everywhere. And so that should be condemned. And then I asked him if he would condemn anyone on the show.
But like, I think trying.
I asked him if he could condemn it, and he wouldn't. Is that what he said? He would or wouldn't?
Condemned. And then I asked him if he would condemn anyone on the show.
I think he says he wouldn't, but I don't think Hasan would condemn it either.
No, of course not. No. I think Mewgenics, didn't he walk back that globalized intifada thing? I think he did, didn't he? At some point? I'm pretty sure he did.
But like, I think trying not to elevate these people in the discourse, or us being clear that they are malign actors. Like, we can wrestle with what they say. And actually, I want to say something, because I'm not sure if we've talked about this before. I was also on a panel with him, and I didn't know who he was going into it. This is like, actually, the embarrassing part of this is that I don't like really know. I don't like follow who the Twitch streamers are. And I hadn't really heard of him, or if I had, I hadn't bothered to figure out who he was. And when he started talking, like, the first things out of his mouth were like ridiculous, and they were attacks on Bill. And it was this like kind of, it was just like garbage lefty nonsense. And I also had a fight with him on the stage and condemned what he was saying. Also was like, this guy's worthless. I don't find him to be remotely interesting as a thinker, and I get that he's got a big audience, but just because these guys have big audiences doesn't mean they're all created equal.
Again, I think this is why I know you the 5 months thing, and right is always right. And I think that people in the commentary space that want to criticize him should, and I understand that right is always right. In my argument for engaging with him last night, I said it was like even this week he attacked Scott Wiener, state senator out of California, for visiting Israel after October 7th. And I was like, that's a crazy thing to attack somebody over. That's an insane thing to attack somebody over, and that's wrong. And I find it repugnant, actually. But we could disagree about that. Here's my problem, though, is why it matters all in the context of Israel. You're saying that these guys are being elevated by the Streisand effect, and I think that is part of it. It is true. And I think that, again, and I think that's why this is counterproductive to have this fight right now for pro-Israel Democrats or centrist Democrats or whatever, any of those groups, because I think right now he's being elevated quite a bit. But I don't think that's what's elevating him. I mean, I think that what is happening in the world is elevating him in the moment. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. This is like very uncomfortable for like defenders of Israel to deal with. But like what happened was we were in a world after October 7th where there were a lot of people that were too soon for my taste out there attacking Israel for what they're doing in Gaza and how they're prosecuting the war, and they were doing so in ways that talked explicitly
clearly
about that.
Anti-Semitic.
Okay, well there are times that they're clearly anti-Semitic, but there are also
they're anti-Semitic, but also they were also just fucking retarded too. Like, for anybody that said that Israel had no right to respond in a military fashion to the October 7th attacks, that's a ridiculous position. But like that was all these
people
people's
actually
positions.
saying this?
Yes, 100%. Yes.
But okay, so people have
like Hasan Piker. Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Other larger figures, no. But people like Hasan, yeah. This is where the whole I would argue when people are like, oh, history didn't begin on October 7th, right? This is where this comes from. Is that this is a retaliation for other Israeli attacks? Absolutely, 100%.
What do they want? They just terrorist attack. I mean,
they want Israel as a country to dissolve.
We'll just let them keep living there. Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, that's it. They want They want Israel as a state to become a one-state thing where all the Arabs can go back, all the Palestinians can go back, and the Jews are a minority. That's what they ultimately want.
Do you think that he thought then the October 7th attack was a good thing?
I don't think he would say good, but he would say it was like understandable and he kind of does. That's where the baby settlers thing came from, because he said that like technically it's all active conflict, so. It's all justifiable in the rules of war. This is where that misreading of a UN thing where they say a people have a right to resist their oppressors, even if it means using violence. When they're saying that over and over again, what they're saying there is that that you have a right to kill civilians.
Even civilians are, a valid military target in that point.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty crazy.
Times where they were talking about things that other people weren't talking about in the news, like the amount of death and destruction that was happening to the Palestinians in Gaza. And
okay, I don't know what news Tim is consuming. I'm sorry, bullshit. Every motherfucking outlet on the planet was carrying this news. We literally had the hospital bombing that was pinned on Israel, like, what was it, like a week after the war started, was carried by the BBC and every major outlet in the world. The Al-Ali hospital bombing, that they said that Israel bombed a hospital and killed 500 people. Like, the whole world was covering this. I have no idea what Tim is listening to, where he thinks that everybody wasn't talking about this constantly.
Like the amount of death and destruction that was happening to the Palestinians in Gaza. And they were talking about that passionately. And maybe they're passionately and earnestly anti-Semitic. Okay, but they were talking about this topic passionately. Talking about how Israel is a malign influence on the world, and that they have too much, and that they have too much influence in American politics. We're giving them too much aid. That AIPAC is too involved in these campaigns. And if you came and listened to my show a year ago, like anytime this topic come up, I was on the opposite side. I was saying, you're overstate. It's kind of anti-Semitic how you're blaming AIPAC for everything. You're overstating AIPAC's influence, and all of their critiques of Israel has just done everything that they.
This is also, I don't know how to deal with this fallacy where somebody, okay, let's say that I come in, okay, and I say that all black people have the murder warrior gene, okay, and a black person will murder a family member of yours because they have the warrior murderer gene. Unless you're like, I don't think that that's true. I don't think they have the warrior murderer gene. And then let's say that time goes on, and let's say at some point a black person manages to kill your family member. It's not accurate to say that all of their statements were justified. This is, I don't want to say low IQ, but this is like one of the dumbest takes that can possibly be given, that somehow you can just like, it's almost like a justified true belief thing. If somebody uses faulty argumentation to make a claim, and the claim is not true, but then at some point something related to the claim happens, that doesn't make all the prior argumentation correct. This seems like a thing that's plainly self-evident to me, but yeah.
Can you give another example of that? I'm a little confused.
So, so I'll keep it specific to Israel. So the claim that, hold on, let me listen to the exact example he gave. 1 second.
Like anytime this topic come up, I was on the I was on the opposite side.
Oh, so like the claim is that, like Israel is bloodthirsty. They want to genocide Palestinians. They're ethnically cleansing. They're doing, whatever they can. They're like everything is a genocide from day one. They're just trying to do this. That claim. Let's assume that like they do have a right to go to war with Hamas, regardless of what anybody says. They absolutely have that right. Okay, and then let's say 2 years later. We've gotten to a point to where, like, Netanyahu was literally trying to do, like, a month-long imposition to starve out, like, Palestinians or whatever in the Gaza Strip or whatever. Like, he became increasingly unhinged, especially once Trump was elected, which he wanted, by the way, right? That doesn't mean that you can say, oh, see, look, so I was right from day one. They should have never gone to war with the Gaza people because they were always, genociding them. But they do this.
I see what you're saying.
So when Tim says things like, oh, well, look, a lot of their criticisms ended up being correct because Israel proves them correct. No, not really. And any fair-minded person, although it might be hard to find because there are Jews that will do this thing where anytime you criticize Israel or whatever, you're anti-Semitic. Those people do exist. But then you have people like Hasan who used criticism of Israel to be anti-Semitic. You can't... Fuck, hold on. I just read a chat message. What was I going to say? I forgot what I was going to say.
You can't like conflate these two things as like being correlated. Like one doesn't necessarily.
I'm sorry. Any fair-minded person can be critical of Israel and stand against Israel on a lot of different things, including with the way that they've decided to pursue the war in Gaza. That's fair. But you're not necessarily giving ground to the unhinged, like Jew-obsessed, anti-West, anti-American fucking haters who say, "Oh, glad you're finally on our side."
Yeah.
A year ago. Like anytime this topic come up, I was on the I was on the opposite side. I was saying, you're overstate. It's kind of anti-Semitic how you're blaming AIPAC for everything. You're overstating AIPAC's influence, and all of their critiques of Israel has just done everything that they said. Like AIPAC now is the key player in Democratic primaries and internecine primaries. They are the group that is putting the most money in. That's not a Jewish conspiracy theory. That's just what's happening. I talked to Democratic strategists. They're like.
I don't know. I'd have to check
AIPAC
in terms
is putting the most money in.
I'd have to check in terms of contribution. But also, remember, there are claims that people dance between when it comes to AIPAC. The claim, the strong claim from their side, they might dance around this when they're pushed on it, is not that AIPAC is donating money to American candidates. It's that AIPAC is AIPAC is behind closed doors coordinating with Netanyahu and the Israeli government to illegally funnel bribery money to politicians in order to influence the way that they vote or something. Like the strong claim is much stronger than just like AIPAC, donates a lot of money to people for Israel's interest, because that's not even a conspiracy. Like AIPAC, it has Israel in the name. Obviously, they're advocating for Israel's interest.
Like it's literally for.
They say it's in the name of it's what AIPAC is. Yeah, like that's what AIPAC does. Of course, there's no conspiracy there. Obviously,
Yeah, but their whole idea behind it is it's fucking Israel doing it.
The race is going to be determined based on AIPAC's involvement. Like that's just is what it is right now, and Israel did then continue to go way overboard in their prosecution of the war in Gaza, and then not to mention what's happening in the West Bank with the settlements, not to mention the fact that they're invading Lebanon right now. And then we did get into a war with Israel.
Wait,
the Secretary of State...
Do we think the Lebanon invasion is a bad thing?
The thing is that Israel will always push as far as they can on anything. So I don't know about the current stuff, but my guess would be it's probably not good, given that I think they've already basically fucked up Hezbollah. And my understanding is what I heard last, I haven't read any of this, and I can't trust anything unless I read it for Israel, is that they're literally bombing Beirut again. So I don't know what the point is of that. Also, I read, I'm going by headlines, I have not looked into this, that there's a part of Lebanon that extends into, there's a thing in southern Lebanon, I believe it's in southern Lebanon, called the Litani River, which is like a place that Hezbollah would kind of lob bombs and do shit from across the river into Israel. And I've heard that Israel basically marched the IDF up to the Litani River to take that territory, which would be encroaching on Lebanon territory. I don't know how true that is, but...
I thought they went into Lebanon recently after the Iran shit, because I thought Hezbollah was starting to fire missiles at Israel again. So they're like, okay, well, fuck it. We're going to go to the south, and we're going to basically like create like a bit of a buffer zone in order to stop getting fucking rockets fired at us. Is that not what happened?
I mean, that probably is to some extent, yeah. It's just a matter of how much they push. The annoying thing about the most annoying fucking thing about all these fucking people and everything is that just nobody that has criticism for Israel has literally anything to fucking say about the Arab side. No one has anything to say about the Arab side. So it feels like such a retarded fuck conversation where our analysis is exclusively centered on Israel with nobody saying fuck all about any of the other people and the players in the region. So it all just feels so fucking stupid.
Russia's just taking a buffer zone too. Well, Ukraine wasn't firing fucking missiles at Russia, you fucking retard. That's a bit of a difference, huh?
Jesus.
Said we got into because Israel was going to attack first if we didn't do it. So sure, there might have been some anti-Semitic stuff mixed in there, and that's not good. I'm not okaying that. It's bad. They should not do anti-Semitic stuff. But like their general critique of the lefty anti-Israel commentators has borne out in the real world. And so I don't understand. I don't know what pro-Israel people expect. There's been a huge sea change. If you just look at the polls of voters, they're looking around. They're like, I am unhappy with the extent of our relationship militarily with this country. I'm unhappy with this war. All of the establishment figures want to kind of tamp that down. And there are these other voices out there that have been speaking about it. Well, obviously they're going to gain influence.
This guy actually got audience captured? No, I don't think Tim is audience captured. Shut up. Chill.
No, I think he's just really good faith. I think he's trying to see the best in people.
Yeah.
And shouldn't Democratic politicians talk to the viewers of those shows? They're not all anti-Semites. They're just unhappy with how things are going in the world.
I think you can do it. So what I don't like, and I don't want to say that I think you're falling into a trap, but I do think that there are ways. One of my biggest critique of Democrats in the book, and the thing I am urging them to do, is to get out there on offense, to say what they believe. Yeah. They should passionately argue against this war, if that is what they believe. If it's not, that's different. But they should passionately argue about it so that people listen to them. And so they have credibility on this. That doesn't require Hasan Piker.
True. But who's doing
this
that?
idea that this... Well,
this is part of the problem. Is Hakeem Jeffries doing that? Is Chuck Schumer doing that? Are the 2028ers?
This is where you and I
Gavin
agree.
Newsom came out there and was like, "Oh, Israel's an apartheid state." Then he apologized
should ignore,
for it.
But this is why
Who
they
is
should
the
ignore
avatar for
Hasan
this?
Piker. They should ignore Hasan Piker at
Ignore
all.
I'm fine with.
Ignore him. They should
fine with
ignore him and condemn him. I think I do not think it's hard. If you listen, when we were anti-Trump, right? The reason that we were anti-Trump is partly because he loved to be in lockstep with all the grossest people who had gross opinions. It's like the very fine people on both sides. It's the way he checks in with Tucker. And the right would argue this. Why is J.D. Vance cozying up to them? Why do we condemn them? We condemn J.D. Vance for cozying up to bad people for electoral reasons. And that, I think, is the problem. That felt to me like your argument yesterday.
Up. This is where the folks that are attacking me, I think are wrong. I'm not arguing that they cozy up. It's fine to go on a show and argue, to disagree with them. What prompted all this was
See, that's this thing, to go on a show and disagree with them. I don't think anybody cares if anybody did that, but that doesn't seem to be what people are talking about, right?
Idea that John Ossoff has to condemn Hasan Piker.
You know what's funny? I agree with your
because
point.
Hasan Piker complimented him. That's fucking insane. Fuck you, is what John Ossoff should say. John Ossoff should say, I don't know what Hasan Piker's whole
He should say, I don't know who that is.
I don't know who that is. Here's what my opinion is. I'm against this war in Iran. Yeah. I'm against this war, and I'm against this Trump administration that's killing people in the streets, and that's what I care about. And you want me to talk about some streamer? Eat shit. That's what I think John Ossoff should say.
And I was on your side. I was on your side on that point. It was the rest of it. It was last night. It was last night listening to it being that I do not think, though, for electoral reasons, they need to embrace Hasan. That is different.
Did I say embrace? I never said embrace. I said talk to his audience. Talk to the people that listen to him and Joe Rogan and Theo and siنkинг, all of these anti-war people. There's some anti-Semites there. I hear that.
But
Guess
you
what?
can do that without
Guess what?
without
Anti-Semites
them at all.
voted for Barack Obama. Anti-Semites voted for George Bush. Gay haters.
But you don't have to court them.
Homophobes
You
voted
don't have
for
to court them.
Obama wasn't trying to court any of
No,
these people.
but you have to have a message. Yeah, the voters. You have to have a message for the people that listen.
No, Obama was not making messages for anti-Semites. No.
The shows.
Because of the anti-Semitism.
You have to have a message for people that listen to the shows. It's like, let's make sure that the people in McLean, Virginia, with that go to the parties in DC aren't mad. It's like, who cares what those people think? Talk to the real Americans that are flocking to these shows that are upset about what is happening in the world. Have a message for them. Talk to them. Go on those platforms to talk to them. And if the host says anti-Semitic stuff, say no. I don't fucking believe that. I don't believe the Jews were behind Charlie Kirk's murder. I don't believe the Jews control the weather. I don't believe that the Jews there's a lot of whatever. I don't believe that we deserve 9/11. You can say all that on those platforms, but also say to people that, you know what I'm mad about? I'm not mad about some streamer and something he said 3 years ago. Like, what I'm mad about is this war that we're in right now. And I think that there are a lot of people out there that feel like the Democratic leaders are totally out of touch with their anger right now. And I think that this is just this kind of fight just exacerbates that.
I agree with that particular point about it exacerbating it. And so, I think that we should separate the idea of, like, Democrats should be going hard against this war. They do need to be more aggressive. They do need to speak to a wider audience. I do not think they need to do that with Hasan Piker, and I do not think I think that they should be very clear to separate from the anti-Semites as they do it, because otherwise what you are doing is ginning up anti-Semitism. And I understand. And last night I was
here's the part of the problem. We're going to do this. I'm just going to say it. Don't support anti-Semitism. I think there's a lot of anti-Semitism out there. I think that a lot of the people who are pro-Israel and pro this war weaponize this, though. And it's like, well, it's too anti-Semitic. If I would have said a month ago,
but I think Hasan is
Israel is weaponizing social media to try to brainwash people, you would have said that was anti-Semitic. A lot of big Israel defenders would have said that was anti-Semitic. Well, then Bibi went out and said that he wants to do that with TikTok. He sees TikTok as a weapon. Okay, if you would have said that Israel is going to drag America into a war that we have nothing to do with, based on their influence over our political leaders, 2 months ago, people would have said that's an anti-Semitic thing to say, and now we're doing that. And so I'm with you. If you would have said that Israel is going to drag America into a war that we have nothing to do with, based on their influence over our political leaders, 2 months ago, people would have said that's an anti-Semitic thing to say.
How is that anti-Semitic?
And now we're doing that.
There's like this conflation of like
any criticism against Jews is anti-Semitic.
No,
or I guess Israel is a state.
So, like, Israel can do things to drag us into wars that might not necessarily directly serve the maybe interest of the United States. But this is technically true of every single country, right? Like, you can argue that the Ukrainian-Russian war is not something that's directly in the interest of the United States, and as long as it's going to drag us into that war, right? This is not like the strong claim, though. The strong claim is that Jews control society from the top down, from our media to our political infrastructure to our funding through AIPAC and lobbying and everything else. And so Jews are able to, in a very unique way, unique from any other country on the planet, drag America into conflicts that we're not interested in. The reason why we were in Iraq, they point to that clear break or the clean break memo in 95 or whatever, and Netanyahu coming to Congress or whatever. Like, it's a much stronger version of that argument. Like, again, you can acknowledge that, and I've heard plenty of people do this without being accused of being anti-Semitic, that fucking Netanyahu, talked Trump into doing this stupid fucking war. I don't, like, you can say this without anybody thinking you're anti-Semitic, like a very easy, clear thing to state. Like, it's not that hard to do that.
And so I just don't think that's anti-Semitic.
Yeah, that's not, no.
I'm with you. I'm not for anti-Semitism. What happened in Michigan is a tragedy. People should be clear-eyed. But also this notion that, like, that there's a lot of folks out there that are trying to police the rhetoric around this because they don't want Israel to be criticized in the full view of their actions. And there's a lot of criticism of Israel that is merited right now. And I just think that this, again, it goes back to who you empowering. I think that if you try to if on one side Israel is starting a war in Iran and getting us into this quagmire and hurting people's lives, and then on the other side you have people that are saying things about Israel, and like you're out there and you're like, I don't like the way that you're talking, and that's the thing that you're very passionate about, and then you're not that passionate. You're like, well, I don't know. We have to. Bibi's a partner. We're going to work with him. We'll see. You know what I mean? Like, there's a disconnect with people. And I think, again, you're empowering the actual anti-Semites. I think you're empowering the actual anti-Semites by not being just clear-eyed about the real threat here.
How is this different? This is one of the sort of the main thing. And this is tough, but I'm going to put it out there. How is it different? Our objection to Trump when he showed up, and this is where when people were like, it's locker room talk, I was like, you locker room talk. No, it's not. Like, the way they tried to downplay things, like, we stood against Trump. And look, everybody else on the right, I don't take a lot of their criticisms. Like, they're not in a position to levy this, because what they did is say, you know what? We need Nick Fuentes' audience. We need Tucker's audience. We need to all get on board with Trump despite the horrific things he's saying because he's right about XYZ.
Yeah.
Right? And the populist rage that people had. Well, Trump is going to embody that. And we said, no, we stand against random rage from people, even about things that maybe they're right to be mad about. Income inequality, stupid foreign wars, right? Like Trump had messages that resonated with people. And we were like, no, we stand against that because this guy is a foul person who is going to do tremendous damage to America. We were right about that. I want to maintain that against people like Hasan.
Well, and Hasan's not running for president. I've changed my views. That would be one. Number two, Trump was running for president. Number two is like, again, that's not really the apt comparison, right? Like the apt comparison is, should Republican politicians have gone to mega churches to talk to people that have, influential pastors?
Yeah, Nick Fuentes wasn't running for president either.
Terrible views about gays. Maybe they shouldn't have. I don't know. You know what I mean? But like, don't you have to communicate?
They definitely did do that.
Yeah, they definitely did do that. But like, don't you have to communicate to the religious voters on there? I mean, some of this is not like apt because I think that like the Volk that listen to Hasan that like are mad about Israel like have a point. And like the Volk on the right that are like mad about mass immigration coming into the country, like I don't think really have a point. But like that is like kind of the comparison. Like just as a strategic matter in retrospect, like. Obviously, the establishment Republicans should have listened more to their base to avoid having them being overthrown by Trump. That's maybe more of the apt comparison with Hasan. But I just, again, this is like why I think this is funny. This is why I think this is fun. This is like why I think this is funny. Like my issue with the Democrats running for office that are in office that are in power is that they're not criticizing our foreign policy enough. Like, that's my criticism, that they're not passionate enough. I don't think there's any risk right now that there's, like, some emerging... I guess Zoran, I guess, the example, but he's kind of moderated as New York and that's kind of avoided foreign policy issues. Like, maybe if Zoran was running for Senate, it would have been different. But, like, who do you want me to condemn? Like, who is the person in the Democratic Party that is advancing these real anti-Semitic views? Like Tlaib sometimes in the House. I'm happy to condemn her when she talks.
Tlaib, Omar.
Yeah, sure. Okay, but like, all right, these are two random members of the House. So like, sure, I'll condemn them. But like, the power structures in the Democratic Party it's nothing. This is nothing like Trump. This is not apt at all. This is not like, oh, you left the party over Trump. I was like, well, Trump took over the whole party. I fought him from within the party, and then he took it over, and then I fought him from within the party, and then eventually I lost the fight, and I left the party. Like, that's what happened. Like, this fight isn't even happening in the Democratic Party yet. Like, the Democratic Party leadership is, in my view, like, not radical enough. I know. So I don't think that this comparison does nothing for me.
Okay, well, let me just try one more time.
Yeah.
My objection, in large part with Trump, was that he tried to work on people's worst impulses, right? He appealed to the racism, the xenophobia, the hatred, the bad stuff. And I don't want Democrats to go down that road. I think it is very important when you fight Trump, when you look into the abyss looks back at you, and Democrats should avoid the mistakes that I think the Republicans made that made us leave, which was embracing intolerable people. And that point that you're making about Trump is a fair one. It is fair to say that Hasan is just like a streamer. He's not the guy running for president. But I do think the elements of your argument, which is that Hasan is representing an angry base and the base needs to be listened to. That's what happened with Republicans. Yeah. They're like, Trump represents an angry base and the base needs to be listened to.
Yeah, but I think the base is right in this case. I think that what is elided in this conversation is, again, the actions of Israel. When I look at this, again, I do not condone Hasan.
To be fair, he's right here. You, Hutch, Josiah, etc. really have no smoke for Israel. It's the softest, most pussy critiques about a populace that massively supported Trump and a government that got a bunch of Americans killed and majorly contributed to this energy crisis. This is just true. That's not true. I have more smoke for Israel than any of the other fucking retards that you're talking about. Not Hutch or Josiah, but Hasan or all the pro-Pali retards. What are you talking about? I have plenty of criticism for Israel. You just don't like it because I have real criticism for Israel. Your criticism, or the criticism of the pro-Pali people, is that, like, we should just leave the whole Middle East. We should actually just make a one-state solution. And then, like, that's not real criticism. These are pipe dreams. right? These are literally virtue signal points that mean fuck all in the real world. Like, you can't call that real criticism because you take an idealistic position that, by the way, has gotten the Palestinians and all of the Arabs in the region basically completely made into subservient cucks for Israel, because all Israel has done is capitalize off of all the militaristic misadventures of the terrorist proxies that were supported by Iran. Like, that didn't work out too well for them. Fuck off, you retard.
On to anti-Semitic comments, I specifically criticized his tweet this week about Scott Wiener. So, like, I think that it's bad. But if I am worried about anti-Semitism in this country, and like that is my top worry, and if you're and that is what a lot of these groups that are trying to make Hasan an issue about. If that is my top worry, and my main focus is on condemning Hasan Piker, I think that you've lost your mind. I think I think that is just a totally counterproductive thing to do. I think that by doing that, you're empowering him and empowering the views you don't like. And I think that the biggest problem with anti-Semitism in this country right now is that the United States is engaged in a war, and everyone who just has eyes is looking at this war and being like, I don't understand why we're in it. And the most reasonable explanation I can think.
What's the criticism? First of all, I've literally said if October 7th happened, like on the settlements in the West Bank, I think it'd be a far less sympathetic view towards Israel, given the state of the outposts and everything else that the settler people engage in the West Bank. Number one. Number two, I said we should harshly sanction. I think Bush and Obama, did this. Sanctioning different settlers that are involved in West Bank violence, I think is something that's totally okay to be critical of Israel. And I think that you can condition aid or condition support with Israel on them making some kind of advancement or movement towards having a more unified Palestinian Authority, a more unified Palestinian governing body between the Gaza Strip and the West Bank. I think you can condition support, and you could even dip into that. Well, you could do sanctions for individuals that are involved in violence in the West Bank and everything. I think that's totally fine. I think conditioning support on some kind of future political progress towards Palestinian unity or some kind of governing body, some kind of like final solution for the dispute between these two parties. I think like these are all things that I say should be done with Israel to move them in a more positive direction. But nobody wants to even walk down that road. Instead, it's just like one state, 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 or just retarded virtue signal bullshit. Like for people that don't even know anything about what's going on in the region, like it's fucking retarded.
Think of is that Israel wants us to be in it because this is an acute issue for Israel, and I think that that's going to create a lot of people that are very upset at Israel, and by nature, unfortunately, sadly, what is going to result from that is increased anti-Semitism. And if I was somebody who's worried about anti-Semitism in this country, and if I was a Democratic Party leader, I think that both the right thing to do and the strategic thing to do would be to be 100x louder in criticism of Bibi than I am in criticism of Hasan Piker.
And on this point, I'll just say, I think I am in agreement that strategically what one does, this is something people fall into, and I think Democrats do as well, where they focus too much on sort of trying to critique the thing they think is bad instead of saying the thing they think is right. And so what I would...
To be fair, whenever Israel does some fucked shit, you kind of caveat your criticisms with well, Israel is just being opportunistic and they're doing what any other country would do, instead of assigning malicious intent. First of all, I've never said doing what any other country would do. You added that. That's fan fiction on your end, number one. Number two, I'm pretty sure it's universally understood that when I say Israel will opportunistically capitalize on anything else they see in the region, that's understood to be a negative thing. I'm pretty sure I've said multiple times that, like, Israel is fucking over their relationship with the United States. They're fucking over the U.S. presidents. They kind of sort of fucking backstabbed Biden when it came to negotiating with Trump and everything as soon as he came into office. I think every single person on the planet understands that when I say they're incredibly opportunistic in terms of seizing shit, even sometimes to the detriment of other allies. I've brought up King Hussein in Jordan over and over again. I've brought up political leadership in the United States over and over again. Like it's just fan fiction. You're just writing fan fiction or whatever.
Would like for Democrats to do is like go swing hard on how you feel about this, the way that Trump got us into this war, the fact that he didn't even ask Congress, that he has done nothing to ask the American people or make a case to the American people. Like everything about this from top to bottom has been an insane adventure. It's the exact opposite of what he ran on. Oil prices are now high. There's a million things to criticize. Go hard. Go focus on that. I don't think, though. I think it is a mistake. I think that it is a mistake to make it about Hasan Piker. I do think you have to drown out the anti-Semites and make a good, clear case that is steeped in the things that are right. And I do not think you need to, my last word is I do not think you need to embrace people like Hasan. And I think it's fine to condemn him and condemn him and then go make your own case.
Yeah, sure.
But I don't want us to, one of the things, this is a quick note to Bulwark listeners, which is something that is happening that bugs me, is when people are like, the Bulwark is embracing Hasan. And I'm like, guys, I get it that Tim's got the big microphone, but like, one man's opinion, okay? There's many of us. We have a big array of opinions. We argue about them with each other. That's what the Bulwark is about. And so if you want honest conversations about tough topics, like that's what we're going to do here. And that the Twitter discourse does a real disservice to this conversation.
Yeah. The world is complicated and it's not clear what the right thing to do is going forward. And I do think that there's a lot of projection onto us and everybody. It's like people, want to project their own hatreds or fears, and everybody experiences this. But I hear you on that, and this is why it was funny. Actually, this is just a comment. We can go meta since we've I think expressed
we've done the
our
substance,
contrary views. The meta comment I think is funny about this is last night after I did the stream, I was like, you should not do this. You should not do this. Is a bad thing to do as an influencer, commentator, whatever. And I try not to do this that often. But I was just
went and read the comments.
I try to read the comments of the Bulwark Plus members. Join Bulwark Plus now because you're part of our community. I do want to hear their comments. No, I searched Twitter and Reddit, whether anybody was talking about it or linking about it. Like I searched for like myself and Hasan or whatever our names, and it was like pretty funny actually. Was that there are like anti-Hasan clip accounts that like clipped two of the things that I said criticizing him and like it was like Tim Miller goes after Hasan, and then there were like anti because they're trying to like make him a bad guy. There are lefty anti-Hasan accounts, and then they're like the anti-Bulwark accounts, the pro-Israel whatever right-wing accounts. Like they had clipped the ones where I was explaining why I don't think the Democrats should distance from him, being like the Bulwark has gone full Hasan. It's like this is just like the nature of the discourse, and we started this here when I was like saying that there are like 5 subtopics here, and so anyway, my closing point is for anyone that wants to clip this, like I do not like his politics, and I disagree with him, and I think that we'll continue to fight over it. I think the question then is, okay, how do you engage with that in a way that's healthy, and is it in a way that's like burn the witch? Is it a way that's ignore? Is it a way that's engage? Is it somewhere in between all of those things? And I think that is where the question is. And my view is, I think the most important part about this is like, how do you talk to, if you're the Democrats, to the people that listen to and trust him? And how do you build trust and gain trust with them without looking into the abyss and having the abyss look back into you, right? Without becoming him, without you yourself advancing views that are wrong or hateful or whatever. But like, how can you engage them without doing that? That's what I think that should be done. And I think that was kind of the crux of the different views. So do you have a final comment or should we let it go?
Wow. I think we can leave it there. I just
this is like your secret pod. For people who don't get the secret pod, Sarah and JVL argue. It's like the Bulwark has one voice. Sarah and JVL literally have an argument pod every week, and it's like the only thing we put behind the paywall, basically, as far as audio.
Only half of it, but
yeah. So people can go check that out. Become a Bulwark Plus member on Substack or YouTube to get the secret pod if you enjoyed arguing podcast, because Sarah and JVL do this every week. I was happy that I got to have a bonus argument. So I appreciate you. I love you, and we'll see you soon. All right.
Back at you. Bye, guys.
Bye, everybody.
Now that's what I call
cool story, bro.
A cool story, bro. Click Dan's link. 15 PSI test. Speeding. Wow. I'm calling the coppers. Well, what did you guys cover this morning?
Same
I don't know. That's why I asked.
The jet thing was funny. That was a lot of the morning.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I had to watch it twice. I don't know. Hexeth got rid of a few military generals.
Oh, what the fuck is up with Hexeth saying, guys, we brought it so you can open, or you can carry weapons on bases again? What?
Yeah.
Who was
he's
asking for
allowing that,
this,
it
or what was
seems.
the?
I don't know.
Were there people complaining about
They're
this?
just pro-gun.
Base. Okay, I guess. Jesus.
Oh, yeah, 12 Angry Men. I watched that last night. Good movie, very good.
Oh yeah, you messaged me about that, and you were like, I think the guy did it.
Yeah, and then I changed my mind. Well, I think he probably did it, but I got reasonable doubt.
Wow. Why do you think he did it?
I just find it pretty fantastical that he just happened to lose the knife the same day that he bought it, and then nobody at the theater recognized him or anything like that, or he didn't have a theater ticket or anything.
So if a person's just unlucky, now you're just gonna condemn them to execution.
Well, no, I wasn't gonna condemn him.
It's kind of what it sounds like to me. It sounds like that's what you're saying, Mootin.
No.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. This damn cat. Get out of here.
Well, what else is going on in the world? Have you ever been on jury duty? No, never.
Never, ever, ever.
Never, ever, ever. Have you ever been in
Where
jury
the
duty?
linkers at? No.
Wow.
Felt like I was on jury duty yesterday, watching the movie.
Good one.
I just lost my Slay the Spire run, man.
How do you lose? What's going on? How do you lose in Slay the Spire, Mootin?
Yeah, you should never play again. You haven't lost.
I mean, it doesn't matter. You just can't lose runs in that game. As long as your brain is working.
You got some fucking retards in the Stream Disagreement channel. Do you want them up here?
Probably not. Who are they?
A hockey player and J-Bomb. They both donated to you.
This is both of these are gonna be retarded. Go for it.
Yep. All right, we'll get J-Bomb first. Go ahead.
Oh, hi.
Hello.
Yeah, longtime fan. First time trying to do one of these things.
Okay.
But so my qualm, or not qualm, I'm more of a disagreement on how you approach abortion. I am a Christian, and I think the Bible actually has way more evidence to support that the Bible is okay with abortion.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Most Christians tend to argue.
Sure.
And I know that like your perspective is you don't want to come from it from that angle.
That's not true. If you watch the last abortion argument I did, I think I literally wrote out these arguments. There's two verses that you can cite. One has to do with a woman who's unfaithful to her husband is given the bitter tonic. Yep. And then the second one has to do with if you strike at a person and you miss and you hit a woman.
Okay,
yeah, I'm aware of these. Yeah. But Christians don't even try to use the biblical argument, or at least I haven't run into them. But if they did, yeah, I would whip those two.
Yeah,
out.
I know. It's where it's like complicated is nobody actually follows that stuff. But I figure the main objective in most of those arguments is to get the audience, not to change the person's mind.
Mhm.
I don't know if a whole lot of people who are watching those debates, granted, if they're watching it from your audience, then they probably agree with you.
Sure.
But yeah, that's kind of like. So you've used that before? I guess I missed that one.
No, but I prepped it for my Lila Rose debate, but it never came up because she never even tried to use the biblical. I don't know if I brought it up, but she never even tried to use the biblical thing. So yeah. Then there's also the common talking point of like, God said that He created you before He knew you or whatever, which is evidence that you're actually like formed in the womb or whatever. But like if you read two sentences earlier, it's like God formed you in the earth or whatever before you were like it doesn't make sense to think that you were literally in the planet. I'm aware of all the biblical ones.
The general like Christian illogicalness tends to go through there.
Mhm.
So you haven't used it, but you've prepped it, and why didn't you try to throw it in there then?
Because she was making other arguments, and if they're not going to make a religious argument, then there's no point in me starting down the religious road. I'd rather argue the other things.
You don't think so? Because like I think if that's their baseline, and they don't make a religious argument, but don't they typically like cite that they're Christian and this is my belief system and that's where it leads me?
Yeah.
Then why can't you kind of throw that in there and then go like, well, I have a lot of people who are saying that the Bible actually is more supportive of this than you tend to, kind of push them there, lead them there.
Oh god. Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe in the future I can try it, but like that's like a pretty exceptional argument, and I think most people are going to be predisposed to thinking it's bullshit without even hearing it. Like it's going to be the first. Like I think it's pretty rare that a Christian hears somebody engage with the actual religious stuff in a way that says that there is no support for abortion there. So yeah, it would be a novel argument that they've never heard before. And then, I figure if they want to go the religious route, then I'm glad to go there. But if they're not going to bring it up first, I'd rather just focus on my stronger positive arguments rather than pointing out how their text doesn't support them. Yeah.
And it would come off like somewhat hypocritical of you because your personal beliefs and stuff like that.
Maybe.
But like, I guess it's worked for me. Like I got my mom, I got my mother-in-law and a bunch of other people, and to actually go and read things.
Sure.
By doing that. And I think because your main sway is to potentially hit the audience, right? And they're always going to argue with you. Whoever you're talking to is going to be an asshat and just kind of wait to go back to their point or whatever. But if you can just like throw it, then you can get to a place where maybe somebody opens up a fucking book or somebody tries to read or better themselves. And
maybe. I would never imagine. Yeah, no, you're good. I would never imagine in my life that would be a convincing argument for somebody, but I don't know, maybe. I don't know. I'll try. I guess if I have these debates again in the future, I'll try bringing it up. Or God?
Yeah. I think a lot of like good faith Christians, like I grew up in Texas, and like a lot of those people, they've just kind of been brainwashed into like just regurgitating like just the shit they've heard forever.
Yeah.
And like throwing it from a perspective of like, hey, I've actually done some research into this. I don't really think the Bible supports this. I think it's bad. It's not like the argument I would use for somebody who's pro-life who isn't religious. But when it comes to like speaking to people that I've interacted with that are religious, that are good faith, I've actually gotten a lot of good momentum. Now, granted, it's not necessarily in a competitive way. It's mostly like me having a beer with somebody or something like that. But yeah. Okay. Well, if you have it prepped and you kind of know it, I just wasn't sure because I hadn't seen the debate preps for that stuff.
Okay. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah. Barring that, I was watching something else that you put out recently. I'm mostly a YouTube frog. I don't catch live that often. The think tank stuff. I was just kind of curious on like, I know that's not necessarily your responsibility or anybody's, but like, you'd have connection. And there are rich people that exist that would be willing to fund this kind of stuff. Now, like on the right wing, I think it's mostly like a profit incentive for that kind of stuff, for like Koch brothers, all that nonsense, right? Basically, the large think tank donors are just like, I can invest $1 billion here and I'll make 10 billion, a year from now.
Sure.
But like, do you think there's a possibility? You have a lot of people that care very deeply about stuff. You have the DGD ground game and all those people. You think they're like, Mark Cuban fucking follows you on Blue Sky or whatever. Is there any kind of, what'd you say?
No, I'm just Blue Sky just kind of fucked as a platform, but I know what you mean.
Yeah. I get what you're saying, but I'm not saying that it's like, that's the one you should go to or anything like that. But are there any thoughts? Are there any things,
Maybe someday, we'll see. God, I got a lot of other shit on my plate right now, but we'll see.
Yeah, no, I feel you. I'm sorry. You're not trying to push stuff on your plate or be like, hey, you're responsible for this, but yeah, no, that's just kind of that was kind of it. So if you had the prep for the abortion thing, I do think for the audience sake, some people hearing that who haven't ever heard it before, about the test of the unfaithful wife is the craziest one, because it's like, it's like, oh, okay, abortion's bad, except for if a man and a priest are forcing it on somebody. And you can kind of get somebody to like, if they have to admit to that, then abortion's not the problem. It's about like, you know what I mean? I'm sure. Yeah. That was kind of all I really had. I appreciate your time, and I thank you for, doing what you do.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks a lot.
All right. Yeah. You can boot me out of here or whatever.
You're good. Be careful.
Oh, hockey player, go ahead.
Oh, okay. How tired are you? Tired, Destiny? I'm going to ask a heavy question.
Go for it.
All right, you sound pretty tired, but but I think you make a really good point about the whole the Israel-Palestine thing, about how no one really cares about any of the nuance.
Mm-hmm.
And you say you're really critical of Israel, which I think you are in like a normal way. But I'm just wondering, given their recent policy, do you know, or policy? It's a law. Do you know what their law is? The recent
I've
law.
seen the headlines about it. Do I need to go read up on it?
I think you
fucked by the Supreme Court is
I
what
think
we were saying.
Well, maybe you know about it. It's Mootin?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Moot knows about it. It's it
the
basically
headlines I
allows for
saw
the
was
death.
that basically is that like if you engage in terrorist acts against like the Jewish character of Israel, that can be like a death penalty offense, basically.
So essentially, it's designed to assign the death penalty for Palestinians, but not for Israelis who kill Palestinians.
Sure.
Okay, so I'm just wondering, like, do you think, because I think you're really harsh on a lot of the anti-Israel people, you just see them as like psychos or completely unreasonable or, you know, complete retards. But when you look at all of this, and then you also look at what Israeli government officials say, like Ben-Gvir, the finance minister, who say a lot of really sociopathic things.
Uh-huh.
And then you also look at the United Nations report. Okay, the United Nations is anti-Semitic, fine. You can look at Doctors Without Border, World Central Kitchen. These are good organizations that have been known to do like genuinely really good work, right? I'm sure you're familiar with Doctors Without Border.
I've heard of them.
So kind of at what point do you say like, okay, it's probably reasonable for someone to look at the state of Israel and say, yeah, this state is operating in like an extremely evil way. I'm trying to be careful with my words here, but I think do you understand what I'm getting at?
Operating extremely
like, what's kind of the line that we need to, what's up?
Operating in extreme what? What'd you say?
Like they're just operating in an evil manner, you know, like just holistically evil. Because it's one thing to disagree with certain things that a
Holistically
country does.
evil. What is that? What do you mean by like everything? Like their healthcare system is evil, and like what do you mean by holistically evil?
No, like the things they're doing are like too evil or too far-fetched for it to just be like nuance. And like the current government is just evil. Netanyahu and his current government is evil. Like at what point do you kind of draw the line? Like, is it this new law?
Well,
maybe
we draw the line between them
that
being evil or by wanting or by supporting them, or what line drawing are you looking at? What do you mean by that?
I guess specifically just looking at the Israeli government as a whole and saying that it's an evil government, yeah, and being like a lot more critical of them.
I don't know what that does. I have no interest in like the labeling. I don't know what that means. Like you can be super critical of the Israeli government. You should be. But like we have to label them evil. Like when I hear people say shit like this, it sounds like people have no concept of what we should do about anything.
But my point is,
you're
like,
signal things. Like what does it mean? Like label them as evil? I don't even know if I've labeled Hamas as evil.
Forget the label.
Okay.
Well, you can forget the label, but you're extremely critical of people who like just lose their minds when it comes to Israel, which I understand, right? A lot of them are complete retards. They don't know what they're talking about.
Okay.
But at the same time, it seems like you're just way more critical of other countries that commit these sort of war crimes like Russia. Like if Russia were to impose a law that says anyone with Ukrainian ethnicity,
I am more critical of Russia than Israel. Yes, that is true. For sure. I even regardless of how fucked Israel's behavior is on a lot of shit today, I would still probably be more critical of Russia. Yes. But like,
well, you said still probably, so I'm wondering like what would they have to do for you to see that?
I don't even know.
It's
one is an ally that is largely aligned with our interests in the region, and the other is diametrically opposed to our country. It's like what? So what would an ally have to do for me to support them less than an enemy who's diametrically opposed to us? I would have to really think about weighing the pros and cons of that. I'm not 100% sure on what the balancing test would look like. But also,
okay, so it's kind of a strategic thing for you.
No. It's not a strategic thing.
Yeah.
It's a completely and utterly irrelevant thing. Why do I have to have a ranking in my head of like the badness of different countries or whatever? Like who's like the worst, like Israel or Russia? We're trying like why? I just would never. I don't even think about these things in these concepts. It's just such a weird way to approach that.
I mean, I think you misinterpreted what I said about the whole label thing, or maybe I communicated it poorly. I probably did, but like it's just saying like, what does Israel have to do for you to be a lot more critical of them and openly critical of them? You're really like, it seems like you don't show a lot of sympathy for people who are extremely upset with Israel or extremely
because
upset
most of
with
the people
US
that are
government for
extremely upset with him are fucking retarded. But I'm not. The reason why I
But,
don't
like,
have the the reason why I don't have the
But, like-
outward appearance of being extremely critical of them is because the only people on this sphere in the West are all pro-pally retards. But like I've been on an okay number of shows now. I think 5+ in the past year at least of me like debating like the rabid, crazy pro-Zionist people. They're just not that common in the West. I just don't get the chance to even debate these people. So instead, it's just a bunch of uneducated, retarded pro-pally people who have the worst takes in the history of all of retarded takes.
I imagine when you're arguing with a pro-Palestine person and they say something like it's a genocide, that's really easy to argue against, right? You can make a lot of arguments for why it's not a genocide.
Well, it's not even just that. It's just having no, like...
That's part of the problem, is that I think the pro-Palestine people don't know what arguments or points to make. Like, everything's a genocide, it's all occupied land, and then it becomes really easy for someone like you to just argue against that because they just come off as completely retarded. But if they were to push you on, for example, why do you think literally every single human rights organization in the world is saying that, yeah, Israel is basically committing war crimes en masse? They did the one where they opened fire on the Gazans looking to receive aid. They did
the problem is that and I've said this before,
it's like incident after incident after incident.
Yeah, it is, but like how many of these end up being
reported,
complete
right?
and utter bullshit, right? Like how many of these end up just being incorrect or misstated?
Not a lot.
Or
I mean,
like
this
the
law is not
flower
bullshit.
massacre, the Al Ali hospital thing, the lies about like the how many months were we told like 2 years ago that it's the IPC5 classification rating encompassed there are more starving people in the Gaza Strip today than there are starving people in the entire planet. Like I don't know what it is that brain breaks the international community about Israel. It might be that there's so many different Arab states that are part of the United Nations, and this like skews the special rapporteur or the appointments of
That's
people that do
definitely
these
part
things.
of it. Yeah.
But like, wait. Okay.
Yeah.
But all that to say that like, I don't understand what the point is of any of this. Like, I can be critical of Israel while still thinking the international community for some reason is just a retarded perspective on things related to Israel. Like,
I mean, what would it take for you to stop supporting them? For you to say that, okay, what they're doing
I don't know if I would support Israel today. If a
Israel.
Democratic president came in today, I'm not sure if I would. I don't know if we should have like as formal a relationship with Israel. The problem though is that the way that I would have to approach this would be so contrary to anything that anybody in the West even understands because people are so fucking retarded. If we abandon Israel completely, that is probably the worst thing that could happen for the Palestinians. Because if Israel has no restrictions on what they can do from the West, they would probably go way fucking harder. And that would be a thing that I would have to consider in terms of like, well, if we stop conditioning aid, if we stop supporting them militarily, we're basically just sacrificing them as an ally completely. Who's to say how Israel will behave in the future? That would not only be bad for Palestinians, but potentially bad for U.S. interests as well. I don't know what that future would look like.
Yeah, I actually agree with you on this. I think you're one of the few people who can like just look at what would practically happen. Because I don't think the whole genocide that shit is not something that I agree with. But I don't think that's gotten the Palestinian people anywhere either, right? But like, it's just very difficult to be critical of people who are anti-Israel when you have all of these reports from like Doctors Without Border, World Central Kitchen. I mean, this is the first time you're saying this that I've heard you say this, that you wouldn't want a Democratic president to have formal relations with Israel if they were being nominated for president. I didn't think that was something you would say.
I literally complain. How many times have I said? I feel like I've said like 1,000,000 times, like all these motherfuckers are pro-Trump, all these motherfuckers are fucking MAGA as fuck, all these motherfuckers are doing shit to fuck the United States over, all these motherfuckers are holding our whole conversation hostage in the West. I feel like I've made this complaint like 50 million fucking times.
Well, yeah, but like, not holding formal relations is a pretty big thing.
I don't know if I would. I didn't even say. Wait, hold on. I didn't even say I would commit to that. I don't know if I would say we cut off all formal relations with Israel. That's a really huge gap or jump to take in terms of our relationship with countries in the Middle East. I don't know what that even looks like in the future. Like I would have to evaluate. Like if we cut all ties with Israel, do we still have ties with Saudi Arabia? Because that creates an opportunity, especially after all of Russia's allies have been wiped out in the region. Like that basically gives the entire region to Israel. And the problem is none of the lefties that are super pro cutting ties with Israel would stop there. Because if we cut ties with Israel, and pretty soon Israel is running the entire Middle East, would they be content to say, okay, well, that's it, we just let Israel control all of that now, and we're just, no, they would probably want they would want regime change at that point. Hasan tweeted that out, that we would do regime change in Israel if it came to that. So, I don't know, like, just the idea of, like, cutting all relations is retarded. There are other ways to hold countries accountable. There are tons of ways to hold countries accountable, with sanctions, with cutting off aid or conditioning aid, with other, I don't know.
You think we could do that with Russia, or no, never?
No, Russia is an enemy of ours. We don't have the same type of leverage over them.
Well, I'm Canadian. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, go on. I understand your point. Okay, maybe just to get back to my base question, I want to ask you about this law specifically. I guess you haven't really read about it, right? But if you read about it and it turns out that this law is legitimately designed to assign the death penalty for Palestinians, but not Israelis. Would you say that's like an evil law? Would you say that's a very evil thing to do?
I don't think I ever
stuck on the word
used
evil.
I don't know if I ever used this term much to describe it. It's not being hyperbolic. It would be a bad law. I wouldn't support it.
Okay, that's fair enough, I suppose. It's because you seem, I don't know, like, one of the things that I really like a lot about your streams is that you actually read the documentation and you read shit, right? You don't just go based on vibes. Like, I remember when you defended the healthcare companies, and that was like mind blowing to me because I've never heard anyone ever defend a healthcare company like ever before, right? You know, everyone just knows the healthcare companies, or sorry, the health insurance companies, not the healthcare companies. Everyone knows the health insurance companies are evil. They want to deny claims for babies with cancer, all that sort of stuff. When I watched your stream, you went through a lot of the documentation. You said they're not really profiting as much as people think. Maybe health insurance companies aren't as bad as everyone thinks they are, right? So I was trying to get your input on this new law because it's a pretty big deal, you know, in the Israel-Palestine debate. And I know you've read a lot about the history of Israel-Palestine as well. You probably know more than I think any other streamer. So, yeah, that's just why I wanted to know your opinion about it.
What,
but it
what
seems
did
like,
you wait?
Yeah.
Did you think you were going to come in here and read that proposed law to me, and I would say, no, actually, I think that's kind of base. I think I get that. I think I understand that.
Well, I would think you would maybe be like, oh, I saw the law. I don't really agree with it, but I still support Israel. And then I would say, okay, what would
but
it
those
take
two
for you
things
to
are two
like...
totally different things, right? You can oppose a law and support Israel. You can oppose a law and oppose Israel. Well,
I understand you can suppose a law. That's the whole point of my question is like, what law would it take? What do they have to do for you to say, okay, I don't support this. This is getting kind of creepy, you know?
I mean, it would be when the counterbalance of the pros for the U.S. relationship with Israel are outweighed by the cons of the support for Israel.
Okay, so it's a strategic thing, right? Essentially, it's just what's in the best interest of the United States. Okay, I guess that answered the question then. It's pretty strategic, right? It's just whatever's in the best interest of the United States.
Yeah, I mean, to a point, right? But I mean, like, there are some things that would be, like, if they made a law tomorrow that was like, Israelis are allowed to freely rape Palestinians and it'll be celebrated in the streets, I'd be like, okay, well, this is like a bridge too far, right?
Okay, what if I told you many Israeli settlers have burned homes down, killed Palestinians, and then there's like a extremely high, absurd release rate where they're unconvicted after spending like a week or two in jail?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's true. The accountability rate for Israelis, especially in the West Bank, is absurd.
So isn't that like as close to what you're saying as it could get without it being like completely ridiculous? Because obviously they would never do that. But one thing they can do is essentially incentivize Israeli settlers to commit all these violent acts by never holding them accountable. They're not going to say Israelis can
It's
rape
that
them.
Israel has this retarded dual thing where that this is the strongest argument for apartheid you can get. The way that it works in the West Bank is because the West Bank is not the sovereign territory of Palestinians. The Palestinian people in the West Bank aren't tried outside of Area A. If it's related to disputes between Israelis and Palestinians, they're not tried in ordinary courts. They're tried in military courts. So like this new law about like terrorism charges leading to Palestinians being killed would only apply to people tried in quote unquote military courts. So it wouldn't technically apply to Palestinians in Israel. It would apply, unless there's a special way for them to be tried in military courts, but it would apply to everybody in Gaza and the West Bank. However, when Israelis commit crimes or commit actions in the West Bank, they get to go through the ordinary court system in Israel. They don't have to go through the military courts, which is probably one of the reasons why they get so many favorable outcomes compared to Palestinians that have to go through the military court system in the West Bank. This is one of your strongest like pro-apartheid arguments is the dual court system that exists because of these things. This is really bad. It's stupid as fuck. Israel tries to have it both ways.
It's evil.
Sure. If you want me to use that word, it's evil, sure.
I didn't know about this dual court system, but it does sound fairly evil, right?
Sure, it's Israel trying to have it both ways because technically you can argue that claims of apartheid are stupid. However, Israel wants to say that it's an occupied territory, therefore they don't have to extend equal rights to them. But then they also, indefinitely occupy the territory with no end in sight, and then they also have their own citizens moving into this occupied territory, which is technically. I think it's considered a war crime in the Rome Statute. You can't move your citizens into militarily occupied territory. So you have to either decide, is it part of your country or is it a current occupation? Because if it's current occupation, you can't have all your people moving there. But if it's part of your country, you can't have dual court systems and deprive some people of citizenship based on whatever, they're not part of your Jewish ethnic state or whatever. So it's retarded. It's fucked. It's not good. You can call it evil if you want, sure.
Hockey player, do you think Hamas is evil?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, 100%.
Good.
Yeah, but I mean, like, I think the settlers who burn homes down and kill people are probably just as evil as
Just
Hamas,
as bad?
the ones who kill them. the settlers who kill innocent Palestinians, yes, I would say they're just as bad. Who like roam around looking to kill Palestinians and steal their land, I would probably say they're just as
both
bad.
sides, yeah.
Damn, why are you trying to both
Not
sides?
Israel, the country, but I'm
I would
talking
agree.
about the settlers.
I would say the settlers are probably worse than Hamas because at least arguably you could say that the Palestinians are fighting from the low ground, whereas the settlers are they're already in an advantageous position. There's plenty of other places to live in, and the idea that they're still trying to push out more and more Palestinians in the West Bank is probably worse than whatever.
I think some people in some people in the Israeli government are what's up.
Some people in the Israeli government.
Go ahead. Oh, I got a question. Would you say that Israel deserved October 7th?
No, obviously
okay,
not.
Good.
No,
all right,
I'm
good.
not a retard.
I mean,
that is but
it's never justified to kill civilians. Hold on. It's never justified to kill civilians, but like October 7th was like a super like obviously incoming terrorist event, right? That Israel has been obsessed since '79. Israel's been obsessed with trying to make peace with every single Arab in the region besides the Palestinians, and you can only carry that on. What?
Are you like trying to bait me by saying it was incoming or something? Or
I'm not trying to bait anybody. This is my take. This is the take I've always had on this. That the Great March of Return was an obvious response to the moving of the embassy to Tel Aviv. That October 7th is a pretty obvious response to the Abraham Accords. That if you continue to try to extricate every other Arab people from the question of like Israel solving peace with the Palestinians, it obviously it's just going to be more and more terrorist attacks. Like nothing. What else is going to happen? You've got 4 million people, 4 million Palestinians between the West Bank and the Gaza Strip that have no end in sight to the occupation and to the conflict with Israel, and Israel's just making peace with every single neighbor. Of course, there are going to be more terrorist attacks. This is the most obvious fucking brain dead take in the world. There's going to be more, and there's probably going to be more after October 7th too, because that's the path that Israel is headed on. I have very little sympathy for Israelis when that's the path they march down. Obviously, attacking civilians and murdering and raping people, that's not good. I don't have any sympathy for Hamas either. I don't think the Arabs conduct themselves well in that region as well. But like, it's pretty obvious like what road you're going down, and to act all shocked and surprised when the next terrorist attack happens, because there will be another one. In my opinion, it's fucking retarded. Yeah, well, there shouldn't be any shock when Israel gets terrorist attacks. Yeah, but they're all retards. That's the problem. The Palestinians are not people with no agency who are just like mysteriously getting fucked over time and time again by Israel. Like, they choose to get fucked over because they enjoy it, because they're also fucking retarded. And the international community plays a retarded role in encouraging all the fighting too.
But you would say this is the same thing about like the United States here. It's not going to be a surprise if the United States gets a terrorist attack.
From who? From like Iran or something?
From like Iran, yeah.
Oh, no, it wouldn't be, no.
No, I wouldn't be surprised either. Okay.
Well, I mean, that's part of the problem, is that every time these terrorist attacks, well, it's not, I don't know, it's just whatever you want to call it, but every time these terrorist attacks happen, they end up getting fucked over even harder than they were getting fucked before.
Yeah,
right?
Of course, because these are causes
and
for
a lot of the
sorry.
But yeah, I don't know. I was just trying, like, I try to, because a lot of my friends, younger people, they're very, very anti-Israel. I'm trying to be a little bit more open-minded about it, and I just can't see any reason as to why, like, have any sympathy for how do I say this without
just say the thing. You're more of a okay.
I can't see why, like, someone would look at what Israel's doing and then say, holy shit, that's pretty evil, and then have any sort of like pushback on that, if that makes sense, right? Like this new law that was signed into effect. And Moon, have you read about this law? Do you know about it?
A little bit. It just looks like more retarded, basically helping them fuck over Palestinians.
I was asking not Mootin.
Oh, sorry.
I was asking not Mootin.
What was your question?
Like, have you read about this law? Are you familiar with it?
Yes, I read a little bit about it. Yeah, I mean, I haven't read.
Isn't it like a really crazy evil thing to do, or am I misinterpreting it?
I don't know why you're so obsessed with the word evil. It just feels a little crazy.
Because if you're assigning a death penalty for someone based on ethnicity,
it's not. Well, it's a death penalty also based on them committing, like, it's for terrorist attacks as well, right? Not that that's good.
Well,
it's just that it would only ever apply to Palestinians, because I don't think Israelis are ever tried by
in a military
courts.
No, that's not why. You should look at the wording of the law itself. That's not what it is.
Okay, I would have to look at it. I googled this. This is from the United Nations Human Rights website, and the quote is, or I'm sorry, the third paragraph says, the law was adopted on March 30th, 2026, following accelerated.
The United Nations is anti-Semitic. I'm just kidding. Go on.
Okay. The law was adopted on March 30th, 2026, following accelerated legislative procedures, and will apply to individuals found guilty by a military court of intentionally carrying out deadly attacks deemed acts of terrorism with an intent to deny the existence of the state of Israel. That military court thing there, my understanding is that means that it's basically going to apply to Palestinians in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip.
Yeah, there's no Israeli who's going to kill a Palestinian with intent to deny the state of Israel, right? That's kind of the part there that implies the death penalty could only apply to Palestinians and not Israelis who kill innocent Palestinians, right? So it seems
I don't know if they have death. Is the death penalty in Israel a thing they have? Do they have the death penalty?
Well, that's why Ben Gvir was celebrating and popping drinks with the boys. Is that they just invoked the death penalty using that law.
Do they have the death
basically on
penalty
Palestine.
in Israel?
Yes, they do right now. As of now, they do.
So
yes.
couldn't an Israeli, if he killed enough Palestinians, couldn't he get the death penalty or no?
No, oh wait, no. If you mean did they have it before? They didn't have it before.
Oh,
No,
okay.
but they have it now, just for people who kill with the intent to overthrow the state of Israel.
Sure.
You know.
Yeah, I mean, this sounds. I don't know. Could I mean, theoretically, I guess like a pro-Palestinian Jewish guy terrorist could be found guilty of this. No, I mean, it's probably not going to happen.
It's just so insane to me. No one ever brings these points up when they're debating with you about like Israel Palestine. They just go
Wait,
back
what
to
do you
the
mean?
same
First
old
of all, this
stupid
is
point.
literally a brand new
This is
law
like a
that came
day
like
or
a
week
week
old.
ago. And number two, literally every single person on the internet is bringing this up. And number three, I think this is a bad law. I wouldn't even support this. I think it's bad.
Well, I mean, the people who debate you, they don't really tend to hammer in on like the Doctors Without Borders statistics or the World Central Kitchen stuff. They more so just go to like, it's a genocide because of this. And then you guys get into this like historical argument about who fucked up in 1970 when they were trying to make some sort of deal instead of just looking at what's happening right now. You know, that's just more of like a rant. But
gotcha.
Yeah, maybe it will be brought up in these future debates, and I'd be interested to see how you respond to it after you get the chance to read about it.
Oh, I think I would respond with what I just said now. I don't think I would support this law. It doesn't seem like it's a necessary law. Like they need to be executing Palestinians that they think are engaged in fucking.
So you'd say it's a very evil law, essentially.
If it makes you happy, yes, I would say it's evil. So it's the most evil of. It's the most dastardly of all evil laws. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair enough. Okay, and then I guess you answered my previous question. It's mainly a strategic thing, I suppose. Can I ask you, Moon, what it would take for you to kind of say, I don't really support the
Nothing.
current Israel
I
thing?
support it. I support everything. Actually, I'm even further in support of Israel now.
Good one, Moon.
Okay. I appreciate your time. Thanks. I think that's my only question. I do have one question. I'm just curious to get your opinion on this, actually.
What's up?
I just wonder, why do you think the stock market's been so resilient to every single crazy thing that Trump does?
Has it? Aren't we dipping pretty hard right now?
I think I'm down like
no. If you look at how it's
a month,
we're down 4% over the last 4 months.
It's like 4%. Yeah.
4 months. That's a fairly big deal, no? If it continues.
No,
this
but if you look
direction,
at how it's performed over the past year, it's really not that bad. And I feel like it would crash way harder under any other president if all of this happened, right? So.
Well, I mean, like our markets are fairly resilient. Our markets are fairly resilient just because there's a whole engine of like economic output and everything behind them. I don't know how much of it is also carried by the whole AI obsession right now in terms of how much.
I think it is just Trump being like such a retard that whenever like crazy shit happens, people are just kind of used to it, right? So no one really cares or reacts.
Yeah, possibly. It could be that it's not priced in as much either. It could be that people don't expect these things to last for very long, so they don't. So like the markets haven't moved as much in response to how you would expect them to move. Maybe I'm not sure.
Yeah, I just think that if this war happened under Biden or Obama, it would crash way harder than it is right now. It's not a compliment to Trump. It's just more of a testament to how much people are used to his retardedness, I suppose.
Maybe. I mean, I'm not 100% sure if that's true, but who knows? Maybe.
Okay. Well, those were my two questions. Thanks for your time.
Okay. I love you. Be careful.
Thank you, Moon, as well.
Mm-hmm.
Bye.
Way to go. Did you enjoy that?
Yeah, I mean, he just made me a Zionist.
Shut up.
I'm not gonna let him fool me, Steven. He just pushed me to the opposite way. I'm gonna make it triple as.
Shrimple fucking.
Why don't you do like a debate fucking show like Whick does?
Oh, like a panel?
Yeah, why don't you do like a panel?
I don't know. Maybe someday. But mainly because it gets played out after like 1 or 2 iterations, and then it's all the same shit over and over again.
Problem?
Yeah, troll face. Yes, kill all my
In a
people.
Biden presidency, I might agree, but in a Trump presidency, I think there's something new every week that you can talk about.
Maybe.
Well, come on then.
What?
Do the streaming thing.
I'm streaming. I'm tired. You've made me tired with your drags. The U.S. is underperforming every other economy, so it's not really... So it was not resilient. I think we are still... It's quite resilient.
A great
Just because we
year
underperformed other people doesn't mean we're not resilient. Like, the fact that the economy hasn't completely and totally fucking collapsed, I think is a testament to the resiliency of the U.S. economy. What's up, buddy? What do you want?
He's fucking trolling.
How do you know? What do you mean?
Oh shit! I'm sorry.
There we go.
Was he trolling?
I said hello.
Oh, hi.
Well, I just want to ask you something.
What?
Do you actually disagree with any of the fucking looks maxer bullshit? Because I don't know if there's like a liberal or like an answer you could give like against it.
Depends on what you mean by disagree with and looks maxer, I guess. Like, I think that looks are obviously, they can be important in life. I think that there are probably things that you can do to optimize for how you look. But I mean, my argument against those people is that they're over-indexing on how important their looks are, and they're probably making themselves more miserable out by obsessing over it as much.
Yeah,
Why? What about it? Or what more
reasonable.
specifically do you, or I guess, do you have a more specific question or thing about it, or?
I mean, it just seems like it seems like a lot of people like go on dating apps and stuff, and then they kind of like figure out that they're not like as desirable as they think they are, and then they like obsess about this stuff a little too much.
Yeah, I think the dating app environment, I think, has been a disaster for men in general.
It's another way to break your brain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that, yeah, it's just because the odds are against you. It's like 1 to 5, like women versus men on these apps, which is just, it's a brutal, and just in real life, you're just not really going to encounter that discrepancy between men and women as much, except for unless you work like in tech or something, and it's not like a workplace or something. But yeah, I think it's been a disaster for mankind.
And then the way guys like treat dating apps of where they will just swipe right on literally almost anybody.
Well, that's
just to
base.
get like a match.
Hell
Yeah,
yeah.
I think that kind of fucks up.
I guess for me, it just feels like a lot of the looks maxer stuff is kind of like male beauty, but I feel like a lot of the beliefs that these guys have, I feel like intuitively, I think a lot of women subscribe to these beliefs a lot more than men do.
What do you mean by that?
Like over-indexing on looks and like obsessing about this type of stuff.
Like, you think that women,
Like, I think women are way more likely to get Botox, to do hair stuff, to get GLP-1s, to like obsess about beauty.
What about it? Or yeah, but what about it? Or what's the point of, what do you mean by that?
I think there might be like a point, like, I mean, it might be a fad, but it might just be like a point where it becomes more normal for men to have the teenage girl fucking anorexia isms, like the
Yeah, like men are
beauty.
gonna have more like body dysmorphia issues and all that bullshit if they continue down the road that they're on now.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah, especially now that it's becoming more easily available for men.
Well, yeah, I think a lot of dudes are on TRT, and I feel like if you're not, like,
every single male influencer over the age of fucking 25 is probably on fucking TRT now. Yeah.
I think it's just gonna become like the new normal. It's like you gotta have this TRT physique and.
Sure, but I don't
beyond.
think women actually, on average, care that much about your physique. I think that's more what you think they care about.
Yeah, I think it's bad, but I feel like men drive both sides of this, would be my take on it. Like, men drive the women to get the weird surgery shit, and then men are driving other men to get, like, the TRT and everything, would be my feeling on it.
It just feels like there's like a homogenization of like looks where it's like you have to like the TRT physique, the blonde, like Botox stuff.
Yeah, it's not good.
Well, I don't have anything else.
What am I going to say? Not good.
I don't know. I think you're wrong.
I don't even know if we're disagreeing right now. What are we? I don't know. I'm not even identifying the disagreement. What do you think we're? What am I?
I don't think it's an over-indexing. I don't think it's like a. I think the people obsessed about it are over-indexing, but I think it's a lot more important than you are saying it is.
Oh, like looks and stuff?
Women primarily care about looks in a partner?
No, I think like people's perception. I don't think it matters that much actually, but I think people's perception of it like is a lot bigger. I don't know how to explain. Like
I think it can be big for like first impression type stuff for sure, but I just don't know. I don't know how to weight it like percentage wise. I just don't think it's anywhere near as big as people.
I think a lot of people's self-worth is like very tied to it. Like I think it's why when
that
people
could be
insult you,
well,
they'll do the beach photo as like the meme.
Like that could be the case, but like the guys that, not to get into the fucking pathology or whatever, the people that post the beach photo of me on Twitter to make fun of me, those guys are mad because they probably objectively look better than me and they fucked 1/100th of the women that I fucked, or they haven't fucked anybody. Like that's their anger coming out. Like they're mad that they perceive me as having something that they don't think I should have because they're not getting it. Like that's what that attack is coming from. I think that the issue is that this is anecdotal, but like I don't think I've ever met a guy who is having trouble with women, and then after having a conversation with this guy or seeing his interactions, where I'm like, yeah, fuck, like you're doing everything right. It's just your looks. Like that just seems so rare. I'm sure it's out there. Yeah, I'm sure that's probably out there. I just don't see it, and maybe it's just amplifying the other stuff that I haven't. Like, or it's just amplifying stuff that plays into the narrative that I want to see. But like, I see so many posts sometimes where like men are complaining about how they look, or they're not getting any women, or they're only 5'10" or whatever. And like the guys look fine; they look totally normal. Or there's no way that this physical appearance is what's prohibiting this guy from actually, dating a girl or anything.
It's probably a confidence issue, or they're just like genuinely going for like the hottest 10s.
Maybe, yeah.
In
and
the
I think
fucking universe.
Like here are like two issues also that I think are kind of frustrating. I've talked about like the whole masculine feminine trait thing or whatever. Like the state of men right now, especially for younger generations, I think is kind of behind where women are, which is like I think a big issue. Like I just hear so many just sad comments about where guys are at today. I don't know. Like just like not being able to fucking take care of themselves like on a very fundamental basic level. Like if you can't like clean or like keep your place clean, like just at a very basic level, like this is saying something. It's communicating really bad things. Number one. Number two, I feel like guys are at a point now where and there's a whole host of reasons like this, like guys can engage with content that makes you unfuckable because it's actually so bad in terms of how people view you. Like I'm not really sure. I'm sure there's content out there, but I don't know what popular like women or female oriented content exists where like if I knew a woman was engaging with us, I'd be like, oh no, fuck no, like I'm not fucking with this chick. Whereas like if you're a guy and like a woman finds out that you're like a massive Joe Rogan fan, which is like the most popular podcast in the world, like you might literally be cutting yourself off from 50% of like dateable women. Like it might be that bad because all of the associated political baggage and autistic shit is just so fucking retarded around it. Like I don't know what to do about stuff like that. I just don't know. I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, yeah, I probably agree. Like, there are like people who, like post pictures of themselves and they look like a median like they don't look ugly or anything, and they're like, I have issues with dating, and it's like very obvious. It's like because they don't know how to talk to people.
Yeah.
But I also think there's like I think there are like some people who are undesirable and should subscribe to this mindset.
Yeah, I guess I would just be so interested, and again, this is like anecdotal, and it's hard to do a formal fucking show me a research study on this, but like I would just be curious about people that have actually turned their lives around with like looks maxing related stuff, and then like there's been like an actual discernible output of like positive dating life after. Like I'm sure there are people who are like severe or like overweight and they lose weight, and then maybe they gain confidence, and there's something that goes down that rabbit hole. But I don't know if like losing weight and going to the gym would be like pathologizing your looks as much as like a looks maxer does,
Well, I think the byproduct is you improve yourself you improve your personality / your desire by improving your self-health.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
For people who are going down that looks max route, I don't know if you're actually gaining. Like for people that start going to the gym and get healthier and lose weight or whatever, like a byproduct of that is going to be an increase in confidence and everything else, right? I don't know if somebody who's going down like the looks maxing road is getting that same confidence boost because they've just opened up a whole new world to see how inadequate they are in so many different ways.
Well, the argument that I think you could make is, well, now they're part of the looks maxing community, so they're probably able to like talk to other people in the community, and that might help them like.
Well, but is this helping them get a confidence
boost?
Is it giving them a confidence boost, or is it just like reinforcing all the horrible things that this community thinks about their life and everything anyway? No.
I would say it would be reinforcing, but then they would get the confidence boost by eventually, quote unquote, in their mind, being able to make fun of others not looking like they do. if they
I
go
just
down
don't think that ever leads to actual confidence, attacking other people.
I don't think it leads to real confidence. Yeah.
But I mean, it doesn't lead to like fake confidence either. Like, I don't think that makes anybody feel better about themselves. I think it just comes up. I think at the end these people tend to feel bad. Yeah.
It would just lead them to feel better that other people are feeling worse, which isn't actual confidence or feeling.
It's not
better
going to give you
about
confidence in
themselves.
dealing
Yeah.
with women. Yeah.
No. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. The advice I always give people, if you want to meet women, you have to get offline and you have to go out and just do your hobby, and then you'll meet people, and then if you're enjoying yourself, people enjoy being around you, etc.
You know what you really need to do is, I don't know, I feel like this has to be fucking AI or not real. Have you seen the fucking haircut guy on Instagram?
Mm-mm.
There is a guy on Instagram who is, it can't be real. It's got to be actors or something. There's a guy who's like a fucking magician, bro. It is, somebody link me. We can watch a few of these. It is like, I can't believe it. Somebody link it. Somebody link the guy. He's a dude, and it's just unreal. If you know what I'm talking about, what?
Wait, are you talking about the gloving guy?
What?
Oh man, I've been getting some awesome Instagram reels of the gloving guy.
Oh, I know the gloving guy, but not.
You know him?
I know
Yeah.
the gloving guy.
Oh yeah.
It's this guy. Okay, I've never watched this video before.
Okay, I haven't seen this.
Moot, your mind is about to be destroyed. You're not ready for this, okay? You're not ready for this. And before, this is the worst haircut this guy's ever given, okay? Wait, am I on the right screen?
I'm watching your stream. You're on the wrong screen, but whatever.
You're on the wrong screen. Okay, hold on. I'm going to the right one. Okay. This is about to blow your fucking mind. Why is there music? Is he going to talk to him? Ugh, I hope this isn't a shit video. This is a shit video. Hold on. That was a good haircut. Wait. Hold on. Fuck. Who linked this? How could you link the worst? How could you link the worst video of all the videos? This guy has so many good videos, and you link the most dog shit one. Okay, I'm clicking the second one, okay? All right, are you ready for this?
Yeah.
I've got that bald spot on top. Yeah. Kind of like to keep it.
Look at this guy, Mootin, okay?
He wants to keep the bald spot.
Mootin.
Yeah, I'm seeing
You're not
him. He
ready.
looks like a
You're not
crazy
ready for
boss.
this. You're not ready for this, Mootin.
Hidden as much as
Okay, so just cover it up, kind of make it look as full as possible.
Yes, sir.
And that beard, we got a lot going on with that. What are we doing with that?
I wanted to get a little shaped up, growing it out for a while.
Okay, so what kind of shape are you wanting to go for? Because you got like really poofed out right now. You kind of wanted to.
I've seen a lot of your videos.
Yeah.
There's one that you did, took it over, kind of gave it more definition on the jawline.
Kind of like a square.
Yeah.
And do you care if I like pull it into your face a little bit?
That's fine. Yeah, I think I saw the Spartan one.
Yeah, like that. You want like that?
Yeah, that was good. I'm pretty used to the mullet style.
So modern mullet, you like it stay in front of the ear? You like kind of wrap around the ear?
Wrap around the ear.
And all the way to skin?
Yes, sir. I've been waiting a long time. My wife's starting to get a little
antsy?
Yes,
Mhm.
yes.
So how long you had the appointment booked?
I think I did it in November. It said you were pushed out early November until about mid-December, and then you had an opening.
Cool. How old are you?
I'm 24.
What does your wife think about the mullet?
She loves it.
Loves it.
Loves it.
Okay, so we got to make her happy today.
Yes, sir.
Ready to get back in the game? Yes, sir. Let's do it.
Watch this guy, Mootin. Mootin!
I'm watching.
Is it the same guy? Is it the same guy?
I've got that.
It's got to be. Is it an? I can't believe it. This guy's haircuts are actually it's like magician shit. It's crazy.
Yeah, that's insane.
No, but like all of the ones I've
That's a
seen of
filter.
this guy are.
do the old guy to the right.
This guy?
No, down one to the left, middle.
Left, middle.
Yes.
This guy?
Yes.
She got it for me for Valentine's
How can he fix
Day.
this?
Valentine's Day
Yep.
present. How long has it been since anybody touched your beard?
I've only been the one that's ever trimmed it. I haven't had my hair cut from a barber since I was in high school.
So how old are you?
45.
We're gonna get you looking 35 today.
Yeah.
So what finally convinced you to come
Just
here?
we saw
How's he
saw
giving these
you
fire
on
haircuts
TikTok
when he's got
and the
that haircut?
transformations were
Because he doesn't give a
just
fuck
unreal.
about himself,
So
Mootin.
good. Go
He's a
down
martyr.
to
About the
nothing.
Go down to
others.
nothing on top.
Shave the head and just shape the beard up.
What exactly are you thinking for the beard?
I don't know. You're the guy.
Are you wanting to keep a lot of length on it? Like,
shorten it up. I'd say at least half of what.
okay, so you want it pretty much more fit to your face a little bit
Yeah,
better.
Curses, he
whatever you
can't cut his
think.
own
I've
hair.
seen your stuff. It all looks good.
So are you from Glasgow?
Southern Indiana. A couple hours. Not too bad.
You know your beard's gonna get a lot of views.
Yeah.
You're gonna be famous.
That's what I told her. I said I'm gonna be TikTok famous after
Get
this.
ready for this transformation?
Yep.
All right, let's get you back in the game.
Okay.
Look at this. No way. Is this real? But look at this. Is it real? Are they real people?
That's crazy. There's got to be a filter. There has to be. Like a face filter or something. I feel like it's cheating, though. Beards are cheating.
What about this guy? Give me
You can make
10
anyone
years.
with a beard look good.
Moot, no way!
What do you want me to say?
This guy just went from fucking Walter White to being a biker gang. Is it the same person?
This guy must do some Botox mid fucking haircut. That's crazy, dude. Did he give him an earring too?
Why didn't they all get earrings? That's how you know they're fresh as fuck. That's how you know they're fresh as fuck. Somebody said do the first one.
Whatever hides this, I'm good with. If I can make it look better, I mean, I'm game for it.
Just want me to fix or at least cover it up a little bit.
Make it look where it's, I guess it's not noticeable. Like, normally I just wear a hat. My self-conscience,
Since you have so much weight on the sides here, you see how it's like kind of poofed out?
Yeah.
That makes you directly focus on this. So if you take some weight off the sides and kind of throw it all forward, then it'll look lighter and like not as thin. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like, would you be open to like a skin fade all the way around?
Yeah, I like my long hair, but I mean, if I have to get rid of it to get rid of this look, there's nothing I can do about it, but...
It depends on whichever one you want to do. It's up to you. If you're really attached to the back, we could try a mullet. That would bring it in just a little bit more.
My self-conscience, like, whatever one you think will look best.
Okay.
I'm good with.
Okay, what do you think about doing to the beard?
I think he does the same haircut for basically everybody.
always
But
do it. I mean...
You just want me to line it up, make it look crispy?
Game.
So, skin fade on the side, sew the bangs forward, trim up the beard.
And he has to throw the earring on every single person,
Let's
too.
get you back in the game. You ready for this transformation?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's do it.
look at this sad guy.
Hi.
I mean, looks good.
Is it
man.
the same
What do you want me to
guy?
say?
Like, this is crazy. Like, this guy went from a twerp to a guy who could fuck your dad.
Maybe looks maxing does provide confidence. I'm not sure anymore.
Whatever.
Like, could you imagine from this guy to the other guy? Imagine if the other guy you saw in, like, the Tinder profile picture and then this guy shows up.
Holy.
Hides this.
I don't know, man.
This guy better watch out. The billionaires are going to fucking abduct him.
Is this like fat Ashton Kutcher a little
This is
bit?
an absolute mess. I need you to fix this.
A little bit.
A little bit.
Very, very vaguely. Wow, that guy's the GOAT.
He is goated.
It's one of my Midwesterners.
Actual win.
30-second asthma clip. Hold on.
With your actual win-loss conditions in the Iran war, what outcomes counts as a real win? What signs would tell you the U.S. is sliding into a deeper entanglement? The only thing that I want to see come out of Iran is complete regime destruction. I want to see total regime change and the dismantling of the IRGC completely, and the removal of the
He's a foreign politics expert now, yes!
Islamic theocracy. I think anything less than that is a failure. That's my opinion. With your actual
Let's
win,
see what happens. I don't think he's going to have this opinion in 3 weeks when they pull out.
He's an expert, Moon. So if his opinion changes, it's because he got a better one. You fucking loser.
That's true.
What's up, Danny Dan?
Not much. Just saw those haircuts and
they were fresh as
You need one?
fuck.
You know,
right?
I do need one, but I'm also
It's
thinking
about
that
to fly to Kentucky.
I'm going to tell you right now, those haircuts look good for 1 week, and then
Well-
they do not look good ever again.
I don't think
That'd
they'll
be a
look
good
good on
week,
those
though.
people day after because they don't know how to stylize the top of their fucking head when they're balding.
You
Their
have to
beard will look
stylize
good.
it's a fade. You just have to line it. You have to get it lined up again.
No, the top of their fucking heads, man. They're balding. It's a style trick to cover the bald spot.
Really?
I mean, yeah, they're all putting their hair forward.
Yeah, but it's not just shrimple as throw your hair
Shrimple?
forward.
Shrinema.
Shrimema? Wait, is that a
Shrimema
new
needs
one?
to be added. Yeah.
Why do we not
No,
have
it's-
Shrimina? It needs to be a
should be.
shrimp. It needs to be Zoidberg saying, doing the cinema pose.
Wait, he's a lobster, not a
That's
shrimp.
what we've been
never mind.
fucking saying, man. He's a
Vader's
pet-
too
his name's
busy
Pepe.
dumping all of his dev hours into turning my DGG chat into fucking AOL Instant Messenger.
AIDS,
so.
yeah. He was DMing me about it too. So he was so happy with it. He was like, "I billed Steven $10,000 for this."
Hey, based.
I just asked Claude to remake AOL.
Who just left?
Prangman.
Good.
He doesn't like being around Jews, so.
Wait. Is this a April Fool's joke, or did somebody... Hold on. The Mewgenics website. Who fucked up their CSS? Why does everything say table? It all says table!
Problem?
For fuck's sake, rush the family tree. I don't even know what that means, but okay. Do you see the Anthropic guy apparently pushed all the source code to... Was it Anthropic?
What do you mean? Like,
no, I haven't
push
seen
the Claude source code?
Oh, it was Claude code, sorry.
Oh, they just open sourced it?
Yeah, that's a way to say it, yeah. Not unintentionally, but yeah.
Oh, unintentionally. Oh, shit. That's awesome for us, right?
I don't know. I don't know what that means or what'll happen from it, but... Quick video covering it.
Yesterday.
Hello?
What?
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ.
You need somebody Claude?
This is why we don't talk about AI.
Code?
Nope. No, we're good.
No, you okay, wait, I have a question though.
No. What?
Okay, so let's say you have the power to ban any person on Twitch.
I ban you.
Okay.
Okay, wait. Would you ban Asmongold or Hasan for like the good of America?
Probably Hasan, because Asmongold would just go to YouTube and
Fuck
probably even be
you.
bigger
He
there.
stole my answer. I think it would. I think it would be Hasan, because I think if Hasan gets banned from Twitch, I think he's gone completely. I think Asmongold would have a lot more success streaming other platforms. I don't know why he doesn't branch out more. But Hasan.
Okay, let's say you could ban them from every platform in the world, right? Like eliminate them from the internet.
I mean, Asmongold might be worse. I think it would be close, but I think I would lean towards Asmongold. I think. I can't tell if Asmongold is pushing the movement though, as much as just absorbing or benefiting from the existence of the movement, whereas Hasan benefits and pushes at the same time.
That's what I'm saying.
I worry that Asmongold might be a bit of a Lich King right now, and if he's gone, then they go to Fuentes.
Okay, so I was having this argument with Food Shops last night, and like, okay, so if Trump wasn't elected, I don't think Asmongold would be like on this crazy right wing arc. Is what I'm saying. But
Probably
Hasan
not.
would still be like a communist, like insane communist
Yep,
person.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, so that's why I think like Hasan is like, I don't know, like Asmongold just like I guess Joe Rogan or whatever, whereas like Hasan is like a neo-Nazi. I don't know what a good analogy to him would be, but
Okay.
like intentional.
Okay. I got you.
All right, so you agree with me?
Maybe, I guess. I see where you're coming from, though. I see you.
All right. Well, I won the debate. Let's go.
Good job, buddy.
What did you fucking win?
Wait, Dan is buying a boat?
No, he wants to, but I'm telling him not to. It's retarded.
Why is it retarded? What kind of boat? I want to go on Dan's boat.
Okay, but why not just have him charter a boat? This motherfucker would use a boat once a year.
No, I'm telling you, it's because I want the ability, in case the Nazis take control, that I can just hop on, be like, all right.
And get double tapped by Hegseth?
I go to New Zealand, like that, or Kazakhstan.
Wait, hold on, wait. I'm starting to think you should get a boat, Dan, and I know quite the area you should go to.
What? What do you mean by that?
The Gulf of America is a very great place to be right now, I hear.
You want Dan to die?
No, heavens no.
What do you mean? Explain the
I have
joke.
one more
then.
thing I want to ask.
What?
What?
Okay, just last thing, okay? It was about the attractiveness conversation you guys were talking about. I feel like you guys put too much weight on like physical looks in terms of like I don't know, just like in terms of like your dating prospects, because it really does feel like to me.
How did
it's
you get
like,
that from us? We said that it literally
no,
doesn't
no,
really matter.
Yeah, I know. I think you guys said it doesn't matter necessarily, but I feel like even then you guys are putting too much weight.
Well,
in
the nice thing
attractiveness.
about like there's two things that help about looks. One is it's a good way to open the door initially. So I guess in the
That's true.
foothold initially, and then two, you can kind of have a cyclical or like a feedback loop where if you look good and you get positive reception just because you look good, it can build more confidence. Maybe arguably, like these things can happen in tandem as well. I think that people need to think you need to look better than you actually do, but I mean, like it does help, right?
Even like stuff like clean your room or whatever, like stuff like that, yeah, or whatever. But even then, like there's still plenty of girls that get with even like hot girls, like 10s that get with like the most unkempt dudes or whatever. Just and like I use this comparison all the time. Okay, so I use this comparison all the time, but like, do you guys know what a butterface is?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So like on like at least back in the day, there would always be like threads on internet forums about like butterfaces.
Okay.
And every time people will be posting like 10 out of 10 movie stars or whatever, and they'll be like, "Yo, this girl's a 2 out of 10," and there'll be like 2 people who would agree with them, and everybody else would be like calling them out for it. I feel like attractiveness is almost entirely like a, I don't know, like a self. Like there's no, I feel like there's no such thing as like universally like ugly or like.
There are absolutely people
beautiful.
that are more attractive on average than other people, and people that are.
I
less
mean,
attractive
besides like deformed, right? Like someone might be like, I don't know, missing like an eye or something or whatever. Like if you're normally developed, I feel like there's no such thing as like truly ugly or truly beautiful.
I disagree.
Why? Can you tell me why?
I think there are just some people that are really unfortunate and look really fucking ugly. I think that this is the absolute minority. It's very few and far between. I think that these people can still find people though, but I think that they're just not. There's just ugly people out there.
He just shrimp-a-lazed. He said shrimp-a-lazed.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's what he just did. He shrimp-a-lazed you. That's
It's just like it. I don't know. Like you guys never had this situation where like you see like a guy you think is really ugly, but he just got this like 10 out of 10 model or whatever, right?
Not
like
generally, no. I think people are generally matched with each other.
Happens a lot.
I don't think it happens a lot. No.
I don't think the word "a lot" is correct. I think it happens, but I think a lot of men think that their attractiveness plays into it a lot more than it does. I think an average-looking guy can get a beautiful girl.
It's because I don't know. I just see a lot of guys, and maybe just because I'm not gay. I'm like, but like, I just see a lot of guys. I think that like, just no way, like they're not nearly as attractive as like their partner.
Well, I think women on average put more effort into their appearance and everything too. So like on average, like women are going to look better than men on average. So on average, men are going to be matched with women that look better on average. But I don't think it's very common that like fucking dudes that put zero effort into anything are getting 10 out of 10 models. I think that's exceptionally rare.
I don't know if it's that rare though. Like, okay, so I'm not bringing this up as an example to hate on Darius, right? But like Darius, I think he's an attractive person, but like he has had a messy room. Like there's the famous fleshlight clip and stuff like that. Like, but you know he's still got women like crazy, right? Like I feel like at some point, like, you know, like it's not all about just like, you know, keeping yourself.
You just brought up totally different things here. We're not just talking about keeping your room clean or whatever, right? But like this is also the issue where the internet is brain broken on stuff and people's personal opinions on people like influence how they view them and everything as well. Like the factual reality is that Darius is probably above average attractive, maybe even significantly so than like the ordinary man. Like his body is decently in shape. He's got like a good smile. Like everything. Like Darius is like is a pretty attractive guy. And then he's also got like a good personality for like joking with women and everything else. So like he's got like a lot of that going for him, like pretty far. So I don't know why you would bring him up as an example of.
Oh, Darius literally wasn't he like the fat guy who like went on the, you know, worked out a bunch. He got skinny. And
Darius was never fat. I mean, he got more fit, but he was
I mean, well, I think
wasn't
before
he chubby? I think he was chubby a bit.
Yeah, back then, like a long time ago. I think like he was kind of like in the mid scale. But
yeah, I feel like Darius obsessed about his looks a lot.
Okay, I mean, Radiant, what is your fucking point? It was
well, my point is that he got women even before then. Like he got some pretty attractive women before that, before his like attractiveness or looks maxing arc. Like I think it's all. I guess maybe to be more direct, I think it's all like about your just personality. I guess, you know, just like being.
I mean, if you have a super above average personality, you can compensate as a man for not looking the best. But like,
well, what's a below average personality? Like, isn't that just
somebody who's not funny, somebody who's not can't pay attention to a conversation, somebody who sounds retarded? I don't know. What do you mean? There's a million different things. Do you think that all personalities are created equal or are the same thing? The reality is,
kind of,
no matter
yeah.
What. Okay. Well, and
like it's like I don't know because it's a personality. Like what I can't rate personalities on like what do you call it?
Are you the AI guy?
Yeah.
There's no objectivity to attractiveness or like personality. Like there's like obviously like percentiles to everything.
To personality, that feels so much harder to like say that is you could.
Well, there's not like an exact like science, but like there are like people who are definitely like you get along with way more than other people.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, exactly. But that's what you see how you're saying get along with? Like, it's like an individual thing, right? Like, some people get along with other people better, others don't. Or with a certain person, I mean, not people in general. But yeah.
But there are people there are some people who can get along with almost anybody, and there are some people who can get along with very few people, and then there are some people who understand why they get along with other people, and some people who just don't. Like, there are definitely skills to associating with people.
I mean, but that's like a specific thing about a personality. Like, personality isn't just agreeableness, right? Like, having a good personality can also just be like, I don't know,
You
not
changed the argument. You initially came in here and said like you think that like ugly people can get 10s, and it happens a lot.
Yeah, it does happen a lot.
And then you brought up Darius as your example.
No. That's kind of like separate because we were talking about because Destiny said something about how keep yourself looking attractive or whatever, and you can get women.
I'm just saying
eventually.
that if you look,
like, I don't think that's more attractive.
If you look more attractive, it's always going to be positive, right? That's always going to boost your everything, like all else equal, right?
I don't know.
Negative.
I don't understand how you. Never mind. All attraction is random. If you throw any two people in a room, they've got a 50-50 chance of liking each other or not, and there's literally nothing that you can do, personality-wise or appearance-wise, to ever boost your like what?
It's all random.
It's all random.
Like, no, not. It's not random. I'm just saying. I feel like it's like 99.9% personality. I feel like.
It's probably a lot your personality, but it's not going to be 99.9. And also, there's going to be some things that aren't. It's not like it doesn't contribute, but there's like deal breakers, right? Like, I don't.
There's a lot of girls I know that when they meet somebody who's physically attractive, like there's some really good looking guys that I've seen girls turn down because the guys are like just insanely awkward or whatever. Like,
yeah, that it can happen. Sure,
it's like
yes,
cringe.
no one's saying that it can't happen. You're just
like
maybe we're just disagreeing.
Right?
Maybe we're just disagreeing on it being 99% versus being like 75% or whatever.
Okay, yeah.
Sure. I mean, the fact that you think it's 99% is stupid, but
because there's people like Boogie 2988, like his wife is. I think she's still his wife.
He's rich.
Like,
yeah, and he's famous online,
I mean,
and he's got access to a fuck ton of women.
Do you think he bagged her because she was rich, or because he was rich?
Do you think that? Wait. Do you think that if he was just an ordinary
personality? That's what you're saying. Personality.
Sure, but it's not 99% of cases.
Yeah. Also,
like you're like.
Also, keep in mind this guy's
so,
like
okay,
internet
wait,
famous
sorry.
and everything.
Wait, I think I know where you guys are confusing me. When I say a good personality, I mean a personality is good when they have less bad traits, right? Like they're not. It's people who aren't mean or like aren't like, what do you call it? I guess like
your mom.
Yeah, exactly. No, like if you're not like anxious or like you like have a hatred for certain races or something insane like that. Like that's what I consider like objectively bad for your personality. But stuff like, oh, I don't get along with people, I think that's just like a, it's just a thing, like it's different.
But there are still looks deal breakers for people. They exist.
Looks deal breakers for certain people, yes. But I'm saying that like you are never going to be in that contention or whatever anyway. Like I think there's
I don't know your argument. Fuck it.
I feel like there's plenty of looks. I feel like there's plenty of like looks that some people will think is a deal breaker. But like if they're a really funny, interesting person, I think they would like.
Yeah, but the argument you're making
them.
is that like you're able to compensate for looks with other things. Like no shit. Like someone who's like really rich and famous can compensate for being like 500 pounds. Like if you're like 99th percentile in something, you'd probably compensate for. Like not being the most attractive, but that's not like going. That's not going for your argument.
But yeah, that's what I mean. It might be me, but I could never imagine me dating somebody like just because they look like a 10 if they're like impossible to or not impossible, but even just like even slightly boring, right? Like I don't know. It doesn't feel like a reality to me. And a lot of girls I've talked to kind of seem to have the same opinion. Like they're always like, oh, I want a guy I can talk to and chill with and be my best friend or something like that.
Okay.
Well, sure, but a lot of people date hot people in spite of their negative, like because it does
and
compensate for that.
They do, but it's like not long lasting. Or it's like maybe like a one night stand. Like I don't know.
I mean, yeah, if you're like saying that like having a good personality is like better for long term relationships, no one's gonna disagree with that. But like, I don't know what the point of like you're saying looks doesn't matter, but it kind of does.
Well, I mean, are you describing a relationship or are you describing like friends with benefits?
I mean, like for both, right? Like everyone wants to be desirable. Like if you are like with someone and you don't feel desired, then it's gonna be like a thing, right? Like people have dead bedrooms because all the fucking time,
I don't know.
All right, go think about it more.
Shrimple ass.
I will.
Have you ever shrimp?
I mean, I feel like it's just like it's like
shrimple.
Like the idea that you think there's like no there's no percentiles of like attractiveness or personality, and like it's all just like arbitrary.
I think it's
like,
I think it's almost entirely like it's almost a non-factor. Like it's something it's only important if somebody was like, okay, you have to decide on your wife, and it's gonna be just off this picture. Like I think that's the only time I would consider it as like a worthwhile factor. Like.
Rating,
Yeah.
you'd be like, I just lost the coin flip on her liking me. It's
Like
not
if you
me,
think about
it's
it,
just random.
like if you think about it,
it couldn't
like if
be
you,
me.
Like if you think about it, like sex, even with like the ugliest person in the world, is way better when you actually, like get along with the person, right?
Not everyone has that opinion.
Is that true?
I mean, like you've seen like all these like meme like dating shows. Like people just select for the most attractive person a lot of the time when it comes to like these like dating app scenarios. Like I think you're like saying it doesn't matter, but I think it does matter in like certain like scenarios.
You been talking to Claude about this, Radiant?
Claude.
You realize those AI bots, they just jerk you off. There's a problem. It could be you.
Because just think about having sex with somebody like literally just based off their looks, right?
Yeah, that
like
happens.
That's not.
No one's ever done that.
No. But they have some kind of tolerable personality to them, right? Like, would you have sex with like a straight up retarded person, like who looked like Kim Kardashian?
Sure, but do you think most hot people?
Probably.
Do you think most attractive people are straight up retarded and like they can't?
No, they're not. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying there's some baseline for personality, right? Like you can't nobody just has sex with like a sex doll, right? Or at least
yes, they do. You
I mean, they don't have.
retard.
No, wait, you're not understanding. No, I'm saying they like people in terms of like dating, right? Like
there are people who literally date sex dolls. I mean, I would say they're mentally ill, but
okay, well, they're not the normal people that I'm considering.
Okay, I don't know. Just.
I'm
just saying that
you're right. You know what?
No. There are a lot of men who heavily I think men or men value physical appearance a lot more than women value physical appearance. You might just skew a little bit off the norm there. But like in general,
Maybe.
like as a generalized rule, I think men value. Well, this is the reason why I think men project onto women that they also must value like physical appearance, because everybody thinks that we all value the same things that the other person values. But that's
no. When Radiant watches porn, he selects for like the best personalities every time.
Based.
Well, that's why I was talking about relationships, not porn. But like in general, like I don't know, because okay, that's the thing, and that's what I was talking about. When I'm talking about sex, like in my opinion, I wouldn't have sex with literally like a sex doll. I would rather just go jerk off because that's so much easier.
But now, why are you
get my
talking
nut,
about relationships
right?
and now you're going to just sex? Why did you just switch up completely there?
Because he's implying that me saying like sex, like I'm talking about porn, like that's not the same thing. Like I'm talking.
I'm just saying like you're like saying it like has like zero correlation.
There are a lot of guys,
like,
there are a lot of guys who will fuck a girl just because she's hot. They don't give a fuck about any other part about it. I thought we explored all this in the fucking Red Pill arc.
I mean, yes, it's kind of true, but like, would a guy have sex with a 10 out of 10 like retarded person?
Yes.
Or like
the average man, yes. The average girl gets hit on for the first time in her life when she's like 9 years old. Yes, I think men will fuck like semi-retarded chicks if they're hot enough. Yes. Like the way that conservatives describe like their ideal trad wife sounds like a retarded child. Like I mean, yes.
I don't know.
Sneeko was literally saying that his ideal wife would be a woman who doesn't speak his language, so they never have to talk to each other.
Yeah, actually, how do you contend with all the passport bro shit? Fuck.
True.
Because it's not a retarded person that they're dating. They're dating somebody that just doesn't know, or is like, what do you call it? Not dating, but
try really hard to explain what you're about to explain without describing them like they sound like they're retarded. Go ahead.
As in, like somebody that is not in the same world that they are, right? Like it's somebody that they can show the world, quote unquote. Does that make sense? But not in a retarded
connect with
person
a person who speaks their language better than an ESL person.
Because, and obviously it's going to sound like you're taking advantage of them. Like they're in a different world, right? Like they can show them great things or whatever, like in comparison, because it's so much different from what they're used to in their original home country.
I mean, that's kind of the appeal though. It's like, oh, they're easier. They're easier to get. I have my wealth that transfers better in their country. Like it literally is like that type of thing.
Well, yeah, but like, I mean, there's a reason why we aren't, or men aren't like going for like retarded people. I just don't consider that the same thing as on the same scale as like being retarded. I think it's just like somebody with a different set of experiences than you. if that makes sense.
Based.
You ever thought about going on Whick panels, Radiant?
No, not really. Why?
We should get you on there.
Hey, I would be totally down. I just don't know what to talk about.
Okay, I'm sure Whick can figure something out.
Moot, what do you think? Would you ban Hasan or Asmongold?
Over from the internet, I think I would actually ban Hasan because I think Asmongold is actually, unironically, being the Lich King for these actual fucking rat rodent people.
True. Hasan, I mean, Asmongold is literally a parrot. He literally just opens Twitter and just word for word repeats.
They would only go deeper down the rabbit hole without Asmongold. I think he actually kind of stops them from going further.
Maybe. I don't know about that.
I'm not sure.
Asmongold's the moderating force.
Not at all.
I'm not sure about that one, Chiefs.
I think everything Asmongold is saying is literally just like the logical conclusion of like MAGA rhetoric. And like honestly, everything he's saying is I've seen exact tweets of what he's saying. So like
I think he's a bit further than MAGA now.
Is he?
Yeah. I mean, he's moving off.
I think
the
everything he
Trump
said is
train
very
quite a bit.
MAGA.
I think he's moving off the Trump train quite a bit, especially with the Iran war stuff.
If you consider that like MAGA, I guess. If you consider Trump as like, or you have to support Trump to be MAGA.
I consider Trump as MAGA. Yes.
I mean, if you're saying you have to support Trump to be MAGA, I'm
Yes,
considering
that is
MAGA as just
exactly
like.
what I would say.
I think that's you probably.
I consider MAGA personally as like super populist, like pseudo right wing kind of like.
I mean,
not
there are populists that
Nazi,
disagree
but-
with MAGA though, right? Like they're disagreeing on the Israel shit pretty hard.
What populists disagree with MAGA? Are you mean left wing populists?
No, I mean like right wing populists. Like they don't like that. Like we're allies with Israel.
I feel like those were just like crypto Nazis, like Fuentes. Or I mean, Fuentes is, I guess, is an open Nazi, but
Sure, but Asman probably falls into that camp as well.
I don't think Asman is a crypto Nazi. I think Asman is just like he genuinely believes stuff like oh, I only want the smartest immigrants. Like everything he's saying is like the perfectly crafted rage bait, if that makes sense. Like, yeah.
I mean, he doesn't want the scamming Somalis or the. I mean, I feel like he's on that train.
Because it's the same rhetoric, but I don't think Asman is like a believer in like certain superior like I don't know races and IQ and stuff like that. At least not in the same way that someone like Nick Fuentes would be.
I don't know, man.
I think he's getting there, if not already there.
Yeah, he could be.
there.
Like, I could be wrong, but like, to me, it feels like somebody. Because I have a friend that's kind of like this, a MAGA friend, and like she's like, oh well, of course, like, why would I want to like have these immigrants from like some African country who are like statistically going to be less smarter than.
I hate to say this, but I think your friend might be racist.
You're gonna say that they're racist. Yeah, I know. No. But like, but think about it, right? Like, if you had the choice between choosing a higher IQ population or lower IQ, like you choose the higher, right? Like, and I guess it sort of makes sense in a very like utilitarian perspective, but like, at the same time,
And all the higher IQ people tend to be people who look like you, and all the lower IQ people tend to be people who don't look like you and you don't like.
No, he said looks don't matter, you idiot.
Oh, true.
No, because the way that the U.S. immigration system works is that you're not choosing just based off IQ. You're not selecting the average population of that country. You're choosing the cream of the crop, which means everyone's going to be kind of the same IQ. That's why it doesn't really matter. Or at least people with the ability to travel to the U.S. like that or immigrate to the U.S. are the cream of the crop. So that's why it's kind of dumb to say I don't want like or whatever.
I think I've overstayed my welcome at Ben. Okay, see you guys.
Love you. Be careful.
Goodbye.
Yeah, me too. All right. Anyways, DGL, W Claude, W actually L ChatGPT because it's been pretty trash lately.
Wow. Why? What's going on with it?
It just sucks at coding compared to, well, in my opinion, I don't know, because I think UniDev disagrees. UniDev actually thinks ChatGPT is the best, but no, I think it sucks. I like Claude a lot more.
Okay.
But yeah, DGL.
DGL. Wow.
Jesus Christ, man.
What about him?
He is king, right?
I thought Christ was king.
Same thing. Thoughts, Dan?
Thoughts on what?
Wow.
I completely fucking tuned out when Radiant started speaking.
That was the fucking correct choice, man. What's my next film? Hold on. Letterboxd top 500.
Wait, that Hail Mary, what was it called?
Project Hail Mary. Very good film.
Very good. Best film of the year for you?
Very good. Yeah, I gave it a 4.5 out of 5 on Letterboxd.
Well, I thought you said it was shit.
What?
No, I said it's 2 thumbs down, Dan.
That's gonna be some stupid cringe fucking joke from the movie. Is it available to pirate yet?
Probably, yeah. I'm gonna watch Harakiri next. Harakiri.
Wait, did you say this is the best movie you've seen all year?
He said 2 thumbs down.
He said 4.5 stars out of 5.
I would say it's a very good movie. Yeah. Is it the best I've seen all year? Let me think of what I've seen this year. No, I think Begonia was my favorite movie that I've seen this year.
Really? Pretentious.
But I would say that this is the second best. But I wish I saw Begonia in theaters.
It's online if you can find it. Hold on. I ain't trying to do some Lucari shit where I'm looking for a rare copy of the movie. Is it on Plex or is it not on Plex? Okay.
I don't think it's on Plex right now.
I'm not adding any fucking adjectives or anything when I'm looking for a fucking movie here. Okay.
Well, apparently YMS said it's a normie masterpiece. What the fuck?
What the fuck does that mean?
I'm a normie.
Thanks, Dan.
It's not HD, just cam rip. But how bad is the cam rip? I can watch a cam rip.
I feel like cam rips have gotten away. People don't know what cam rips used to be like.
Used to be. Oh no, they have no fucking idea.
It was a shaky dude with a dog shit fucking camcorder or cell phone. It was rough.
Yeah.
Now these motherfuckers will be like cam rip. It'll be like cam rip with like the fucking stereo jack plugged right into the projector audio or some shit. I'm like, what the fuck? You guys are spoiled today.
What did he give? God damn it! What did he give Project Hail Mary?
Said it was a normie masterpiece, so he probably did.
Project Hail Mary.
Probably gave it a good
URL
good
to watch.
rating.
Okay, if it's not hard to find, fucking
He
link it.
gave it a 6 out of 10.
Oh, ouch. Damn.
Yeah.
Oh, he fucked you, Mootin. He said you have normie trash.
I'm a sucker for feel-good movies.
Oh, so it's a feel-good movie.
I would say so, yeah. They got a warm spot in my heart.
Wait, what is it about? Like, what's the... You don't have to spoil it, but what is...
It's about finding a solution to a problem and friendship.
Oh, hold on. You got me
way.
right there. A final solution?
He said finding a solution, Dan. It's not all about the fucking Zionists.
Yeah, the sun's dying. They got to go to space and figure it out.
Wait, really?
Mm-hmm.
I've already seen that movie. It's called Sunshine.
Well, oh, I'll do you one better. It's every sun dying except for one. So they got to go find why that one's not dying. There you go.
Oh, there is a link for me to watch it. Okay. I don't know how good this quality is going to be, but...
That was a spoiler? That's literally the fucking premise of the movie.
Really, though?
Yeah. And what is Begonia about? What did I say Begonia's about? Aliens.
What? Breaking 5 hours ago. Is UK report? Is this a real
Never
Twitter
heard of that
account?
one.
President Trump said the United States is officially at war with Iran. I feel like this is a retarded account.
He said that fucking 6 weeks ago, brother.
Oh,
Well, if we're
really?
officially at war,
Mm-hmm.
that means that we can drop some nukes now.
What? Why would we do that?
Oh, fuck it. Why not?
True.
I could think of 1,000 reasons why, actually.
Really?
Well,
Go,
I can
name
think of
them all.
1001. Yeah.
Okay, France would nuke us.
One.
No, they
Neither
wouldn't.
nine
They
go.
absolutely would not.
They wouldn't also. Yeah, you're wrong. French fries. Go
They
ahead.
would. Number 2. Well, that's all I got right now.
The number one and only is that France would nuke us.
Yep. They would nuke us.
Of all the countries to nuke us, France.
They would. They nuke as a warning too.
Jesus.
Not Pakistan, but France.
fuck would
I'd say it's
Pakistan
justified
nuke us?
too.
Because they both end with AN. All of the AN countries.
I don't think Pakistan could get their
are
fucking
aligned.
nuke to us. Man.
Wait, France ends with AN?
No, but the ones that end with AN, they're all aligned. Like Iran, Afghanistan, Dagestan, Pakistan.
I don't think Pakistan is
Iranistan.
Okay.
They all end with AN,
Mm-hmm.
and they're all aligned. They're in a clan, which also ends with AN.
Interesting.
I'm in a clan of some sorts.
Dagestan is not nuking America? Yeah, I know. I'm just saying.
What are you saying, Dan?
I don't know.
Interesting. Well, I was not in range. Did I?
You should watch Andor instead, though.
Well, that's a good show.
Andor.
No, it's not a good show, Dan.
The worst.
It's great. It's a great show.
Oh my god.
You know,
here it comes.
I like Liam Neeson and what's his face in the Obi-Wan. I like that
Jesus
one.
Christ. You liked Obi-Wan?
I am not afraid to say it either.
Oh my god.
I could watch
Actual
it.
Slop lover.
The
I could
Obi-Wan
watch
movie?
that-
Are you serious?
No,
right
the
now?
TV show. There was a TV show.
They made a TV show after how Oh, I'm thinking of the Solo movie.
It was
actually.
terrible. Oh, Solo was fucking dog.
Actual dog.
I would watch so many episodes of Liam Neeson and what's his face fucking hanging around doing fucking shit together.
Really?
Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon just being buds going out there.
That's called episodes 1 to 3, Dan.
Yeah, I'd watch more of that.
Okay. Yeah, well, I'm with you there. I think the prequels are better than the sequels, true. Or the the prequels are better than the original trilogy. That's what it's called.
Uh-huh.
Except one. The first one is fucking dog shit. Jar Jar ruins them? No, you just don't understand. Jar Jar, he was the key to everything.
Oh my god.
Name one good thing from episode 2.
Uh-oh.
Shrimple. When Anakin goes and kills the fucking... I mean, what are they called? Aren't they called sand people?
Really, Mooten?
The sand ra-
The sand
the
people.
Tusken Raiders, that's what it is. The Tusken Raiders.
I'm not in range! Hooks and pulls units that end their movement in range. Of what? I guess the hook has a longer range than the attack, whatever. Okay. Are you done with your project car now, Dan, or?
Can you guys race now?
Yeah,
No,
we're
I
about
gotta.
to-
I'm
we're
only
racing
at,
the streets of Miami Beach.
I'm only at 15 psi. I need to get to 21, and I need to
21.
Oh
Type
god.
shit.
Type shit, Dan.
I think
21,
I
that's a
have to
lot of
change out the
PSI, Dan. You're not
seats.
worried about that?
No, I'm good. I'm good. I got enough fuel. But I got to change out the seats because it's so fucking bouncy right now because it's lowered and it's just.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I put in bump steer spacers, which are supposed to help, and they do, but this thing still is fucking. It wants to kill you.
Uh-huh.
Type shit.
Type shit.
Shit, Dan. Type shit.
The most ironic thing ever happened. And
Okay, 7.5 minute video on Claude. Let's go. What's going on, Claude?
Anthropic, a $380 billion startup built on the idea of safety first, that advocates for closed source software for the supposed benefit of humanity, a company Elon calls Misanthropic, whose logo is definitely not a sphincter, whose CEO has been warning us for years that human programmers will be replaced by AI in 6 months, it just accidentally leaked Claude Code's entire source code to the internet at 4 a.m., officially making Anthropic more open than OpenAI. Within minutes of the leak, Xiaofan Xiao, a security researcher, discovered that version 2.1.88 of the Claude Code NPM package was shipped with a 57 megabyte source map file. You know, that file that's only used in development with the full readable source code of your project. This holy grail of leaks containing over 500,000 lines of TypeScript code quickly spread across the internet like wildfire. Anthropic's legal team courageously issued DMCA takedowns, but by the time they woke up in San Francisco, it was already too late. The code was mirrored countless times and cloned by slop tubers like Fireship, which the Supreme Court says I can do legally, by the way, as a world-renowned journalist.
I know a lot about the law and various other lawyerings.
In today's video, we'll look at all of the incredible discoveries in the code that Anthropic doesn't want you to know about, like its anti-distillation poison pills, its mysterious unreleased features, its undercover mode, its regular expression-based frustration detector, and many other super secret techniques at the foreskin of AI research. No, this is not an April Fool's Day joke. It is April 1st, 2026, and you're watching the Code Report. Unfortunately, my lawyer just informed me that showing you Anthropic's TypeScript code would be a violation of my parole, and I refuse to go back to jail. But luckily, the open source community has already created a loophole. Ironically, Claude's most prolific user used OpenAI Codex to rewrite Claude Code's TypeScript code to Python code, resulting in a new, barely legal project called Claw Code, and it's already become the fastest repo in history to surpass 50,000 GitHub stars. Not only that, but somebody else slop forked the leaked code and made it work with any model. They're calling this new project OpenClaude, and it makes projects like OpenCode completely obsolete. But maybe now that the code's out in the open, Anthropic will just make it open source. Somebody tried to make a pull request with the leaked code, but not surprisingly, it looks like Anthropic already deleted it. What a mother effing crazy 24 hours. But how did this code end up leaked in the first place? Well, as I mentioned, the source map was accidentally packaged in an NPM release, but
okay, it's been 2.5 minutes in this video. I feel like I haven't learned fucking anything yet, but okay.
That's weird because build tools normally strip out source maps automatically. Well, Claude Code is built on Bun.js, which, as you might recall, was recently acquired by Anthropic. And it just so happens that about 3 weeks ago, somebody opened up an issue on GitHub about Bun.js serving source maps.
Have we watched this guy's videos before and said that this guy is incredibly undense when it comes to Jesus?
Production. Wouldn't it be ironic if the fastest JavaScript runtime in the world also turned out to be the fastest way to ship your entire codebase to the internet? It's unclear if that was the root cause, and it's also possible that some unfortunate developer did this by accident, or perhaps some rogue developer did it on purpose. We may never know the truth, but now it's time for the fun part. What did we actually learn from the leak? Well, first, we learned that Claude uses Axios. If you subscribe to my channel, then you know that Axios was compromised by North Korean hackers yesterday. The exploit can install a remote access Trojan on anyone using this package, and in theory, if that happened on Anthropic servers, it could be a massive disaster. But the next thing we learned is that Claude Code is basically just a dynamic prompt sandwich glued together with TypeScript, and not some magical piece of futuristic technology. In a basic AI chatbot, you typically have a hidden system prompt that gets combined with your prompt, then the base model uses statistics to regurgitate a bunch of data it stole from the internet. But in Claude Code, things are far more complex, with a total of 11 steps from input to output. Somebody already vibe coded a website that breaks down every step, but the most interesting part about this code base is that it contains tons of hard-coded instructions and guardrails that basically beg Claude to please don't do anything weird. Like there's just file after file of these massive hard-coded strings telling Claude to be a good boy. And that's kind of surprising because if this code were ever leaked, it would instantly turn from a black box into a blueprint for Claude's competition. And ironically, that's exactly what happened. What makes that even more funny though is that Claude was actively trying to stop their competition from copying Claude Code by implementing anti-distillation poison pills. It does that by pretending that certain tools exist when in reality they don't exist at all.
You're a big fat phony!
That means if you're some Chinese guy trying to train a new model on Claude's outputs, it's going to talk about tools that don't exist, which will point your model in the wrong direction and just make it suck. In reality, Claude Code only uses about 25 different tools or so, and now the Claude distillers know exactly what to look for, and they're likely going to have a field day with the bash tool. This file contains over 1,000 lines of code that helps the large language model reliably parse and execute bash commands, which might be the single most important feature in an AI coding assistant. The next thing we need to talk about though is undercover mode, which is a set of instructions that tell Claude to never mention itself in commit messages or outputs, where the main idea is to make the outputs look as human as possible. The stated purpose of this feature is to prevent things like model codename leaks, but many have speculated that the true purpose is more deceptive, like they're trying to covertly use Claude in open source projects so AI code doesn't get scrutinized when it breaks things catastrophically. A very misanthropic idea indeed. But the irony continues. Another funny thing found in the code is its regex frustration detector. Your state-of-the-art AI model uses simple regular expression matching against your prompt to look for keywords like shit, fuck, cock, balls, and so on, to determine if you're not having a good experience coding with Claude. If it detects a match, it'll simply log an event. The bottom line here is that we're not looking at some sort of alien superintelligence, but rather basic programming concepts that have been around for 50 the years combined with a bunch of prompt spaghetti. It's all just an illusion. On top of that, this codebase has a ton of comments, a lot more comments than you would typically find in a human written codebase. And what that tells us is that these comments aren't actually written for humans, but rather for the AI to write its own AI coding tool in an infinite loop. But perhaps the biggest problem about this leak for Anthropic is not the code itself, but rather the feature names and roadmap hidden within the code. Like there's a hidden capability under a feature flag called Buddy, which appears to be a new Tamagotchi-style companion that every developer can customize and raise like a little digital pet. This might just be Anthropic's April Fool's Day joke, but there are also references to Opus 4.7 and a new model called Capybara, which might be their new recently teased Mythos model. There's also things like Ultra Plan, Coordinator Mode, and Demon Mode, but perhaps the most interesting is Kairos, which is a Greek word for an exact moment in time, or God's time. I hate to beat off a dead horse here, but it's a bit ironic that Anthropic didn't get to reveal Kairos at the exact time it wanted to, and instead, God chose the right time. The feature itself seems to be some kind of background agent that keeps a daily journal, uses Dream Mode to consolidate memories, and does work for you in the background on a specific schedule. They're pretty cool, but at the end of the day, this leak is a pretty huge setback for Anthropic, which hopes to IPO later this year and offload their bags to the retail public. And it's yet another reminder that your top secret application is just one NPM publish away from becoming open source, whether you like it or not.
Wow, that was just a crazy...
Hi, welcome to...
That was crazy. What are your thoughts on that, Mooten? Good one. Fuck you. Better explanation if you care? I don't care. Can I grab this? Yes. Is this gonna hurt me? Okay, good one. Fuck. If he keeps shooting that tire, this guy's gonna get bounced back and forth over and over again, isn't he? 'Kay, well. Am I done? Can I go to sleep?
Yeah, I'll allow it.
Who the fuck is asking you, Dan?
Alright, well, fuck you.
Got him. .51 out of 8 low cup. I don't even know what you're referring to. Burn 2 and lights fires. Oh, fuck, that was retarded. I don't care. What? Oh, okay. Is there a reason you keep running 3 cats? Yeah, I'm running out of them. And I have an event coming up, so I can't just grind something. Dumbass. Here? Ugh, really? worth. Okay, we're connecting. Wow, critically or critical synapse. Thank you for the 25 gifted subs in Kick Chat. Damn. Petty, Cruz, Long, Zombie, Hurricane, Jones, Ground, Collins, Mission, Small, Lust, Snide, Mean, Thirst, Damage, and Rocks. I don't know how these are linked, but I know they are. Like Rob Zombie, Tom Cruise, something Jones, Phil Collins. I don't know how. Simple, boring first names next to famous people. Something. Imagine if that's right, though. Just kidding. Forget I even guessed that. Okay. All right. Where are we at? Mission Impossible. Mission Control. Thirst. Damage Control. Oh, control. Cruise Control. Ground Control. Boom. Okay. Tom's. Oh, shit. Oh, no, wait. Tom Cruise, Tom Petty. Never mind. Just kidding. Hold on. Oh my god. To want something desperately. A hanker for, okay. Easy. Mean, small, petty, snide. Just rude remarks. Catty, okay. Hurricane, Collins, Zombie, and Rocks. Cocktail glasses? Collins, on the I wouldn't have gotten a single one of these. Holy shit. Jesus Christ. Okay, wait. He's out of ammo. I have to kill this guy. Poison 4 or burn. Ugh. This is more damage. Fuck it. Good. Fuck you. Good. Fuck you. Who's here? Who the fuck is... Oh, is that Mootin?
It's me.
Fuck you. He's dead. Easy.
Sent you a good tweet on Discord.
Critical synapse. 100 more subs. Thank you. My goodness. Sheesh. Hold on, I got another tweet. Did you actually cancel those unfuck events? No, the events are still going on. I'm just not going to be able to go to them. There's just no way. I have to stay home this one. Watching all these centrist stems arguing about how much they'll open the tent is so funny. It's like watching sailors on a sinking ship arguing over whether they're going to get on the rescue vessel. Why not asking for your permission? LOL. Sink or swim. Who the fuck is this guy? Austin Dykes for Congress? Running in Maryland. Okay, good for you. Why is that a great tweet? Just because the guy's retarded, or?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, that was it.
Uh-huh.
I just think Hasan's audience is going to be attacking this lady for the next probably month.
Maybe. I think Hasan might wants to get in good with the Bulwark though, so I don't know. I don't know if he.
Yeah, but he's just gonna say like, oh, I can't control my audience. I mean, what do you want me to say?
Well, no, he knows he can't control his audience. If he's trying to get in good with him, he'll control his audience hard. He'll tell them not to be. He'll say like, oh, you guys need to be normal. Why are you guys going so hard on these people? That's what he does when he's trying to get in good with somebody. But we'll see.
Don't worry, most of the Bulwark audience is already attacking her.
Based.
She
I mean, not based. I'm sorry. She is basement.
She's a queen.
Weirdest announcement for Senate candidacy ever.
Ago. 250 years ago, right here at St. John's Church in Richmond, Virginia, Patrick Henry said, "Give me liberty or give me death." My name is Mark Moran. 250 years later, I'm saying the same thing. Today, I'm going to announce that I'm breaking free from the Democratic establishment. Now I'm going to run for United States Senate as an independent. I'm doing that because I'm putting our country first. I'm putting it above these divisive issues that the left, that the right, and our corporate media control. I want to talk about big, bold ideas that will save this country. We can't afford homes. We can't afford healthcare. We're dropping bombs.
Pixel Wizard, thank you for the 10 gifted kids. Buddy, I love you.
On another country at the behest of another country. We're entirely controlled by corporate institutions. We make it so that when we take out a 30-year mortgage to buy a house, over 50% of what we pay over that 30 years, it goes to the bank.
Oh no.
We're ripping off the middle class with our tax code, that the elites who are controlling us get loopholes while we don't. We need to simplify everything in this government, but we need to fundamentally restructure and turn this around so that it works for the people. Everything is wrong, and it's because money controls. That is not the system that our founding fathers designed. And I'm here to say that. I'm running as an independent because this message is about much more than me. It's about the idea of America. We're 250 years in. We have to have big, bold, beautiful ideas to change things. And it's up to us to not fall into the trap that Washington warned about, of being divided by political parties. It's time for us to unite, to realize we can close our borders, we can earn our citizenship and the right to vote, and that we can do this together. And we can put America first, we can put the Commonwealth of Virginia first, but it's up to us to take it back. Yeah. Okay, hell yeah.
Hell yeah. I like how they left that in to give it a good degree of authenticity. Hell yeah.
Do we know who ran Zoran's campaign?
Nope. Probably a Jewish guy. Just kidding. I have no idea. Why? Well, yeah, he should have a campaign manager that's like publicly known. No?
Yeah, whoever was his campaign manager needs to handle the Dem nominee.
True. Okay, let me see some good cat fucking. What? There's not enough food. Wait, did I leave them outside? I don't think I brought them outside. Whatever. They weren't gonna make good cat babies anyway.
Maya Anda.
What?
She's the campaign manager.
You are Maya Higa. Do you remember those memes?
Yep.
You are my. Oh damn, this cat's got some good ass base stats. Hell yeah. You are Maya Higa. Don't ever forget. Don't forget who you are, guys. Okay. You need to sacrifice kids so you can check if they're inbred? What's wrong with inbreeding? We're not doing Game of Thrones rules? I need to sacrifice 8 more kittens for that.
Why are you killing kittens?
I'm not. I'm sending them to another guy who kills them. Got him. Okay. Either way, guys have fun. Be careful. Stay safe.
Bye-bye.